meaning that it's that the Earth is a globe, and that we have water over 70% of the Earth's surface, and that water surface is, it's a spheroid. I mean, it's not a perfect sphere.
Well, okay, so that's my argument, is that, okay, as far as I can perceive, water is always level, so it cannot be on a curved surface as you've described, because it is always level.
Yeah, my definition of level is a curved surface, and like if you look up any engineering textbooks, like you'll see a level line. If you look up level line in any surveying textbooks, the level line is drawn as a curved line, because level is a curved surface over we call it mean sea level.
It would have to be that if it was to conform to the globe Earth theory, correct? Like it's not necessarily true that is the case, that it is curved. It's
it's
an
measurably
assumption
curved.
written.
If you use a theodolite, you can measure it. But yes, you're correct. It is definitely conforming to the theory of the globe Earth. Just think about how they measure
that you could make with a so-called theodolite. Like that's also, I would guess, making an assumption.
What assumptions are being made?
That the Earth is curved.
That the Earth is a globe.
No. That's not an assumption. It's actually a measurement.
It most certainly is.
So, are you familiar with the French geodetic mission in the 1730s?
No.
So okay, so there were these prominent mathematicians and physicists. I think Newton was on one side, and like Fournier or Laplace was on the other side, and basically they were saying, one side was saying that the Earth would be an oblate spheroid, which meant that it was slightly wider around the equator than squashed at the poles. Then these other guys were saying, no, the shape of the Earth is a prolate spheroid, which means it's a little stretched out, almost like a lemon, a little stretched out at the poles, a little narrower at the equator. And this is a big argument by the most prominent physicists and mathematicians of the day in the 1730s.
Mean that north to south, there's a greater amount of curvature at the equator looking north or south than there would be if you were looking east or west. There should be more observable curvature looking north and south if there is a bulge in the middle than there would be if you were looking east-west.
I think you've got it, but basically, I'm trying to set the stage that the most learned individuals in math and science were arguing. One said prolate, one team said prolate, the other team said oblate. Okay, so they sent two teams of surveyors, and it took them like 10 years. One of them went up to Lapland, which is like modern day Finland. So they went up, close to the Arctic Circle, and they were measuring the curvature of the Earth in Finland. And the other one went to Ecuador. I think it was Peru at the time. They were measuring the curvature of the Earth at the equator. And they by using very careful measurements, they figured out that the Earth was actually oblate, an oblate spheroid, not a prolate spheroid. This is in the 1730s.
Okay, it's like, okay, I can see what you're saying, and this comes down to the burden of proof and the acceptance of past scientific information to create what is it called, the noble ladder. And so we need to build on something, and if we just dismiss this old information, a lot of things start to fall apart. But me personally, water is level. Story. Water is level, and I would need to come together in modern times, to know how this experiment's done, to know the way that the people conducting the experiment are thinking. How open-minded are they? How are they forming their opinions based off what information it is that they're observing? Are they just rationalizing things in the direction of a theory, or are they actually being open to looking at the data in a way that doesn't cause them to manipulate the information, because they say, oh, well, it has to be like this, so therefore these observations that we're making must be doing this, rather than...
Well, but I hope you understand that at the time, and I think Cassini was on, you're familiar with the name Cassini. We've named space probes after him. Cassini was on the side of the prolate,
They're
as well
both
as I think
globes, though.
one of the most prominent mathematicians at the time. I think Laplace. There was a whole field of mathematics invented by Laplace. These guys were on the prolate side, so it's not like they're like, oh, we're just going to make the data
Sure.
conform. So
Whoever
there
just
was
chimed in and said that
there was a bunch of
they're
people
both
that were
globe.
bent out of shape.
Sorry. Whoever just chimed in and said that they're both globe ideas, though, made a very good point, Charles. Because what if the humanity? What if we had people representing alternative models, like say a flat Earth model, and looking at the data? Or what if all of those people were doing their best to see how that information works on a flat Earth model, on a globe model, on different oblate shaped models, and seeing, okay, we could actually get this information to work. This is what I would ask: were they able to get that information to work on alternative models? And if the answer is we're not sure because they didn't try, well, then I don't make the assumption that they were accurate in their observations if they were only using a particular model and trying to make it fit that model.
Also, and to me more importantly, Charles, is what made them think that why did the Earth have to be oblate one way or another? So they've already made a decision it's a sphere, and then they've already come to the conclusion that it's bigger one direction than the other. What information made them have to know that it's oblate one way or another? What's the
oblate
information
versus
that led to
prolate?
that?
Yeah, no. The thing is, mankind has known.
Why did it have to be either? What was the? No, I'm asking you, what was the problem? Don't just say we knew. What was the problem that led them down that path?
The problem was they wanted to determine whether Newton was correct that the rotation of the Earth will cause it to bulge slightly at the equator. That was the big question. Yeah. It was a gravitational
but you just
one.
said that they knew it was, hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt, Charles, but I want to make this crystal clear, because you already said, and plus we've heard a million times, that they set out to see whether it was oblate or prolate.
Prolate, yes.
So they had set in their mind it was one or the other. Now I'm asking what information or what problem that
it was.
No, they weren't checking for a perfect sphere. They were checking.
No,
they were literally. They had an argument whether it was prolate or oblate.
Right, but a perfect
Between
sphere.
Newton and what you call it?
Perfect sphere would have also been a possibility. Of course, neither camp, because what they were literally doing was measuring Earth curvature in Ecuador and measuring Earth curvature near the Arctic Circle, and then they compared notes. They were
with the Adelaide.
Where was the curvature? And then they determined it was prolate. I'm sorry, oblate.
They did it with the Adelites?
How?
Yeah, absolutely. They did it with the Adelites.
Okay.
Very high precision observations.
They have to factor in refraction, right?
Yes, they absolutely factored in refraction.
Does refraction use the radius of the Earth?
No.
No.
So you're talking about standard refraction that uses a radius value? You just said no?
Well, he didn't ask about standard refraction. Modern standard refraction, we just use 7.6R. Okay. But
what's the R stand for?
Oh my goodness gracious! 7.6 times the radius of the Earth is modern standard refraction, which is just sort of
Does that presuppose a shape to the Earth?
Well,
they used to use more than that.
The thing is,
they used to use 4/3.
4/3 is used for radar or for other high intensity radio communications. Is when they use 4/3 R. But
that's
as far
even
as optical,
than 7/6, though.
That for the visual spectrum, 7.6R is a very wonderful predictor of refraction, terrestrial refraction.
Isn't that a presupposition though? Like you're stating, like,
the thing is, yes, we are starting.
The Earth is a ball with a radius.
We are starting
value,
with the knowledge that the Earth is a sphere. Yes.
Okay. You're biased in your decision.
Refraction doesn't make any sense. Unless you don't know
that proves what I was saying then, right, Charles? Like that, the people that went and did that experiment weren't looking at another model. They were looking to prove one of was it one of two.
They were literally measuring Earth curvature
to prove.
No, they were trying to map it out and make it work. Did you also know that this man also said that it matters not what distance we put the sun at, it works just as well. It matters not what distance or size the sun is. Any of it just works just as well. Did you know that?
Well, the ratios is important. In the heliocentric model, the sun could be 10 million miles away, could be 93 million miles away, could be 900 million miles away, as long as the ratios are are the same. In fact, it took people a really long time to figure out how far the sun was away, because all they knew was the ratios.
So accuracy and actually knowing these things wasn't important. It was just matching up the ratios because why? Do you know why?
They had the ratios for centuries before they knew a good estimate for the distance to the sun.
No,
they knew the ratios.
Do you know why they needed the
really
ratios to be that way?
It's not that they needed the ratios; they had measured.
Charles?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
I would really like to say thank you for your time in the discussion so far. I've taken away what I feel like I can take away from this conversation. That that's kind of pointless for me to continue and to contribute any further. But I'm appreciating Adam, that you shared your thoughts and opinions, and that we were able to converse in a pleasant manner with each other. And
Adam, can I say one thing about the what do you say, level water? And that is, are you aware that there is a high tide on one geographic location at the same time as there's a low tide at another geographic location, followed by another high tide even further away, which means the surface of standing water has to be curved. Otherwise, you can't have high tides and low tides.
There's area
in between the two. There's nodes with no tides at all, bro. You're wrong.
No idea what you're talking about.
I'm just talking about tides.
It's impossible with no evidence to back any of your claims of impossibility up. Just saying it's impossible doesn't mean it's true, man. It doesn't make it right.
Trying to
Charles,
share.
There's 2,000 miles of open coast.
Hold on, you guys. Let's stop for a second, please. Let's let he would responded to Adam. So if we could let Adam respond, perhaps.
Well, I wasn't talking, and I was interrupted. But go ahead.
I just wanted to say I appreciate you trying to share an additional point, but as I said, I know where I'm at. I know I've reached the limitations of where this conversation can go from, at least from my side, and. I just want to thank you before I gracefully step away.
Adam, I really appreciate the conversation, and you definitely made me think about a few points, and I appreciate your civility. And if you were at all interested, you might want to check out, trying some of these explorations on my channel, because you may learn some new thing about where you live, and make any assumptions you want. But I appreciate the conversation, Adam. You're a good man.
Thank you, Charles. All the best.
So anyway, getting back to the ratios, the question I posed to you, do you know why they needed to make the ratios a certain distance and a certain size?
I think you got it backwards. They measured the ratios.
No, they did not.
Didn't know the distance.
No,
they measured
did
the
not.
ratios based on observations.
No, they did not. They had to make it match up because everyone knows that the sun and the moon are observably the same size. So they had to make it match up that. And that's why your guy openly said it doesn't matter what distance or size we make it, it'll all serve just as well. That's not very scientific to me. I don't know about you if that's good enough for you, but one of the proponents of this that created gravity, you would trust this man when he says that it doesn't matter what size or distance it is?
So those weren't the ratios I was talking about. I was talking about the ratios of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, Jupiter. Those are the ratios I was talking about. Those came from observation. They just didn't know. And I think it was the transit of Venus that gave them the first accurate estimate for the distance to the sun. Was the transit of Venus.
Will you address what I said?
Yeah, but you were going off on the moon and the sun being approximately the same size in the sky. But so you're making this big argument over something that I was not talking about at all when I was talking about the ratios.
Well, that's good because that's not what I was talking about when you were talking about the ratios. Because if you remember, this was my questioning to you and not what you were talking about.
Right. So
I'm so confused.
So I don't know who this guy is that you're talking about, how the distance doesn't matter, but like, I would kind of agree. Once you get past, like 1,000,000 miles or whatever, the distances really don't matter.
I think it was Newton.
I was the guy. Yeah. So the distances don't really matter. Also, with regards to the flat Earth, and I don't know if are you a geocentric globe earther or are you a flat earther? I'm getting my people confused. You a geocentric glober?
I would like you to address why it's okay for your
Can you
guy.
answer?
I would like for your. No, I don't have to answer to you. Okay. I would like to know why it's okay for you to be a proponent of science, which is measurement and understanding and provable facts, when your guy openly said that it doesn't matter what distance or size we put the sun at, it will serve just as well. Serve what?
Who's the guy? He said it was me. What guy?
It's I think it was Newton that said it. Or Aristotle.
Yeah, that was Newton. No, it was Newton.
It was Newton, right? Yeah. I was gonna say I think it was one of the older ones, but no, I remember it was Newton that said that it'll serve just this purpose. Haven't you? Do you even know that quote existed? Do you know that he said that? And furthermore, now that you do know that he said it, does it matter that he said it will serve just as well? What will it serve?
Probably translated from the Latin, so it's like that. I don't know that quote, but that quote seems about accurate, knowing what I know about ratios and how ratios were more important than actual distances. Once you get on a solar system scale, distances aren't really terribly important.
The distance to the sun isn't important when you're trying to establish that the world revolves around the sun. Really?
Yeah, that's correct. The accurate distance to the sun does not matter.
That is absolutely ridiculous, man.
So, but here's a question for you: how come you're so sensitive about
the light? It wouldn't change anything about it, whether it was 3 miles or 6 million miles or 93 million miles. It would be you said it doesn't matter.
We're talking about 3 miles. We're talking about a solar system scale, so like
3 miles doesn't exist in the solar scale.
3 miles is not solar system scale. 1,000,000 miles is solar system scale. So they didn't know if it was 10 million miles away or 100 million miles away. I think there was an approximation that said it was 100 million miles away. But how come you're so sensitive about whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther or a geocentric globe earther?
That they changed that 4 times. It wasn't just one postulation of 12 million miles or whatever. There was 4 changes in it, and finally Newton stood up and said it doesn't even matter. And here you are defending it as though that's a rational thing to say from a scientific mind. It doesn't matter. That's incredible, man. What a thing to say.
People talk about how Polaris is 400 million light years away. Oh no, it's 200 million light years away. Who cares? Like it doesn't matter.
What do you mean who cares? It matters based on the observations we're taking. That's why it matters.
It's effectively an infinite distance away.
Don't tell the children it's a certain distance away then.
I don't know any child who's being told the distance to Polaris, okay? The thing is, how do you know the distance to stars anyway?
The whole point. You shouldn't be talking about any distances at all because you just said here on open forum that it doesn't matter. Distances don't matter. Rays of light don't matter, the angle, these things, how you calculate how the sun is reflecting off the moon, that doesn't matter. These distances don't matter.
Just saying at a solar system scale. So, I
is
don't really
the
see much difference between 10 million miles and 100 million miles.
Wow, dude, that's really that shows the level of indoctrination that you're at.
So now that I've answered your question thoroughly, why don't you answer my question? Are you a flat earther or are you a geocentric globe earther?
I refuse to answer your question.
You won't get an answer.
Speaks volumes.
You will not get an answer.
What does it speak volumes to, Charles? What does it speak volumes to, Charles?
Well, I'm happy to answer any of your questions. And
you
refuse to answer a single one of mine. So it speaks volumes.
What does it speak volumes of?
One of the differences.
Dishonesty.
It means you're sensitive. You're a little bit too sensitive.
No, it's because I've been hearing you liars since about 2:30 in the morning last night, and I hear you all come in talking about how this is impossible and that's this and that's that. You have no idea what you're talking about, Charles. None.
Well, I was not talking at 2:30 last night because I didn't even have my microphone plugged in. So now
I know. I was. I was here. I didn't say you were here. I said I was here.
Okay.
Can you identify simple words, Charles? You and I.
All right,
my
we're moving
goodness.
on from that. Yeah.
You're
I
a
just-
funny guy. All right, you're a funny guy.
Yeah, sorry, Salty, I muted you. It's a lot of condescending, attacking. It's just not productive. It's just maybe take a cool off period so someone else wants to jump in.
Let me mention, while I got a second, Charles, you mentioned the tides earlier. You realize there's 2,000, well, I can't say exactly 2,000, but roughly like a couple thousand, maybe more, maybe a little less, of open coast in South America with no tide at all, zero, and surrounded by tides on either side. And it covers a little bit of the east direction and a lot of the north to south direction, like the top part of South America. So it's no inlands, there's no globe excuses. There are nodes like that all over the place, but that to me is just a sore thumb for the heliocentric model. You just mentioned tides. We've went over them in this channel pretty a few times, pretty we dove deep down into it and looked at all the nodes and looked in close and seen where there was channels and all that. A couple things make sense, but most of it did not. Now, how do you explain this node, open coastline, 2,000 miles long with no tide at all, if it's gravity?
Yeah, I am not familiar with that 2,000 miles. I would like to see, I'd like to do my research on it. I mean, I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true. I've just never heard of it. But I will say this about tides. Tides do require water to move from point A to point B. So for you to have a high tide, water has to be able to flow from point A to point B. And so if you are on the one side of a coastline, for example, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So if the bulge of water is traveling from the east to the west, then how is that bulge going to travel through South America to produce a tide on the other side? I'm just saying that's off the top of my head.
It's not on the other
That's
side, but let's assume I'm right and all the charts are correct and everything we looked at, this big, even if it were 500 miles or 1,000 miles, which it's bigger, but let's just assume that all the information is and data out there is correct. What in the world could prevent this? I mean, all these spots, all these nodes around the world, just spotty, some big, some small. What in the world can you give me one possible explanation of how this could happen if it's gravity causing tide?
Yeah, you got to look up tidal nodes, Charles.
Nodes. Okay, well, that's something that's a piece of research that I need to do. I do need to go. My wife is needing me to go.
Check
to the
out
grocery
Ocean
store.
Gyres
So-
too while you're at it.
Good talking to
I'm
you,
sorry.
Charles.
Look up what?
Ocean Gyres too.
GYRE.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been great talking with you guys. So it's called what? Tidal nodes.
Amphidromic points.
Spell that, please.
Just ask Siri.
It's,
What's the points?
AMPH AMPHIDROMIC. Amphidromic point.
Go look at that, Charles.
These are the tidal nodes.
For Dromic points. Okay. It's been great talking with you guys. I really appreciate the candor. And I do apologize, but my wife needs me to go. So
I'll make a deal with you real quick. I'll make a deal with you, and I'll wish you so long. So we appreciate your time. But this is Brian. I know you know who this is. But
Brian.
So go look at the tidal nodes and all that, and study into it. And when you can't find an explanation with gravity, then welcome to Flat Earth, pal.
Oh my goodness gracious! Thanks for the confidence, man. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody, you guys have been great. Thank you so much. Have a great evening wherever you are. Bye bye.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks, Charles.
Yep. Cheers.
I had to throw that out there because he made a claim, and they got to understand that they do this a lot, not all the time, but they do this a lot. They just throw out claims of shit they've heard, like the tides. You probably heard from Professor Dave. I mean, he's been around for a while. Charles has been around for a while, but still, he obviously hasn't looked in as deep as we have. And but the fact that he made the claim about the tides, I had to call him out. And sorry for interrupting earlier, but I wanted to really hold his feet to the fire on that claim.
You think
because it literally backfires like most of the other claims. They literally, when you look in deep, they literally backfire against the globe. Almost every one.
you think he tells his students it could be either geocentric or heliocentric?
Not mine. Mine don't backfire.
I'm looking in deep at all this, like he's right, like Laplace, and there's like a group of mathematicians, like they were working on the ephemeris and all this stuff, and way back in the day, and working on these formulas to, but dude, I'm looking at it and I'm realizing they couldn't map it. I mean, but even before them guys, they couldn't map it flat. They didn't know how. They're trying to put a celestial sphere onto a flat surface. They couldn't do it. So they made a model, and at some point it just got shifted over as fact, where they just said, it's a fact that the ground is curved. At some point, I'm trying to figure out exactly when, but it started out as just a model.
It is a fact. You can recreate the model at your home right now as I'm doing screen sharing. You guys want to go over this? I can explain to you.
Oh, you're saying it's a fact, bro? Then I could equally claim that it's flat, and that's a fact because
All right.
I mean that's
I'm gonna show you. Right? I'm gonna show you. No, it's not. I'm gonna show you right now why you can't prove it. Are you looking at my screen share? I'm doing an experiment. It's an experiment, dude. You can do it too. Anybody can do it.
Okay, let's hear it.
Are you guys looking at the screen? Anybody see the screen?
I'm waiting for the circle to go away. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing it.
There you go. You think all those?
It's a garage.
You think all those things are the same height?
What? What things?
The things,
cups?
They're not, whatever you want to call them. You want to call them cups, whatever you want to call them. They're representations of a structure sticking out of a globe Earth. You think they're all the same height?
What it looks like is the green one on the left is higher. That's what it looks like.
Higher, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Would you say that green one is on the horizon?
I'd say you look like you got some a curvy picnic table.
A curvy.
And the blue one's I'd say the blue one's farthest back. They're probably all the same size cup. That's just just from looking at it. But the green one's probably closer, right there on the horizon of the picnic
so
table.
The blue one's furthest just by looking at it. That's
my guess. Yeah, that's what it appears. That's how it looks like to me.
We don't need to take refraction into account.
Do you know why they're disappearing?
Yeah, because that picnic table's in the way.
No, the picnic table's not in the way. Where's the blue one? That's the horizon line. Where's the blue one?
I don't know what happened to it.
Oh, I don't know. It must be a mystery. Maybe you guys can help me figure it out. Maybe we get Scooby and the Gang together.
It's your trick, bro.
Now make it reappear with refraction.
This is the funny thing. It's not a trick. It's not a trick. It's science.
Make it reappear with refraction, then.
Okay. I'd have to heat the air above
go ahead,
above
do
the
it.
thing.
Well, go ahead and do it.
Above the thing.
Show the experiment.
I'm not in a laboratory. This is just a point of showing you perspective of what you guys are viewing and what you guys can understand. These
without
represent windmills.
Thanks, because we observe life.
You don't need refraction. You act like refraction always happening. You guys are, as I'm saying, you guys want to divert to the fact. The fact is, this represents on a model. Oh yeah, let me show you the side view too, just so you guys know what it really is. See, that's what it's like.
Okay, I can replicate that. I can replicate that in a fish tank with sugar water.
Okay. No, look at. Hold on. No, wait. I'm not done. This is the best part. This is where it gets good. Now, look at. Now, I'm gonna represent it on a flat Earth. Okay,
yeah.
You guys ready? Hold on.
Just black swan.
There is no black swan. Look, they're all the same. You see them all the same. This is.
So you bringing back? Are you trying to bring back the Earth curve being the horizon, or is it optical? refracted. You trying
It
to
has nothing to do with any of that. As I'm saying, you can't even follow the.
takes you
You
back?
can't even follow the argument. You're trying to change the argument.
So you're
The
saying that
argument.
the horizon is the Earth curve that's obstructing the view.
I'm not saying any of that. You guys are totally avoiding the argument and the fucking fact that's facing in front of you. You cannot reproduce the vanishing oil rigs. You cannot reproduce the
Yes, you
vanishing
can.
anything on a flat Earth. No, you
Yeah, you
cannot.
can.
Show me the experiment on the table. Then
I
show
can
me
do
the
it. I
experiment.
can do it on a flat garage floor, bro.
Yeah,
Show
send
me.
him the
Show
video.
me.
Send him the
Show
video.
me.
I'll
of the
show you
guy.
3 of them, bro. I can.
Show it to
I
me.
will.
No, you cannot.
I can do it 3 different ways, bro.
Dude, please, you guys got to please stop screaming in our ears.
What we're gonna say? What's going on here?
Yeah.
Want, bro? Anytime, bro.
All right. Well, just dial it back and say what you'd like to say, but just screaming is not a good solution.
Telling me he's gonna recreate it on the fucking floor. Show it to me. Don't
We-
talk about it. Show it to
It's
me.
been done so many times.
I'm showing you right now. I'm posting it. I can do 3 feet, 100 feet. I can do it over any distance you'd like, buddy.
You can't do it. I'm still waiting. Where's this at? In the live stream text?
What is the conversation actually about?
Yep.
Sorry, I joined.
Conversations
Well-
about calling these people on their silliness, dude, and they don't
He-
like real
He's saying the Earth curve is actually what's blocking the view. It's actually the horizon is actually Earth curvature blocking and obstructing the view of things in the distance.
I don't think I just proved it to you. I just proved it.
Wait,
No,
one
you
second.
proved that you
Look
could
at
slide
Discord.
across the table. That has nothing to do with Earth.
Just calm down 1 second.
Look-
So he's saying that is what's blocking the view. So you're saying it's not. So what does
So
block the view?
this guy puts up a video that's not
Look
even his
look
video.
in text.
It's a fucking.
Look in-
Hold on.
look-
I know
no, it's
I
5
am.
seconds, bro.
I know what it is. I'm looking at a flat Earth test. Listen, you posted a video that was recorded off a phone, recording a screen, and it's not even your fucking test, and it doesn't show anything. You're a fucking simpleton, dude. Show me the
I
fucking
got the
test.
fish tank right here, motherfucker. Why are you talking shit, dude?
Wait, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but that video you sent, wasn't there like a metal
That's
plate
off
that was?
Mick West. That's
There was a metal.
from one of your own guys.
My
That's
modding
hold on. Let
only
me
works
talk
one
about-
way. This guy's allowed to call us stupid motherfuckers, and no one says a goddamn word, right?
But hold on, but look,
Yeah,
Brian.
let me say one thing uninterrupted, please. Let me say
Okay.
one thing uninterrupted. This is from your own guy, Mick West, who's a glober. And he showed literally what you said couldn't be done. He showed it on a flat bottom fish tank. So
No, that
game
wasn't flat
over,
bottom.
pal.
No, that's the thing. In that video, he had like a little metal plate that was bending in that fish tank. The whole point of this video was to show that the light was actually going over that curve.
Is that not line of sight, Armador? Is that line of sight, what I'm showing in that video?
It's our matter, but here's the thing though. There's a metal plate though in there though, or whatever, some kind of weird like plate thing that's bending or whatever. Like what you're showing
is that
actually.
Bro, is that what's blocking the city, or is that line of sight?
I believe it's the little plate thing in there. Like show me
It's
the
not,
video.
bro. Yeah,
It totally is.
Dude, he
Pull up the
literally
video.
goes, oh my God, you're lying through, bro.
I'm
he
not,
never
but
went down low, and bro, you got to go down further to even get the metal plate to block anything, bro. Even he doesn't claim that it's the metal plate blocking it, bro. So you're just, dude. Why are y'all being dishonest, man?
You sure about
I'll
that?
show 2 other ones. I'll show you on a garage floor, just opening the garage door, letting cold air in, a light disappearing.
Do it yourself right now, like I just did. Do it yourself right now if it's so easy. Do it yourself
Bro,
right
you
now.
just bent the table. You said it couldn't be done. And hold
I
on,
didn't
you
bend the
said
table,
it couldn't
you
be
idiot.
done.
I didn't
So
bend the
admit you
table.
were wrong. Admit you were wrong, bud.
It can't be done on a flat Earth. That experiment is bunk. That's why you can't reproduce it right now because you're a joke. You can't show
I'll
anything.
show you a
You're
reproduction.
showing-
I'll show you a
I'll show
reproduction
you-
of it
I'll
right
show
now.
you another
And
man's
then will you
video.
admit you're
I'll
wrong?
show you another man's video. You're a chump, dude. Show me your video, tough guy.
Okay, so I'm looking through the video once again. From the looks of it, yeah, there's that little metal plate though, and I guess let me see. So looking through it, it does seem that the metal plate doesn't obstruct it. Let me just, but nothing's really being hidden though. It's just being squished. It's not
That's like
really.
showing me another guy's dick and saying yours is big.
But Brian, that's not really.
Are you guys looking at the video that Brian just posted? Because
Yeah.
Brian, that doesn't really show anything. Because why does it cut out? I mean, it should have continued for another 5-10 seconds at least. I mean, that kind of doesn't really show anything, Brian. Like, I don't
Yeah.
understand.
here.
It shows
real-
the buildings disappearing bottom up.
Okay, well, let me real fast just say that yeah, I was wrong.
Which,
Technically speaking,
which
because I'm looking
video
at
are we on about? Am I looking at the same video? Sorry.
the one it's like 36 minutes past the hour.
Yeah. It's like 20 seconds long.
No, it's like 5 seconds.
Sorry. I didn't see the buildings in the background. I just put my glasses on now. But why does it cut out, man? Why doesn't... I know, but the video should have continued for another few seconds.
That's the thing. That's not really disappearing bottom up though. I mean, it's really squishing. I mean, like I guess you could make the argument it kind of looks like that, but I mean, I wouldn't really call it a good test though. I would want like a higher resolution, like and then zoomed in to see if it really is disappearing bottom up and whatnot, because we have that in reality where if you look at a boat or a building, we can clearly see that it's just gone, the bottom part. There is no squishing or anything. It's just gone. But here we can't exactly make heads or tails with what's actually going on. So if you can get like a video where it's like zoomed in and it's like clearly cut off, then you might have an argument. You can make the argument that, oh yeah, refraction is doing that, and then fair enough.
You haven't
Here's
seen
what
the
Scott
one.
Free did. Scott Free put the camera in before they even added water to the tank. And then they added water. And then they added the sugar and never moved the camera. And yes, you get obstruction, man. I got half a mind to do this right now. I got the fish tank cleaned out. Ranty's done it. All these Globers have done it too. I mean, now y'all just denying your own shit, basically.
Wait, do you have the source of that one picture? Like you sent a picture of like
I'll post.
It's like I'm about to do it. Just do it. Do it and say you
I
did
am
it.
doing it. That's my second post, pal. You need to admit now you were wrong.
I'm not wrong in any way, shape, or form. It cannot be performed. You will not make
you're
the
not
back.
honest.
You will
Okay.
not make the back one disappear. Make the back one disappear. You can't do it.
I can make a light disappear right in front of your face just by letting cold air in a garage, pal.
I think you
gonna
hold
lie
on.
now some more.
I think you might be able to pull off something, but it's not going to be what we see though, because every time you do get things to disappear, you sort of get this weird like effect where it like mirrors on itself or some shit. So we don't really see that with the buildings and boats disappearing bottom up. So
But you guys even have the pictures you put side by side. You'll put a black swan, half of the oil rigs covered, and then the black swan totally visible. So it's not the Earth curve that's blocking it, obviously, correct? Can we agree with that?
well, no, that doesn't. You can't conclude that. You can conclude that it's not the you can't really conclude that. You don't know for sure. It could be the Earth curve, and then we just have refraction in black swan, and so normally it's obstructed by the Earth curve. Or the effects of the Earth curve. If you want to get like really technical, whatever. But then what?
This one.
But yeah, I mean, you can't. But what the other guy just said that you can't really conclude that. You can't say it's not Earth curve without a doubt. You can make the argument that it may not be.
So some days you can see it, but some days you can't see the Earth curve.
Some days there's very little refraction, and some days there's a lot of refraction.
The clearer days are the ones with more refraction. So if we took that picture and the oil rigs were halfway blocked and then we put a solar filter infrared on the camera, it should in turn get blocked again, even more, right? Because we'd cut down on the refraction.
Maybe, but I mean, I've never seen it where you've put the like on that specific picture, whatever, where you put a solar filter or whatever or infrared, and then the freaking oil rigs are just back up or whatever. I've never seen that.
No problem. We'll do more observations for you.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, that picture though. I mean, that video that Brian sent. Like I said, I'm not truly convinced because you do see that it does squish. Like the more you go down, the more squishy it's. It goes.
Yeah, like,
And it is
how
disappearing.
perspective works, right? The angular size changes as it goes further away.
No, that's not perspective. It literally gets squished vertically. It looks like you're taking it and you're like squishing it, which are like a sandwich. It's like getting sandwiched. That's nothing to do with perspective. That's literally the refraction going on in that tank.
You guys see the flat surface on the basketball?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would hope no flat earther is arguing about that anymore. I mean, it's 2023 now. If any flat earther brings up like, oh, it's flat or some shit, Like I would hope they understand that, you know, if it's a really big sphere, it could appear flat. I would hope so.
I had that. I was faced with that recently when I said that it's really big, and everyone was laughing at me. I mean, that's just proof of that fact, because right there as well, you're zooming in. You know, you're zooming in, so it would be the same as something really small being on a big sphere, the same kind of perspective, and in that case, it does look flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I would hope no flat earthers arguing against that. Like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. I'm sure no one is, but yeah.
Can I ask something quickly, just unrelated? But you know this whole sugar experiment, like in the sugar tank. What is that about? I've seen some people like post it, but I never got the gist of what it's actually about. Like, what is it supposed to prove?
It's supposed to create like a density gradient, which you could get like refraction from that, right? And so at least in the test that was it Mick West did, he was just trying to show that if you have like refraction going on, you could literally you could see over like a curve. What the fuck is going on there? Anyway, but yeah, basically, if you have a density gradient or refraction, or whatever, right, you could see over a curve. That was the point of this little sugar, whatever test.
No, you're not seeing over the curve. You're just seeing a refraction. I don't understand why you guys say that. You're seeing a refraction.
Because on the globe, that would be what that would be the case. What we're saying.
But hold on,
Keyword, if you were.
Obnoxious? Is that your name, Obnoxious? Obnoxious? Rob?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So in the video that Brian sent, which was actually Mick West's video, right? In that video, Mick West has like a fish tank, whatever. It's like sugar water, whatnot, and there's like a little I think a metal plate in there that's bending, right? From my understanding from watching that video, he's trying to show that you can actually have that light, like bend around that little curved surface, whatever. So yeah, that's what I've seen from that video. He's just trying to show that you can have refraction bend over a curve, at least in that that video that I've seen.
I wasn't showing refraction experiment. I was showing a curvature of the Earth experiment and how.
Oh, okay.
People see the windmills and they think they always say go to refraction. They think refraction is happening at all times. It's just this is so absurd, man. The evidence is just undeniable.
Yeah, but I guess the flat earthers argument is that that sometimes those things aren't as obstructed, because like if you look at the black swan argument or the black swan example, right, you have the same oil rig, right, where it's hidden, but then it's not hidden though, and that is because of refraction. But they'll argue it's the reverse, where when it's hidden it's refraction or some kind of light bending, and when it's not hidden that's actually that's less refraction. We're actually seeing the flat plane. That's their argument.
Well, I understand the argument, and I've come to the conclusion that the arguing with try to argue facts is not going to prove anything. I just like to show experiments and have them recreate their experiment that would show me the same result on a flat Earth model. And I have yet to ever have a flat earther produce experiment like I have that'll show the same result. Show me a triangle on a fucking flat surface that has two 90-degree turns. Show me the experiment I just showed you. Show me the lunar. I have so many experiments I've been shown on here, and no one hasn't answered anything.
Well, yeah, okay. I know, real fast. I just noticed Torah for that's his name, I guess. They posted that picture. I've been trying to figure this one out recently. It's like the wind turbines, whatever the fuck, right? And the in the water or whatever. They're saying, oh, like it should only be what, like 6 foot drop, whatever. It's not as simple as that from what I've seen. From what I've seen, it's actually not that simple, because if we're going to use the 8 inches per mile square, whatever, let's just say for the sake of my argument right now, right, let's say those wind turbines are roughly, let's say 20 miles away, right? The first one is, and let's say the last one is 23 miles away. If we do 20 times 20, right, times 8, you get 3,200 inches, right? But if you do 23 times 23 times 8, you get 4,232 inches. So there's a drop of roughly close to 1,000 extra inches. So, yeah,
you're not taking into account any natural elevation of anything. You don't know where you don't know if those windmills are in the water. You don't know any of that stuff. You're thinking that everything is based on the level you're measuring off of, and you're not understanding that things are on different levels, different heights.
Or the height of the observer.
6 feet. Let me see.
You can literally. I mean, honestly, you just get in the fucking boat and drive out to the fucking windmills. You just drive out to them. You'll see them all appear again, and you'll see the land behind you go away. It's not a flat Earth. I mean, I don't understand why this is even a hard thing to understand.
Yeah, we wouldn't disagree because I don't think you could see forever, right?
What are you talking about? If you had a telescope on a flat Earth, you should be able to see across to another continent from America. What are you talking about?
Thank you. I've been saying that.
Really,
Or at least you should be able to
not
see the
that
sun
thick,
in the
huh?
sky.
The atmosphere is like nothing to look through. It's easy to see through.
Well, I don't know. We see stars from millions and billions of miles away, light years away. I'm pretty sure we can see a light.
Is there atmosphere in space?
Well, there's atmosphere before you get to space, and there's atmosphere before you get back on.
Yeah, okay. Now, if you look straight up, do you think you're looking through more atmosphere or less than if you look horizontally?
It's irrelevant.
Of course it is, because it totally debunks your idiot point.
Yeah, you're just gonna not it. Okay.
No, it's not enough. It's irrelevant. You guys want to make it relevant because you want to think there's something more to it, but there's really not. As I'm saying, you guys overcomplicate everything. Overcomplication.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Of course. Right.
That's exactly.
We're the ones that overcomplicate everything. The Earth looks flat and stationary and motionless. No, there's fraction, and you can see around the other side of this physical thing. Oh yeah, sure. We're the ones that are doing the backflips.
Even if the
right?
Earth was flat, even if the Earth is flat, it could never even be motionless. It could never be motionless. So you guys got to come up with a new story. So you got to pick one. The Earth can either be flat or it can be motionless. It can't be both of them.
Oh well, we're glad that you said so. That must be the truth.
Really, because Einstein disagrees with you, right?
Okay, and Einstein has been proven wrong before. I don't know what's the big deal. No man's infallible. I don't understand. Is Einstein a
including
God?
yourself? Apply that logic to yourself.
Wow, good one.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Scientific snap.
Robo-Noxious destroys the Earth.
This is simple stuff, man. Drive out to those windmills, dude. Drive out to them. Set a marker with a GPS coordinate on your elevation at the point of.
Yeah, let's use GPS.
At the point of view. Hey, well then measure the flat Earth way. What do you guys use? 2 feathers and a fucking chicken bones?
Absent mod. Where the fuck is anybody out to check this shit?
Oh, you can't take a little smoke? What do you got, asthma?
Fuck you. I'll give you more fucking smoke than you can handle. I'll get banned out of this motherfucker for talking to you any old way I want to. Little punk ass faggot. Fuck you.
I like hey, I won't bitch about it. I like it. Don't bother me. I don't really care what you say. The more the better, honestly. Makes me stronger.
Let's calm down. All right. Anyway, but yeah, Tora, I don't know if you saw my messages though, but I don't think it's as simple as just 6 feet a drop between the two turbines, whatever. Because working out 6 inches per mile square, whatever. My bad, 8 inches per mile square. Yeah, it's more than that if the distance is far enough, whatever. Even with my own Earth curve calculator, I noticed that if the turbines are far enough, you could get a significant drop like that. So
yo, I'm gonna unmute you guys, but you gotta chill with the shit talking and the name calling and all that. Come on, guys.
Yeah, they need to chill.
I didn't even get what is the chicken bone and a feather? Why was that an offensive thing?
Because he's using voodoo to get his numbers, man. It was the program, homie.
That's the joke?
It was attempted a joke.
It was a good one.
I just thought it sounded funny. That's it. It just sounded funny to me. I didn't even get the the actual reference. That just chicken bones, feathers. Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. They just come quick.
Chicken bones and feather is what you use for voodoo and like black magic rituals. He was basically saying that how are you deriving your facts then? What, by just magic voodoo?
Yeah.
Bro, we got it, dude.
Anyway, Tora.
I mean, you guys are coming here because you're interested to learn something about the Earth that you don't currently think. So you guys are coming into this arena to question your globe.
Yeah.
So welcome to the show.
Yep. All right, Tora.
I didn't say anything. I want to learn. Sorry, bro.
Tora.
Go ahead.
There, man? Okay, yeah. So you sent that picture, whatever. I haven't quite gotten the numbers yet, like what the height would have to be and what the distances would have to be. But yeah, even assuming that the front and back turbines are like what 3 miles apart, it could be possible. I think it might be possible if they are far enough though, because like I said in the text chat, whatever, it wouldn't just be 6 feet drop between the turbines, whatever. It would be more than that because if you use 8 inches per mile square, whatever, it gets to greater and greater like drop the further you go out. So it actually would be it could be more than 6 feet is what I'm trying to get at though. But yeah.
Okay, you see the ones in the back, you can only see like the very tops of them, right?
Yeah.
That's the ones they're talking about are 3 miles. So then you read the distance is the height of the actual like the turbine part, the part that the blade. Let's just say.
Yeah.
You read the height of the blade.
It's like around 200 or so. What I'm saying is though, with the numbers. Yeah. What I'm saying though is that with the distances I have right now, if we're just doing 20 miles like for the front ones and 23 miles for the back ones, if you do the math for that, it's 20 times 20 times 8, you get 3,200 inches. And if you do 23 times 23 times 8, it's like around 4,200 inches. And if you convert that to feet, basically, there's a difference of around like 83 feet of drop, whatever. So I do think if I push them back a little bit more, I might be able to get it to work. But I will have to mess around with that.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking. That's why we need like the height of the observer too, though, because the height of the observer, the height of the observer matters in terms of whether we can see this or not, and also just the distance to the front ones. Because if we know that for sure, then we can really work that math out.
Okay, no problem. When I can get that information, I'll let you know.
Right.
Without knowing the height of the observer, the whole thing is pretty much invalid because it's vital that you know it.
Well,
I understand that. That's not really the point of the image.
Well, I think the argument though, because the argument that at least in the words though is that because it's 3 miles between the turbines, the front and back turbines, that there should be a 6 foot drop, right? Because if you do the 3 times 3 times times 8 divided by 12, yeah, that's like 6 feet, whatever. But that's only if if you're standing at standing at the front turbine though. If you're standing somewhere else though, then the 8 inches per mile square, compounds or whatever.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and then you did the math to work it out, and you got about 80 feet, right?
Yeah, but that's only using 20
200
miles.
feet hidden.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I bring it up to let me try 26 now. Let me do 26 times 26 times 8, 5,400. So 29 times 29.
Yeah, just keep working those numbers till it matches your model, dude. I know how this works. I get it. Okay, you guys just want to cherry pick it until it finally works. We went over this with the pendulum too. You just got to keep doing it until you get the results you want.
Well, I mean, it'd be nice if you actually gave us the distances, though, because I mean, that's all I have to work with is trying to tweak it until I get something right. Because
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll get more information on it, and I'm sorry that I didn't provide all the information. So from this point on, I don't think there's anything more further to discuss.
Fair enough.
I have a question. Oh, just one more quick question. Does do mirages exist on a flat Earth?
I think they do. Divide that by 12.
They exist on the Earth, yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, they exist on globe Earth too. Anybody here ever been to New Holland, Michigan, and seen the Chicago skyline across the lake? I recommend it. It's beautiful over there.
Thing is, with the observations where things are obstructed, the foundational geometry is of planar nature, meaning the further we can see, the further the plane extends. The obstruction that's occurring, visual obstruction, has to do with the angle and the perspective at which you're viewing something. For example, if you have like a chessboard and it's got black and white squares on it, if you put your eye all the way down to it, you can get to the point where you can only see, like, let's say the first 3 squares. And if you raise your eye higher, you'll see 4 squares, 5 squares, 6 squares. So where did all those other squares go? They didn't just disappear. They didn't go over a curve. They're not visible. There's an angle, and there's an angle at which your vision is, there's an optical extinction point by which your vision cannot see any further.
Real fast though, I sort of disagree with that though. I think the information is still technically there. It's just the angular resolution of whatever it is, whether it be your eye or the camera, literally just can't make out the smaller angles. But and I get that probably maybe maybe supports your argument, whatever though. But it's the way you guys sort of tackle that whole thing. You guys will end up saying like, oh, it could make the bottom of mountains disappear or some shit like that. But like, no, I mean, because like, so long as you had enough zoom, you could still zoom into those bottom squares. You could just keep on zooming to those
If I
bottom
put my
squares.
hand over my face and my eyes, is anything behind my hand still?
Wait, what?
Well, Arma, I mean, my understanding of it is that the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky. So the sky is very large and expansive. So we're going to be able to see, a lot of the sky, whereas the ground is where there is a lot more refraction. There's a lot more moisture. There's particulates. And then you're also close to the ground. Let's say you're 6 feet standing on the beach. Your eyesight is much closer to the ground than it is the sky. So you've got like the angle from the line from your feet out across the water. You have your eyes that are 6 feet up, and then you have the sky going all the way up from there. So one of the ways that I understand that the visual obscuration is what I would call it, when things cut off from the bottom up, has to do with the fact that the distance of how far we can see on the ground layer is limited due to the atmospheric conditions. So one day it might be 3 miles, another day 8 miles, another day 15 miles, depending on how far on the ground layer you can see. The rest is sky. So if you have a day where the ground layer you can only see is 3 miles, then that's it. That's the last bit of ground you're going to see, is the 3 miles out. So if you had a little boat right at 3 miles, you will see the hull of the boat. You'll see all of it. But if that boat goes to 4 miles, 5 miles, 6 miles, the bottom of it will now be visually obscured, because the last bit of, remember, the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky. The last bit of ground you can see is at that 3 mile mark. And so if you have a boat that's on that water extended out, the boat's at 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, the angle at which the horizon is meeting at that ground and the sky point. So you won't be able to see beyond that. That's the limit. That's the optical extinction point. So if there's a boat that's further, because the part of the boat that's above the water is part of that sky layer. And if that part is higher than the 3 mile limit point, then you will see part of the boat.
Drop a bomb. Are you talking to ChatGPT?
What, me?
Whoever's typing every time you get a question.
No, I'm still trying to work out the wind turbine thing. But yeah, I heard you, Gio, though, right? Yeah, I mean, because that's Oh, you first.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was going to say that's why it changes so much day to day. That's why you can have these times where, like, oh, you can see all of the oil rigs, and then another day, oh my God, you can, the bottom of the oil rigs are cut off. That's why sometimes the sun sets dramatically from the bottom up. Other times, like in the desert where it's very dry, it just fades to a little pinpoint. It all just has to do with the optical extinction point, where the ground and the sky meet, and then the layers of what you're looking at, out at.
That's a great pick in chat, dude, by Carnivore. There's actually another pick. The world record for amateur rocketry is 73 miles. And you can do that. I don't know why the flat earthers don't pool their money together, launch a rocket, take a couple of pictures, come back with some pictures and see what we got. You should be able to see the sun and the moon up there somewhere. Matter of fact, if you get that high on a flat earth, you should be able to see the dark part of the earth and the light part of the earth at the same time. How come we haven't seen that yet?
You can't see that far. There's light attenuation. You can only see a limited distance.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
1.2.
So Arma, did you understand what I said? I'm not looking for a debate point. I'm not looking to roast or do an ego battle. I'm not into any of that. I'm sharing my perspective on it. So from that point, do you see what I said as viable? Do you think it's non-viable? What is your response to it?
I mean, I that's more or less what I've heard, countless times, as the argument, whatever. So I mean, it's nothing really new, but I mean, I get where the argument, where you're coming from, whatever. But I personally don't really buy it. But I do get there's at least some sort of like, what do you call it? There's some sort of like logic to it, I guess. Like there, But like I said, I don't personally buy it though. But
well, looking at the two general ideas of this, the globe Earth idea is that the Earth is curving and there's a refracted horizon, meaning that it's not just Earth curve. Because if it was just Earth curve, then things would cut off consistently at that 8 inches per mile squared, and that would be it. It'd be the geometric horizon, whatever term you want to use, that would be consistent. Well, that's obviously not the case. There's dramatic differences. Someday you can see things cut off. Someday they're not cut off. Sometimes it changes hour to hour. So it's definitely not just a physical Earth curve. That's 100%. So on the planar Earth description I shared, it has to do with the distance and the horizon point, the optical point at which the extinction point and the layers and angles, etc. Whereas on a globe Earth, it's not the actual physical curve, it's the refracted horizon. So if it's a refracted horizon, let's just say there is a curve there and there's a refracted horizon going on. There's a jumping around refracted horizon based upon the claimed forms of refraction that allow you to basically see around the curve. So one day that refracted horizon does not let you see much around the curve and there's more cut off. On another day, it's like a periscope. It's allowing you to see around the curve as if it's planar, basically.
That's not true. That's not true. You see the same thing every day. You just have to adjust for the refraction. If you want to find out actually where it was and find out that it was the same, you could just do the math and adjust for the refraction rate. That's what I'm saying. You're not making any sense. You're acting like these things aren't doable by people with skills, and I don't understand it. You can go measure it and find out it's the same spot every day. Chicago skyline is the same spot, whether it's refracted or not. Even if it's refracted, it might look closer to you, but once you start measuring, you'll figure out that the refraction rate isn't going to put you exactly where it was yesterday.
No, it changes dramatically day from day. If you see in the chat, I just
the
posted this
atmosphere,
image.
through the atmosphere, though, only through the atmosphere. The other stuff never changes. The fact that it's on a curved Earth in the same position never changes.
I'm not able to follow what you're talking about. The position at which objects are cut off changes dramatically in certain areas. It depends. There's some are more consistent than others. But if you see what I just posted in chat, that's what happens. So one day, the water is cutting off the legs of the oil rigs. Another day, we see this extended plane. So what I'm saying, so what I'm saying is that over a planar Earth, I'm talking about it has to do with the distance of the ground layer we can see, the meeting place of the ground and sky, et cetera, the way I described that. What I was saying is on a spherical Earth, that clearly that's not the physical curve of the Earth because it changes like that. So the explanation generally for the spherical Earth idea is that there's a form of refraction which is essentially allowing you to see around the curve, but making it look like it's flat. Now, I'm not trying to criticize it or put it down. I'm just saying that's the idea, meaning that the picture on the left is the refraction effects on the spherical Earth idea is essentially flattening it out. It's allowing you to see around the curve, but it displays it like a flat horizon like that. Whereas on the other one, the refracted horizon is, so I'm just describing the two.
No, I understand totally what you're saying, but my whole point of it is it's all the atmospheric conditions that are changing. It's not the position of Chicago. Chicago is still in the same spot it's always been. It's just atmospheric conditions are changing and allowing the human eyes to see exactly what it's seeing. I mean, they're called mirages for a reason. I mean, a refraction is basically a mirage. I don't understand why this is so hard to understand. You're not seeing something that's real. You know what I'm saying? You're seeing a refraction of something. But if you measure the refraction rate, like let's say you knew the temperature gradient between the hot and cold temperature differences of the air above the time at the time, they have ways to do that. You can measure it. You would find, and you could do the math. And you could backtrack and find the refraction rate, and the refraction rate would put it exactly where you've seen it through your binoculars or your telescope, whatever you're looking at.
Lay off the coke, bro.
You'd agree that the light refracts toward the denser medium, toward the ground, right? Like in a fish tank full of sugar water. Can we agree on that?
Well, there's different types of refractions. It's not always.
Well, that's the mainstream narrative.
Little baby Ben Shapiro over here, speed talker.
Well, actually, I mean, I think it's safe to say that it's always bending towards the denser, medium. I mean, I think more specifically, it's like it bends towards the normal of that, medium or whatever. Or that's what I've seen somewhere. But yeah, Bensor is the tensor medium, right? Yeah.
It,
Let's say the
light
video
waves
that
smells
that
more when
little
it
clip
passes
that I
from one
posted.
medium. When it
There's a
passes
little
from
clip.
one medium to another, if the other medium is denser, then the light will bend downwards if the medium is denser. So basically, if you have, let's say you have 3 layers, and the light passes through, the one on the top is less dense, middle, and then thing, it will bend down. The light will angle downwards every time
The example.
passes through a more denser medium. So yeah.
Okay, so the example I showed of Mick West is with the green laser. So if we're if let's say that green laser is.
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, he was breaking up. I didn't know if it was me. Was he breaking up or was that me?
Yeah, he was breaking up.
Okay, well, I was trying to make a point. That green laser beam. Let's say that's the crosshairs of our of an instrument, the auto light, auto level, whatever. So when we add the sugar water, it's showing up higher on the building. That'd be my point. Is like whatever's happening, whether it's compression, it's still appearing lower. So it's a fair argument that I ain't saying this is the prove all end all, but it's a very, very fair argument to anybody intellectually honest that we're seeing shit obstructed in the fish tank. Even the way y'all demonstrate and describe refraction, we're still getting blockage, and we're still seeing higher up in the buildings looking level across.
You mean the video that you sent of Mick West's video?
Sorry?
The Mick West video you sent? You're saying we're getting blockage there?
Yeah, it's compression that's causing the blockage, according to him. You know, I would agree. Either way, we're still missing the bottom of the city. And Sky Free, Ranty actually made a couple good videos demonstrating it. And Sky Free just recently did it where they did the best one because they held the camera constant. They never moved it until after we got to see it. They showed the empty fish tank, then they showed it with just water. Then they showed it with the sugar added. So they showed every phase of it. And we did get bottom up obstruction.
Have you ever watched the video where the flat earthers did an experiment and they proved the globe earth?
So we get obstruction over flat surfaces over any length. You know, we can make a light disappear in a warehouse floor over 50 feet, you know, just with a little cold air. So we can demonstrate these effects multiple ways with actual atmosphere. And all y'all could show us is sugar water, and that backfires on you as well.
Yeah, but whenever you show this warehouse floor thing and then things disappearing, you know, bottom up, whatever, there's like obvious, like not artifacting, but obvious like signs that there's refraction going on. Like there's like that mirroring effect. Like you could tell like there's refraction, but when we have boats and buildings behind a curve, there really isn't no obvious signs. It just looks like the water ends right there. You know, all the examples that I've seen, there are obvious signs that there's refraction with this, you know, warehouse shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you have the warehouse video? Like, you know, do you know where I could see that real fast? Because I'm pretty sure if I look at that, you know, you're gonna like see shit. Like, oh wow, yeah, there's like, yeah. Did I lose you? Was I talking too much? I was talking too much, wasn't I? Brian?
I have a video, but I might have to compress it, bro. But yeah, I'll agree there is artifacts, but still, we watch that light disappear bottom up with what we know is refraction.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That we don't get any of that, you know, quote unquote artifacting with like everyday images of like, I don't know, like a building behind like, you know, water, you know, like, you know, building disappearing bottom up, you know, or like, you know, boats or whatever. We don't really get any of that. It's just the object behind water. Like that's
usually get an inferior mirage, bro. We don't usually get this clear Earth curve looking days. There's usually an inferior mirage. We do get days like that, but then we get days where there's just an infinite horizon, like a black swan day. But really, I meant this toward the other guy who claimed it wasn't even possible. And I've demonstrated a few different ways. It's easily demonstratable. It's the globe who hasn't demonstrated their claims.
Well, it might be possible, but it's not identical to, like I said, some of the observations that we do see. Like I said, like I mean, like you might be able to, might be able to explain some, but there are still observations once again where it's just clean. We're talking about like clean cut. We see the water, and then the building behind that. I don't think I've seen any demonstration of that, unless you're using like the lens, like because I've seen like the lens example where they like take the sun and they bring it back and then the sun's disappearing bottom up. Right, that's the only time I've seen it where it's clean cut in a demonstration, and that uses a lens. No typical, like air refraction or water. It's so I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's just like reality, bro. It's usually what we see is a fucking murky ass bottom. With Travis calls it the ether band, bro. It's literally murky. It's usually inferior mirage. It's you're picturing these buildings blocked in your mind, bro. That's not what we see when we go out there, bro. We catch that sometimes, but it ain't just some crystal clear blockage. That's not all that common. It's usually mirage, bro. It's just like you're describing. It's what it normally is like.
Really?
I just tagged you in the chat to see a picture that Carnivore showed of just what you were asking for, actually.
No, it isn't. I literally said when it's being obstructed, it's usually like clean. It's not. There's no real like signs of like refraction going on. The picture I would be talking about is when it's being obstructed. The first one before, the second one where the crane is all bendy. That's when it's actually being brought up. But I'm talking about the first one though. That doesn't really look like there's no signs of it really being. Like there's no signs of refraction going on.
Well,
there.
Still, you gotta be at least honest. It's just a demonstration. So we're trying to compress an effect over 50 feet, or even in a fish tank, or over a warehouse floor. We're trying to compress a gradual gradient that's happening over miles and miles. We're compressing it over 50 feet or 100 feet or something, man. Even 1,000 feet. And the further you go, the clearer it gets. Like Skyfree's done it over the pond, where their camera's an inch and a half up with 1 millimeter of earth curve, so earth curve ain't a factor. And he's showed a couple days with where that battleship, the bottom's missing, where it was nice and clear. But yeah, up close, I'll say there's stuff going on that you're catching, because it's not just a gradual gradient like we catch some days in the atmosphere. But you're acting like we see that all the time. We don't see that all the time, bro. So you're just asking for us to explain one facet of what we see. We easily can, and you're not thinking about all the other shit, like when there's no curve, when the horizon basically is a blur, like an infinite blur.
You say that, but there's still signs of it, cutting off. Like the black swan. If you look at that image, there's just sort of like a little bit of like a quote unquote plane, right? And then it just sort of like there's just like literally a void of like yellow in the background, like it just nothing left. Like that doesn't personally to me feel like a flat plane. That looks more like it's like, if anything, a video game where the world just ends. Yeah,
well, bro, if you want to act like we live on a 200,000 mile radius planet, bro. I mean, you're having to evoke that, man. I'm saying, dude, you're looking off in the distance, bro, through lots of atmosphere to begin with, man. I mean, like Gio just described it perfectly. I mean, you can't see the floor forever. I mean, it's just not going to happen. You got to understand at least that.
Oh yeah, but there's still a predictable rate to it, though. And I'm not really seeing that.
How far can you see?
I mean, well, if you want more evidence of it, all you have to do is just lay down on the ground and then see how far you can see.
Yeah, I mean, how far can you see the ground layer, Arma?
The ground layer?
Yeah.
Can you like elaborate? What do you mean, like ground layer? Like the ground, or just like?
Well, if you're at the water, if you're at the ocean and there's water going out, 1 mile, 2, 3, 4, how far of that ground layer do you think you could be able to see?
Well, it depends on let me see. So I had to first look up the angular resolution of the human eye. So that would pretty much that would be how far I could see detail wise. Realistically though, I'd be able to see, once again, I wouldn't be able to make out any detail, but what is it? in theory, though, I'd be able to see to the end of it. Just I wouldn't make out any detail. It would just be not infinitely small, but it'd be too small for my eye to actually pick up, though. But yeah, I guess in terms of detail, though, I would have to look up the angular resolution of the human eye first, and then do some math. But I don't think it's 3 miles, though. I don't think it's 3 miles.
Is it fair to make a claim that on a flat Earth we would expect to see? Well, I mean, with all this atmosphere, we would expect to see obstruction. Sometimes we expect to see a lot further on some days. I mean, exactly what we see in reality is what a flat Earth would predict with atmosphere, man. Without the Earth curve, I mean, you could say that the Earth, you could predict that on a globe, but I mean, you still got to be fair. That's what a flat Earth would predict with atmosphere going on and refraction and stuff. I mean, that's exactly what it would predict, man. That's not a point of contention. I think there's better arguments to be had in this debate, in my opinion.
I think it's what it would predict, maybe, because I feel like you can make the argument, with all these different examples or demonstrations that you guys have shown. Yeah, if that is how it works, right, in reality, then yeah, you can make the argument that that explains that explains that. But then you have to maybe put it all together and see if, when put all together, does it work then? Because like in order for you to have, I don't know, the sun to keep its size or whatever, you might need that like sort of lens that they use in that one demonstration. But what if that lens, fucks up something else where it's like, oh, but now you can't have, whatever it is, like you can't have
well, you know what I'm saying? Assume the sun's a solid body, though, man. If it's a focal point, then it's never going to change size no matter where you go, because it's a focal point. It's going to focus at a certain point. So focal points or reflections. Okay, there's two explanations for that, but I'm not going to claim it's a reflection. But I mean, it seems to be like a focal point to me, where it's hot as shit near it. I mean, you'd think that near the equator would be the hottest temperatures, period. But that's not what we see, man. We see like Death Valley and valleys and shit like that. Like lower elevations, we see some of the record highs and stuff. The sun, to me, is a focal point. We wouldn't expect it to change size.
I'm not really sure what you mean by a focal point. Like, can you elaborate on that? Like focal point not changing size. What can you explain that?
Yeah. Focal points are gonna focus in at a certain size, no matter where you're at. Like a reflection, like a picture. How the eyes look at you, no matter where you go, the eyes are looking at you. So, I mean,
but is it like
crude?
Yeah, but is it like an example, like in real life? It's obviously excluding the sun or the moon, whatever. Is there like an example that I can like look up, like maybe on YouTube or something? Because like I'm not like trying to be like rude or anything. I'm actually trying to like understand what you mean. Like, is there any demonstrations that have kind of showed this kind of effect?
Well, I'm just giving the temperature as an example. It looks. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving a possibility. You're assuming that it's a burning ball. I think, that's not, you can make that claim just like I can claim it's a focal point, bro. Neither one of us are ever going to know.
Perhaps. Yeah. I mean, it's so fast. I'm still trying to look at other stuff. But yeah, all right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just, I guess, I'll
take it. Okay. You know what? I will take it beyond that, because most people would argue this, like we've showed that magnification, keeps the same. When you magnify something, like with the atmosphere acting like a lens, as it backs away, as the sun moves back, then it maintains its size as it magnifies the further away it gets, and it makes it set. Rob Skiba's demonstrated that. I've showed that video. And another thing is, in drier environments, we do see the sun like disappear to a point. Usually in drier climates, but so with less magnification, less moisture in the air, the sun it changes size drastically. Like sometimes in moisture environments, like on the horizon, it appears huge. Like same thing with the moon. We're obviously getting atmospheric effects over distance, but even on that same token, if the sun is around 39-59 away, and so it never gets closer than 4,000 miles, but it never gets further away than about 5,000 or 6,000 miles. Why would it change size anything to be measured if it never gets close to you in the first place? It never gets within 4,000 miles of you, but never further away than 5 or 6.
Does it change a considerable amount?
That's enough explanations of of possibilities, you know.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Well, you've said yourself that there are some days where the sun, shrinks into the distance, whatever. Like it depends if it's like a dry climate or whatever, right? I even if that is the case, I've never seen the moon do that. I know there's videos where they sort of, sort of show it, but it's not focused, and it's obvious that the moon is just like kind of overblown, like blown out, whatever. But excluding that though, forgetting about that though, there are videos where the sun is just setting and it's nice and clean, and we see it setting behind like a building or whatnot, whatever, right? Those buildings in the distance, right, that are also behind the curve, shouldn't those also keep their like? Should they also, not like okay? If the sun is keeping its angular size throughout the sky, right, because of this lensing effect, right, then we should expect the angular size of the building in the distance to not be its actual angular size, right? Like if I was to do the calculations, right, and I found out maybe the buildings were like 50 miles away, and I ran some numbers, right, and if I got an angular size of, I don't know, X, and those buildings that I, in that image are also X angular size, wouldn't that sort of like,
Professor, I mean, I got a couple things to say, but I'll make them quick. Dr. John D shows this magnification happening with the windmills, and that we know they're the same size, and we know how far away they are, and it's obviously happening. We literally do see that. But also, you mentioned the moon. I literally watched it while filming a Selenilium. After the sun came up, I watched the eclipse moon disappear right in front of my eyes, and it was orange, and then it just disappeared about, however many, 5 or 8 degrees above the horizon. It never came back. So the sun, the moon, that's kind of another argument. But yeah, Dr. John D showed. I mean, the experts claim that atmosphere is acting as a lens.
well, okay, let's say it does, right? I still want to know though, because here's the thing, right? If I get a picture though, if I do get a picture though of the sun behind some buildings that are also behind the curve, right? Or disappearing bottom up because maybe it's a flat Earth, right? If the angular size that I get, that I calculate, is 1-to-1 with that picture, right? Then that sort of throws a wrench in this whole like lensing argument, because we know the sun is experiencing this lensing effect, right? But if the buildings aren't experiencing the lensing effect, then how does that work? How is it that the sun keep its size, but then when I do the math, the buildings don't? Now, granted, I haven't done this yet, but if I was to do this math and the buildings were the exact size that they're supposed to be, would that not throw a wrench in this whole lensing argument? Did you get what I said, or did I kind of lose you there for a second?
Yeah, possibly. It could throw a wrench, but I mean, I think we've already demonstrated this lensing going on, man. I don't know. I mean, I've gave a few different explanations, possibilities, all of them viable in their own way. But yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see something like that. If you are capable or even able or even have the want to do that, that would be an interesting one.
Yeah, I definitely do want to try that. Now, granted, I can't do it really myself because I don't really have any cameras like that where I can zoom in on like a building, behind, disappearing bottom up, with the sun also, behind that. But like I said, yeah, if someone was to work out the math though, and those buildings are the exact size they're supposed to be, that's a little sketchy for the flat Earth side. I'd imagine you might have to maybe figure out something else besides this lensing effect. You might have to come up with something else, maybe. Because I'm thinking about that. Yeah.
Man, you've seen the sun. You've seen the shots, like the one or a couple of them from that dude in Africa, like over toward the desert, looking out, and you see the sun. How it just, I think Eric Dubay shows it a lot, but the sun just literally just shrinks to a spot, dude. I mean, I don't think that happens all the time, but that's pretty neat, dude. I mean, so all kinds of shit's happening, man. Yeah, I think for the most part, there's a margin of consistency over the distances we're talking about. But I think, I don't know.
I personally have one I've taken at sea level that fades out into a, like, it goes away so far that whatever's in between you and the sun, it hides it, like it makes it, dissipate. I have a boat that does that. I have the sun that does that, and that's at sea level. That's not at altitude. So it comes down, it disappears about midway, it stops disappearing, and it keeps going away. And then that portion fades out. I've shown the video over and over again. That's, like I said, I'm on a pier on a bay. That's at sea level. So there's things, but what you have to realize, that sun is projected to you, because from you to the sun, there's cities and buildings and mountains and whatever in between you. So why wouldn't it disappear? But how does it fade out? It fades out because it's trying to come through a thick atmosphere that's between you and the sun. And I don't know how else to say it. I mean, if you think there's a globe in between you and the sun with no tall buildings or trees or whatever, anything taller than you standing on a pier, then you're more deceived than I've ever thought.
Let me see something. I'm going to real fast see if I can.
Do you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like the sun is, let's say it's 3,000 miles away from where I am, 3,000 miles to the sun. Between me are mountains and buildings and trees, which would make the sun set, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know how else to say it. There you go. So not, it doesn't have to be a sphere to do that.
I mean, angular size obviously plays a part. Yeah, if the buildings, mountains, if they're large enough, the sun's far enough to where it's small enough. Yeah, the sun could definitely be hidden behind those things. That's definitely fair. There's still issues though, because there are, once again, observations though where it's over the ocean. It's just over water, and there is no mountains to obstruct at that point, just the water itself.
Right. So that also can be done with distance, and you say it's angular size, but you deny that the atmosphere acts like a lens when that's totally been proven. And also experts that don't believe the Earth is flat have stated that too. So you get magnification. I think things, the things in the distance, like are within our atmosphere, definitely follow a lot of the rules of perspective more closely. But when you're talking about a light that is coming through an medium, you can say it's known or unknown, but coming through a medium like we're talking about, and then transfer it into a different medium, and you're going to tell me how you know that would react over distance? No, thank you. You definitely can't say it follows the laws of perspective that are within our atmosphere. That would be wrong.
In my viewpoint, there are overlaps and conflations between, like, just planes and spheres, like planar surfaces and spherical surfaces. Like, from the perspective that we live on a plane, there's also the perspective that we see in a sphere. Our eye is a sphere. Our eye is a convex lens. And there's even the idea, like many of the ancients showed, where it's like the whole Earth is a plane that is essentially surrounded by a sphere. You have like the kind of the dome, the top part of it, then you have the whatever's underneath it. But you can like complete the dome and make a bottom dome. I mean, it's hard to know what is underneath the Earth in that sense, but just from a kind of theoretical, or just from that viewpoint, you can view it that way. So like planes and spheres are interconnected in a lot of ways. The question is parsing out what's what. Like, what part is the Earth? What part is our vision? What part is our perspective? How do the mirages play into it? It's like kind of delineating, between them. But I certainly do think that there's certain overlaps, which is what makes this more complex, this whole inquiry and question about a lot of these factors.
It kills me when new Globers, I mean, especially old Globers, but they don't do it that often. They've seen the shit a million times and understand the potential, whether they agree with it or not. But when new Globers come in and say something's impossible, and then we show them, and then they just get fucking even madder. And then we show them and start asking questions about that, and then say it's still claim it's impossible. We show them another possibility of the same thing happening. Just show them over and over that thing happening on different scales, what they said was impossible, and then they won't even concede. They just still stubborn. Just it's hardly worth having a conversation with people like that. That's intellectually dishonest, like whether you agree with it or not. But quit saying it's impossible. I just showed it to you 3 different ways. You know, it's intellectually dishonest to keep claiming it's impossible.
Yeah,
Whether
bro,
you
a
agree
lot
with
of
it or
these
not.
people in here are the most disgusting people I've ever talked to. I mean, it's infuriating knowing that none of these little punks would ever talk like that to anybody in public in actual life. It's gross. I got muted for being condescending. This dude's allowed to run in here and call us all sorts of motherfuckers screaming and yelling. Nothing happened.
Well, dude, you're being
he
very
muted
loud.
you both.
You're being very loud and disruptive, but we do our best to moderate, and especially when it gets out of hand like that. But I mean, we can't moderate every teeny little thing. So
Yeah, sure. Like with that other guy, what's his name? That Negator guy? He was allowed to call us all sorts of morons and idiots and retards and all sorts of other shit. Nothing happened.
no, I didn't hear any of that.
No.
Yeah, he usually doesn't do that, actually. He's a bit condescending, but he doesn't usually throw out the names like that.
Yeah, but you're only a victim if you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, with the moderation, people complain it's too tight moderation. It's too loose. It's too tight. It's too loose. So it's like, I don't know. There's other platforms where there's virtually no moderation. It's just screaming, yelling, insulting nonstop. So I don't know.
I just wanted to work both ways. That's all.
So now you're saying we're biased against who?
No. I just haven't. I'm not. Look, first day in, I haven't seen it. I've seen a ton of these Globers come in and shout curse words and screaming and hollering and hooping and wobby bobby, and nothing happens. Like I said, I couldn't understand it. I was having a conversation with this dude, and yeah, I was being a little snarky with the guy. I got muted for cool off time or whatever.
I mean, I've heard.
Kind of makes me wonder what. I mean, in my mind, to be quite honest, it's like, hey, what's going on, man? How's this dude allowed to call us all such a bunch of motherfuckers and retards, and that's totally cool.
Usually when that happens, they mute us both. Usually they mute us both when that happens, though, not just you.
Yeah, I haven't heard all the insults you're talking about, so I don't know where you're getting that from. But I mean, dude, I should send you the thousands of DMs. If you want to make a flat Earth, globe Earth comparison, the thousands of DMs of globe Earthers that tell me, you're biased, you're biased. And then if you moderate a flat Earther, they say, you're biased, you're biased. So what are we, biased towards both? Is that how that works?
You are, J.O., you are slightly biased. The other day, you muted me when another guy interrupted me, and he even admitted to you that he interrupted me. Yeah, you muted me for interrupting. Maybe you misunderstood the situation. No.
So we're biased to flat Earthers and globe
man. He's double biased.
No. Oh, sure. But I was talking to Gio. No, but like I was not saying to everyone. I was saying just from my own experience. But then, like you let me in and stuff now, so I'm not gonna say anything. But you have to admit that was a bit like strange because the guy even admitted it. So I think maybe you just misunderstood the situation.
Well, dude, first of all, how many minutes were you muted for?
Not yesterday. Not yesterday. I mean the day before that. The day before that.
Yeah, you were muted for like 3 minutes, and it was because your connection was cutting out. And whether you meant to interrupt or not, you were cutting in and out, and you were delayed. So I muted you for 3 minutes.
To be fair, Gio does a pretty good job at moderating.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
He won the job, but
I gotta say,
for sure, you know.
I mean, you can't expect a person to be perfect 24/7 either. That's just like,
I've seen Gio be pretty fair about it. I mean, if he mutes you, there's probably a good reason for it. But we're trying to
Jeremy, what happened?
We don't want to come in and we don't want to start getting mean to the guy.
Well, thing is, I mean, the thing is, the mutes here are very short, like minutes, seconds, if that. The only time someone's muted for longer is if it's like really disruptive or something's really chronic or something like that. It could be a little bit longer in that sense. But I mean, we don't mute people for their ideas. We don't shut down anyone's ideas for that. And the only muting is to be respectful to others so that they're not being interrupted. And if someone's interrupting you and then they get muted for a minute, that's so that you don't get interrupted. We probably could even do more of that, to be honest, because there's actually times where we're probably too lenient on that. But there's more complexity to it because, well, I don't know if it's worth getting all into right now. But the thing is that sometimes people are going, I'll just say briefly, sometimes people are going back and forth and they're doing little interruptions. It's not a big deal. They're kind of, oh, okay, you know, let me get clarification. And that's fine, little quick things. But within minutes, it can go into this heated discussion where all of a sudden it's heated and now they don't want to be interrupted at all. Like now, if they're interrupted, they see it as a major, transgression. And so, it's very difficult to be able to like go from like, oh, well, they were kind of doing little interruptions, just having a normal kind of discussion. And then all of a sudden now they want absolute, you know what I mean? So it gets, the only way to do that is to say, okay, guys, let's go into a different mode where you only speak one at a time. And if the other person interrupts, then we will mute them. That's the only way to do it. It's way more complicated. I mean, if anyone in here wants to like give it a try, I'll give you a temp mod roll for a day. Give it a try. It's very, very difficult.
I think sometimes because we're all over the world or whatever, the delays cause the interruptions, which pisses people off too.
Gio, make me mod for a day.
Yeah, I'll come back to sir. Everyone will be banned. You'll ban everyone. We'll all be gone.
No, I'm not like that. I wouldn't want to do it anyway, man. I was just joking. Even if you offered me money now, you said I give you $100 if you mod, I wouldn't do it, bro. Fuck that.
But the whole thing, Gio's pretty reasonable. He isn't out to get any particular person or nothing. He's just trying to keep order. And it's not an easy thing to do here. I promise.
Yeah, I'm not saying all that. I'm not going as far to say all that. I'm just pointing out what I've experienced on day one, which was being muted for being condescending and needing cool-off time. And then here comes dude screaming about his cups and tables, talking about how we're motherfuckers and retards and all, saying he loves the drama and, well, he's calling us tough guy and shit.
Yeah, and I mean,
and it was totally cool, and it was whatever, mocking us because no one's doing anything about it. Even when I called him out.
Do you know how many times? Hold on. Do you know how many times he was muted during all that? You want me to show you the audit logs? Because you're sitting there screaming that he wasn't muted. He was muted multiple times. So you're coming from a place that you don't know what's going on, and you're just assuming things. And I asked you to cool off because Flat Earth Math does not come in here very often. He's a school teacher. He's a chill guy. He's a very respectful, civil guy. Maybe you think he was a little condescending, whatever it may be. And you were going back and forth with him quite a bit, but it was getting to a point where you were like attacking him, calling him a liar, and going after him. There were other people that wanted to get in. So yes, I did ask for a bit of a cool off because you were going at him for a very long time. And he comes here to try to have a good conversation. And yeah, it was getting a bit attacking at that point.
Yeah, we do invite some academics in here, and we try to be respectful to them because we're inviting them in. We're inviting them here.
Question on the floor for me is, how long you been here for, man? The guy that's complaining.
Salty says he's been here just a day.
Like, dude, seriously, did you just show up on this platform, or are you new to Discord as a platform today?
No, I've been in a couple other different Flat Earth servers or Discords.
All right, that's cool. So I just want to let you know I'm gonna be real like brass tacks with you on this. This specific server is the most intellectually quote honest and real conversation from both sides of the view of the perspective. All that
The
you
flat Earth service, I agree.
all that Jeremy asked for is that we engage with respect. We don't call each other names. You can put whatever it is on the floor. We don't interrupt, things of that nature, right? So please, for the sake of being new here, just observe it like a coffee shop. You come in, you acknowledge the people in place, whatever, you catch the flow. Because, like, it doesn't work like that everywhere, right? And this place works pretty well from both sides of the view. I'll withdraw now, but thank you for listening. Bye.
For a flat Earth server, I agree. It is the most accommodating one and intellectually honest one. Because every other one that I've been on, I've got banned for the most stupidest shit, and not even for trolling or anything like that. Just for asking questions. So I have to agree.
What's your questions you got banned for? I'll answer them.
What was it that I got? I got banned for thingy. It wasn't actually necessarily a question. It was someone said something about basically like when he goes to like family reunions and stuff, he has to pretend that he's a glober. And I said, why? Persuade your family. And then one of the admins jumped in and said, how are we going to persuade them? We can't. Yeah.
Let's just stop there because maybe I misunderstood you when you said I got banned for asking questions because I just wanted to answer your questions. So I don't really want to talk about it.
In terms of questions, one thing I did ask was, have you got a? I've asked for flat Earth maps many times, but every time like I've got it, it's been kind of a different thing. It's been the a equidistant map. So I was basically asking for a scale map of the flat Earth.
I'll answer that. Go to your local fishing store. Look at any chart. They're a grid system. They're squares, and it has nothing to do with a globe. You can put all of them together. They're the same distance. The only reason they use nautical miles and miles, if you go from point A to point B, you may travel this many nautical miles and this many miles, but it's the same exact distance. They're just trying to hide something and confuse people, but you can go buy those maps and there you can see that they're square grid systems. Also, you can make your own. So you can do your own measurements. That would be what I suggest. So
You're talking about navigational. Are you talking about navigational charts for like sailing and stuff?
Sure. Local areas, they'll usually number them like one is this area, two is this area. Yeah, they're just grid systems.
Yeah, it's like with this whole grid thing. I can tell you just a funny story. It's unrelated, but you guys know Kuwait, like Kuwait near Iraq. Do you guys know why it's called Kuwait? Because before that, it was on the map. It was region Q8. So they just named the Kuwait. That's where it comes from. Completely irrelevant. Sorry, but I just found it funny.
Nah, like that. I might win a trivia question one day with that.
Yeah, who wants to win $1 million? That's the final question. Rakia gets it now.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Well, the thing about those grid ones, though, are those large enough to show Earth curve if there was Earth curve, Rakia? Do you think?
Are they more than 1 mile? Yeah, they're more than 1 mile. No, that might be 40, 50 miles. Some of them are different. Like some of the maps it depends on how accurate, how accurate, the scale is. But they're all scaled, and you can go test it yourself. So that's how you get a heading or a true heading or a true distance on a scaled map like that as you measure it. And then you can actually go from that point to that point, whatever you measured, and you're going to go the same distance.
Yo, just fact check the Q8 thing, and that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Don't use that in trivia, you'll be wrong.
Actually, it's not wrong. There is even there's even what's it called? Petrol company called Q8. There's a Q and 8. OKQ8 or something like that. That's where it comes from.
That's not where the country name comes from.
Pardon?
That's not where the country name comes from.
Maybe I've got the mixed up then with the petrol station thing then with Kuwait, because that's definitely named because it was region Q8.
Maybe. Yeah, it says here the name Kuwait comes from the diminutive form of Kut, meaning fortress built near water.
Uds. QUDS. Uds.
No, that's you're thinking of.
How do you write? How do you write it?
Kaf Wauta, Kut.
Because I speak a bit of Arabic.
Good.
But I mean, your question about the maps was whether there is an accurate map of the Earth, or of an Earth that's not a globe, that's a planar Earth. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, flat Earth map basically. Yeah, because I've seen like the AE equidistant map, but the AE equidistant map, that's invalid because that's a projection of the globe onto a 2D surface. So like I've not seen an exclusive flat Earth map, so to speak. I don't know how to explain it. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there is the Gleason's map and the other azimuthal equidistant maps. I mean, there is contention as to whether that is the idea that that's pulled from a globe or whatever. It's a whole discussion in and of itself. But I mean, what I would say is that, in my viewpoint, partly what's gone along with this deception of the globe is there's a tremendous amount of deceptions about the maps. And I mean, that would go along with it. Meaning, is there more land out there? What is the exact layout of the continents? You know, how has the GPS system been manipulated? There's a lot of these different factors. So, I mean, what I would say, like, okay, whether the ancients had accurate maps, that's another question. We do have some maps from these older maps, whether those are accurate or not. Like, there's other maps I'm saying that are not, like the Gleasons is not the only one. I'm saying there's several others but they have a similar layout to the Gleasons. Some of the really old ones from the 1600s are even more kind of distorted and whatnot. So, I mean, there's those. I would say that whether the ancients, whether there are accurate ones that the current kind of controllers have, you know, taken and they've buried it in the basements of the Vatican or God knows what, that's a question. And then also the military would have the correct one because, I mean, they've got all the equipment to do that. So, but I would say, like, I mean, do I have a correct map of the whole Earth? No, I personally don't. And I don't know anyone else who does. Now, the military may at those clandestine levels of it, but we'd have to either make our own or get access at some point to whatever the military may have to get the accurate map. And I'm not saying get access, like hack into their systems or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, if at some point this truth is more out to the world and there's more and more people asking questions to the point to where, you know, hopefully there's a peaceful revolution of some sort, you know, not any violence, ideally, to where these power structures are sort of dissolved safely, in a sense, to where, you know, we could have access to some of this hidden information. But that would be probably off into the future if that's, you know, when that happens.
And then you woke up, J.O. That's never gonna happen, ever. I want to believe it. I want to believe it, but I doubt it. Highly doubt it.
Well, I don't think deceptions or evil last forever. It's always time limited. The truth is what lasts forever. So, I mean, you know, I'll just use the word.
Always wins in the end.
Well, I'll just use the word if, you know, just to be neutral. If the Earth is not a globe and this, you know, the deception and so on, that it will be brought to the surface. Like, they're not just going to get away with this forever. They may have gotten away with it for 150 years or whatever they're rolling on, but I already think it's unwinding. I mean, the last, you know, 7 to 10 years, it's already underway. So I don't think it's going to last for them.
I don't know. I mean, they've been at this for thousands of years. I mean, these people controlling us, these are the same people who have been controlling us for thousands of years. Well, the same bloodlines. So I don't know. I hope so. I really hope so. I mean, I do believe that in the end, you know, all glory goes to God. But yeah.
Well, it'd be cool to see if we could make our own map, but the thing is, there's so much land. I forget what the percentage is. There's like a huge percentage of land that's government owned, so be challenging to, in today's day and age. Now, whether they've done that on purpose so that we can't map it, that's another question. But wouldn't be.
You do know that out of the land, all the land mass is very small, like a fraction of land that's actually ever been surveyed by foot. Very, very small fraction of land. Even like in America, I think it's something like close to maybe even 50% or something of land that has never been surveyed by foot, only by air and satellite.
Seems like we could get the layout and shape of the continents with a crew and a boat and all the equipment. At least that. Getting the on the land exactitude, that's challenging because there's so much private land and government land. But we could get the layout of the continents.
It's not just that, it's inaccessible. A lot of it is inaccessible by foot. It's very difficult to go certain places. And it's even dangerous to go to certain places. But I mean, because if you let's say you go to, some of these big forests in America and you drop into the middle of it, then you have to contend with bears, wolves, all sorts of shit. So, I mean, it would have to be a very well funded endeavor, because you wouldn't be able to just go out there one person, do you get me? You'd have to have a whole group, doing it, and be very well funded. I think, at least, because
Yep, I agree. Huge funding.
I mean, that's the thing. Have you guys heard about this whole thing about Bigfoot and Sasquatch and stuff? And I was watching Lloyd Pye. This guy called Lloyd Pye is doing lectures on it, and he's talking about that all of these land masses and stuff that never been surveyed by foot is where the Sasquatch and Bigfoot live. And the way he laid out the statistics, and I was actually quite amazed that, despite all the land that we claim for a country, so America claims all of this land, no one has actually ever stepped foot on more than half of it. Which begs the question, why the fuck are they saying that the earth is being overpopulated? Obviously that's a lie, I know that's a lie. There's so much land mass, so much land available. Obviously, it's not that it's being overpopulated. It's that it's being overpopulated for them to be able to control it. There's too many people for them to be able to control very soon. So that's what that's all about.
Yeah, it's all about the cities.
Mm-hmm.
Make the cities look complex and overcrowded, so that gives the argument of overpopulation.
Well, that's why they want to shove us all into cities. Smart cities and stuff. I don't know if you guys seen it in China. Forgot what it says. Is it Guangzhou or Shanghai? Yeah, I think it's Guangzhou. So that's become the first smart city in the world, and it's to the point where, say, for example, you're at a traffic light and you jaywalk, it lowers your social score. Now, as your social score is lowered, so things like, for example, your bus fare gets more expensive. You can't get certain jobs. You can't go to the doctors. There's loads of different things that happen if you. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, but that's how life is now. Really?
Yeah, I know. But this is this is with 5G. 5G
I'm not
integrated.
defending it. Yeah, I will never support fascism or communism of any sort. So yeah, I'm against the smart city.
Do you know what they have even there in Guangzhou? There's something pretty neat. I thought it was cool, but it's very disturbing as well. So they have this shopping mall where there's no humans working whatsoever. At all. There's no humans working in there. All robotics. You go into the shop, there's robotic store clerks and stuff, and the whole place is completely wired up. It's sensitive to the point where the floor feels like people walking on it, how many people in the air condition, everything is automatically regulated by AI.
But it's dumb. What are people going to do? I don't understand.
What do you mean?
Well, what are people going to do for jobs? What's going to support the economy?
die. That's why they're going to kill people. That's why they want to kill off 95% of the world's population. Haven't you seen the Georgia Guidestones? Keep the world population under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. In the next 10 years, something like 90% of all jobs are going to disappear. For example, accountancy. By 2025, I think it was, this 2025 or 2030, 95% of all accountants are going to be gone.
And bankers and finance guys and stockbrokers. It's all
Yes.
over.
You know what the scariest one of all is, though? That they're talking about having law enforcement, AI law enforcement. Now that's scary as fuck, because you can't reason. You can reason with a human. You can't reason with a robot. And like how they have these drones as well. I don't know if you've seen them. America has these drone ships where there's 3 humans on the whole ship, and the drones are automatic, and they even have an automatic kill order. So the drones are all like patrolling the mountains in Afghanistan, and say they catch a terrorist, they can identify you from above now. And if they identify special markers, then it has the order to itself choose if it want to kill or no. That's quite scary, that.
Yeah, that's fucked. I don't want to live like this as much as shit as my life is. I definitely don't want to live like that.
No.
And you speak about food production. You only need barely 20 square feet of soil to grow your own thing with a greenhouse and a couple of chickens. And a fish pond. You don't need anything else.
Or you can do vertical farming even. Have you seen vertical farming?
I saw that vertical farming.
Yeah, that's quite cool. I've been thinking of building one of these in the back garden at some point, building these vertical tubes and then growing out of it, because that means that those 20, square feet of land or whatever you said, that, you can fivefold it.
Exactly. You just build it upright and you have all hanging fruit and a little greenhouse. But I thought all British houses had, you're from Britain, aren't you?
Yeah.
They all have conservatories and greenhouses. Every single one. So maybe they've got rid of that shit now.
It depends on. It depends on
guys. It's getting a bit off topic, I think, at this point.
No one was talking to you. No one was talking at all. No one was saying anything.
No, I hear you, but it's just good to keep it on at least a topic related to some component of the live stream. I think
what are the topics? What topics are like in focus here? Like, because it's obviously not just flat Earth. What is it? Flat Earth, spirituality, sociology.
Yeah, they're all listed on the welcome page. Yeah, but I think Rakia was I don't know if he's still at his mic, but you asked him about the map. But I don't know if you had any other questions.
The problem is we're still doing a lot of speculation and a lot of hypothesis, really. We need to start getting some hardcore, more provable evidence, facts, what do you want to call it?
Elasma, did you go see that movie, the Principal? Did you go watch that?
No, I don't think so. What's it about?
You've never seen it?
No, I don't think so.
About the microwave vacuum from the universe.
No, I haven't seen it. What is it about? What about the microwave background radiation?
Geocentrism versus heliocentrism, basically.
Oh yeah. I did see that, where they basically mapped it out, and it looks like the universe is like basically like a flat plane. Is that what you're on about?
Well, done several experiments showing that of the universe. They don't want to. But
sorry, I didn't hear you, bro. You got caught out there.
They've done several experiments. NASA. The Earth is like.
Oh yeah. Well, I had this discussion with I think it was with Whitsid the other day, and basically, I conceded that basically if the universe isn't larger than what we think, if the universe that we see is all that there is to see, then yeah. But if the universe is larger, then the Earth is potentially not in the center of everything.
Have you seen the Principal?
No, I've not actually seen it. I was having a discussion with someone. Someone was telling me about it, but I've not actually seen it myself. I'm gonna have a look at it.
On the fence. It's about the Copernican principle. That's what really what it's about, and how you need to just go watch it. It's not very long. I think it's like an hour and 20 minutes or something.
It's on YouTube or BitChute.
And it's by Robert Smith, I believe, but I think you should be able to find it on YouTube. I don't know about YouTube. They might have answered it, but
I'll have a look.
BitChute. Yeah, some pretty, famous people on the globe side. I don't necessarily know it's your side. I think you're still on the fence, but that would be something, I think everyone should watch that. Yeah, I've watched it several times, but pretty powerful information.
Thing is, I believe that the Earth is a sphere. However, the reason why I believe that is not because I have some religious narrative that I need to protect this. Notice this with a lot of people is that I'm actually open-minded, and if I'm wrong, I'm willing to admit that I actually want to learn. And I've said that many times, that if the questions that I have, all the questions I have, can be answered adequately, I'll become a flat earther.
Yeah, you should go watch that. That's
I will.
Pretty powerful.
Well, are all the questions you have answered adequately with the globe?
Yes, so far, yeah. Not all of them. Not all of them. I can admit, not all of them fully. However, they are much better answered than with the flat Earth model, so to speak.
Like which one?
Well, take a simple one, for example, solar and lunar eclipses.
Yeah, come from the Saros cycle, which was flat Earth or people from the past. Those are all figured out before the globe. What else you got?
Gravity.
Yeah, things go down. Totally explainable with electrostatics, which is a much more powerful force than gravity is, and they can't eliminate it from Cavendish experiment. So it's probably what's going on with the Cavendish.
It's not adequately answered, though, because I've looked into it, and with the electrostatics, I mean, there are so many holes you can pick in that model. You get me? So it doesn't answer it adequately. Not for me, at least.
Do you think mass attracts mass?
I don't know. All I know is I don't claim to know what gravity is. All I know is that there is a force that we observe, and the Einsteinian and Newtonian gravitational frameworks are just ways to explain the phenomena that we observe. Do you get me? There's no one who actually knows what gravity is or why exactly is there. I mean, I personally think that the reason why gravity is there is that this is programmed into the universe by God in order to create the kind of, in order for planets and stuff to form. But when you say electrostatics and stuff, I mean, you have to kind of provide more of a detailed model to explain all the, gravitational acceleration, time dilation, gravitational lensing, and all of these things aren't.
But aren't all those things just ways of talking about things that we observe that might be due to gravity? I mean, if they don't even know what gravity is, why all those things make perfect sense?
You don't have to know what gravity is in order for those things to be explained. What I'm trying to say is I don't necessarily have to know exactly what gravity is in order to know that objects fall down. Do you get what I mean?
No, you
Or the
don't,
thing.
and you wouldn't need to on a flat Earth either. Objects would still fall down.
The thing that I find this whole time dilation thing very, very interesting, because it's like, it's absolutely crazy and it makes like no sense, like when thingy, but it does happen. I mean, it does occur, and it's absolutely amazing that, you know, that God is the best comedian, you know.
Wait,
With
time dilation? Is that what you said?
Pardon?
You say time dilation?
Yes.
What did you say? You said it's provable, or time dilation is like a real thing that you think is going on?
Well, it does happen, because I mean they've shown that when what you do is you take an atomic clock on Earth, and then you take an atomic clock up on a plane, and you fly it higher up where the gravitational influence of the Earth isn't as strong, and you calibrate the two clocks, and you know, after a certain distance flown, you come back and compare them, and there is discrepancy between the two.
So you think your head ages faster than your feet?
Pardon?
You think your head ages faster than your feet? I mean, that's what basically they're saying in that theory.
No, it's just time moves at different. Time is relative, and is affected by gravitational fields.
Well, time is relative. Whether it's affected by whether time itself is affected by gravitational fields is purely theoretical. The clock itself may be affected, but it doesn't mean time itself is affected. But how long have you been looking into this? Because you're a rare case. You're someone that believes in God creating the world we live in, but not necessarily as a flat earth like a lot of people that believe in God do. How long has it been you've been looking into this? Because I think you're almost there.
Oh, flat Earth.
Yeah.
Not 3 years maybe. I'm not really like really looking into it, but it's like 3 years ago I came across it, and I've asked a few times. I engaged in debates and asked questions, and then, you know, I never got any answers, and or just got, you know, hand waved, so I just gave it up. And then recently, I've just started looking into it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just keep digging in. I mean, people, like a lot of us in here have been obsessed with it like every waking hour for years now. So it takes something that clicks where you're like, wait a minute, and then it's not really like you start believing in a flat Earth, which is what a lot of people still think it is. So if you're at that point, then you just have to keep searching, because once you realize it, it's like the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning, right? Occam's razor would tell you that, right? That would be the most simple, most, you know, likely answer first, right? Then you realize, oh, okay, the reason I don't feel like I'm spinning is because I'm not spinning. Okay, and then it's a realization. It's not just like, oh, I've decided I believe the whole model is flat. Like the model, forget about models. Once you realize it's not a spinning ball, what are you left with?
The thing is, though, do you know how fast the Earth actually rotates? So, if you look at your clock, right, you know how fast the
Twice
second.
as slow as the hour hand,
second,
right?
Pardon?
You're going to say twice as slow as the hour hand, aren't you?
No, as the second. But the thing is, and if you map that out, basically the Earth rotates at 0.03 something RPM.
Yeah, but
So,
see, they get you to think about it as RPM instead of miles per hour. That's how they trick you. If the clock were
no,
as
but that's the
big,
thing, though. No, sorry, bro. But rotation of a sphere is not measured in kilometers per hour. If
I
you
know
take
how.
any spot,
I know
you take any spot on the equator, that particular spot, you can apply a tangential velocity to it, which was over 1,000 kilometers an hour. However, you do this instead. Then let's change it. Get in a car, and you make a 360-degree circle in 24 hours in that car. You're gonna feel them.
No, these are examples that we've all been through. It's like 2015 flat Earth that we've all, you know, heard these examples of. Well, if relative to this, it's very, very slow, or RPMs, or 1 degree, or one rotation, or 15 degrees, and all these things that minimalize it in your head. But if the clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, the tip of the hour hand would literally be moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
That wasn't my question. I asked you, bro. If you go in a car and
I
you
understand
turn 360 degrees, wait, bro, 360 degrees in 24 hours, would you feel that?
At 1,000 miles an hour, yeah, I'd feel 1,000 miles an hour for sure.
No, make a 360-degree circle in 24 hours, because that's what the Earth does.
Yeah.
That's what the globe model
Yeah.
says.
You'd have to drive 1,000 miles an hour around the Earth to get to the 24-hour period that you'd be back to where you started. It'd be 1,000 miles an hour. You ever
It's
driven
all
1,000 miles an
relative.
hour? It's all
It's all
relative.
relative to your pivot point, the distance from the center. So the G-force you would experience would be, like he said, it would be a supersonic speed. You would definitely feel it.
Yeah. Are you still convinced that because you don't feel like you're spinning or you're moving on a plane, that that's just exactly like moving in multiple directions, that what adds up to millions of miles per hour? Good enough for you? The one linear direction of a plane? Really?
You know, in machine work, when I do metal turning, they measure the surface feet per minute. So if you're turning a 12-inch diameter piece versus a 1-inch diameter piece, you have to spin it at a higher RPM. But the surface feet per minute has to remain constant if you want a good surface finish. So like if we have a 4,000-mile radius roughly versus a 100-mile radius, it's going to be much faster at the surface. That's the part you're going to feel. That's where the interaction takes place. You're at the surface. You're not near the center. So even though it's one rotation, what if you doubled the size of the Earth, right? And then that'd be like 3 times the surface feet. So it's like gearing, right? You have a small gear on your bicycle and a large gear.
Oh,
Did he leave, or who was it we were talking to? Is there no response to that? Check out the video, by the way. I just put in. It's an Owen Benjamin video. It does a pretty good job of explaining how the acceleration that they are telling us that the planet supposedly does is a much bigger deal than what they make it out to be.
Maybe the light bulb clicked on. He's like thinking about it.
Maybe.
hello? Sorry, guys. I was just looking for my cigarette so I could make a spliff. What were you saying?
Maybe you want to repeat what you said?
I said I was just looking for my cigarettes so I could make.
Somebody else said something. I said, are you satisfied with the plane flying in one linear direction because you don't feel on a plane? Then you could be going in multiple directions at what adds up to millions of miles per hour. It's exactly the same type thing. I know theoretically you can think of it as the same, but would it really be the same?
No, I'm a bit confused. Like, what do you mean? If you mean that,
they get you to
what
think about
was
the
the
circle.
explanation that you gave me for the rotation? Like, sufficient? No, like because.
No, I'm saying that there's multiple directions, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we're going 67,000 miles per hour supposedly around the sun, and then we're also spinning in a different direction at 1,040 miles per hour, and then the sun is also going 500,000 miles per hour itself in another direction. And what they do is they take all these maths, right, all these vectors, and they add them into one vector and just make it one motion, right, to make you think that, oh, if you don't feel like you're moving when you're on a plane, it's the same thing as like all these vectors added up, and it's just one smooth motion. But there's actually acceleration changes, and the orbital mechanics don't even work. There's a section actually, if you want to get academic and really realize that, I mean, you'd want to know. I think you sound like someone would want to know if they're not on a spinning ball, right? You really want to know.
Obviously.
Okay, well, there's a section in this server called Brenner Comp. There's this guy named Michael Brenner. He's a mechanical engineer and linguistics student he studied that at the Vienna University. It's a pretty prestigious school in Europe. Anyway, he's been a flat earther that's been flat smacking people on Quora for about since 2016, right? And I found him randomly and started making comps of all his answers for people to have easy access to what he says about how it's completely fallacious that we're on a spinning ball. I mean, he just destroys it. He destroys it so emphatically. If you read those, man, you will not be a fucking glober when you come out. So I'm warning you. Orbital mechanics doesn't even work, bro. It would need a tether. I mean, none of it works. You think the model works, it doesn't, bro. There's so many things that are just patchwork. Anyway, was that Platypus that was adding to what I was saying about the rotational?
No,
velocity?
that was me, Wolfgang.
Oh, Wolfgang, what's up? You guys sound a lot like.
I was gonna ask him if he understands airplane terminology for like flight movements. Because he referenced an aircraft going in a single direction. So picture if you were doing a barrel roll where you're like turning wingtip over wingtip, you're spiraling, and then a corkscrew at the same time, right? As you're going forward. So it's not one motion. You're doing a barrel roll on top of a corkscrew, all this stuff at the same time. You'd be grabbing the barf bag.
Yeah. They always do that. They take one small example that we know to be true, like the one linear plane direction where you don't feel the speed necessarily, right? Any subtle change in that acceleration that you would feel, or any bump in any turbulence you would feel. So it would have to be so smooth. I mean, it wouldn't even work conceptually, in my opinion, but someone can think of it conceptually working based on this small example with this threshold that they've supposedly, figured out. And the threshold is based on the same kind of concept. You're just like, what would the human perception actually be able to detect? And then it's on a small scale, very small scale, and then they blow it up to these huge proportions and then factor in all the different directions by using vector math, where they make it seem like one direction, and then they can just compare it to the small example where it's very slow relative to the large, so you wouldn't feel it as the whole claim. And it's so fallacious and completely ridiculous.
Most
people
pilots
that have really studied this you start laughing at it, bro. We're laughing at it for good reason, not just because we want to be flat earthers. That's for sure. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, most pilots would black out if they got anywhere approaching like 10 Gs, right? So if you're doing a just rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, like that would be incomprehensible amount of G forces, like all these different vectors, like you're talking, we would be smashed. Talk about like bug on the windshield. We couldn't withstand these, even if we could stick to the ball. The amount of pressure exerted on us would crush us.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, nothing would be alive. Nothing would live. None of it works. It's a philosophical decision. That's basically what it comes down to. The Copernican revolution was a philosophical endeavor, making sure that we're not
like
the center.
The speed that high explosives like dynamite react is like 25,000 feet per second, so 5 miles per second. The orbital speed around the sun is like I know it was like about 25 times the speed of high explosive. Think about that, like how instantaneous high explosive reacts. We're going like 25 times faster, and that's not even the fastest vector. That's just the orbital speed around the sun. These numbers are ridiculous. It's like, and then people just buy it because of appeal to authority. Somebody from a position of authority says so, so they just assume it's true without even thinking it over. Think about these speeds for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I was didn't know about the Earth, didn't know it was a plane. I didn't know like 3/4 of the globe. I had no clue. And I was trying to investigate
Any of us did.
and prove that we live on a globe, and it was futile. I could not prove it, man.
I never gave it one bit of thought. The thought never crossed my mind. I had other things I was concentrating on, like sports and entertainment and stuff like that. This never even crossed my mind.
Yeah, I was playing golf, but yeah,
right, you're just
playing golf.
enjoying
You found
life.
out. Oh, you were playing golf because that's why you didn't find out, because you were just playing golf all the time.
Well, that and yeah, I mean, driving truck, studying the law, but
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't.
By the way, I want to hear about your gambling or your slot machine
Yeah,
tricks. By the way,
quite
it's not now, but you can send me a DM.
quite some time. Now what? You DM
Your
me?
slot. I'll DM you. Yeah, but yeah, we don't need to get into that discussion. That's off topic. But
Yeah, well,
anyway,
just
yeah,
DM me, and I mean, it might not be immediate, but I'll look at it and I'll send you the file.
that'd be cool. Yeah, that's interesting to me. But yeah, the speeds, bro. Are you still there? Alasma?
Yeah.
How's your split treating you?
I'm here. If anyone has that link to send Elasma, just put it in chat. They have a link to that movie, The Principal.
Find it. I'll find it. I found it,
Oh,
by the way. I found it.
yeah. By the way, that interview that Witsit did yesterday was really good with that guy.
Oh yeah, great man.
I'm still up to the end, and we're right where Witsit started talking about some of the things they might differ on. Did they ever get into flat Earth at all? Because he's a geocentrist. I think he still thinks we're on a ball, which is interesting.
He didn't go real hard at him with that. He just told him there's some things they don't agree with. That Witsit just told him that there's some things he doesn't agree with him on, but I mean a lot of the like his book. Witsit read it and he said that kind of got me pushed in that direction about some of the
Yeah, it's just interesting. He had the scoop on so many things, but then to think that we're still on a ball, like the whole gravity thing doesn't work, in my opinion, or it wouldn't seem to check out with all the shit he's looked into. How could he still think people are upside down relative to each other if he's really looked into everything?
Did he speak to Dr. Sungenis? Is that who he had a really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a good interview. I'll put it in the live stream.
Was he cordial? Was Mr.
Oh yeah,
Sungenis?
great.
If
Yeah,
anyone
they agreed on everything. I mean, it's geocentric. I mean, it's at least, I guess you could say, but it's obviously not a ball. So I don't know. I really wish he would have, if he didn't get into how he still thinks it's a ball and how that math, how the gravitation would work on the geocentric model. Maybe there's
See,
an
he's
explanation.
he's in a position where he can't admit the truth because he's a Jesuit. He's affiliated with the Catholic Church, and he's like, even if he did, I don't think he could express it publicly, just because of the consequences. Like the Jesuit oath is pretty damn. If you've ever read it, you don't understand why he wouldn't want to go against those people.
I know he's Catholic, but call him a Jesuit. He might be Jesuit trained, but
Well, they're
Genesis.
they're linked hand in hand. Like the Jesuit order and the Catholic Church work hand in hand.
The Jesuit order controls the Catholic Church, and the current Pope is a Jesuit. He's the first Jesuit Pope, or second Jesuit Pope ever. I can't remember now.
That's who the globe was invented by, these Jesuits.
Well, the Jesuit control 70% of all the world's universities in the entire world are either directly controlled by or like affiliated with the Jesuits.
Yeah.
Yes. There's an agenda. And I think he went to a Jesuit college, Sungenis. I'm pretty sure because I remember who's that guy? Drawing a blank. He wrote a book about all this shit. Oh, why am I drawing a blank? He wrote like a really good flat earth book. I'm drawing a blank on his name though. Somebody help me out. What's it? Not Robotham. This is more recent. He exposed the Jesuits and everything.
That's I know him. It's Eric John Phelps.
No, it's not him. Hold on, I got his book right. I'm just drawing a blank.
I don't know if he's a flat earther actually, but Eric John Phelps, Vatican Assassins, 2,000-page book on Jesuit order.
That's Phelps though. That's Phelps though.
Yeah,
That's a great book, by the way.
that's something special.
Oh, Edward Hendry. That's who I'm thinking of. Edward Hendry. He wrote a lot of books about the Jesuits, the Catholic Church. He's got a great book, The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof that the World is Not a Moving Globe, Edward Hendry. He exposed the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're up against quite a force, man. They were 86 out of 82 countries. But they were kicked out of the Catholic Church, and then they went to Guadalajara in South America, like perfected communism. So the church brought them back in because they should showing them how powerful this communism if they controlled the whole world with it. But they just did it on a small scale in this little country down in South America. There's a movie about it with Jeffrey Irons and Nero. I can't remember what it's called. Man, I gotta look that up. I think it's called The Mission. MISSION. The Mission. It's about a Catholic mission that was established in Guadalajara. It's a true story, based on a true story. This is right actually before the slave trade began. But yeah, the interest our enemies are. But you can just read their covenant. You know, it's all over the place on YouTube. It's like they're not even bashful about that. I mean, I don't even know if it's censored. I think you can find it fairly easy. They want you dead. If you believe the Bible or the Word, you know, if you believe in Yahweh, yeah, they do not like you, bud. Or you should. Yeah, they just don't like you. And you're their sworn enemy, actually. They just want. That's all, you know. And that's that you know the globe model goes hand in hand. destroys you know anybody's faith in you know a creator. You know, you think you're meaningless, just dot out in the vast universe, right? Yeah, they're quite a force to be reckoned with. But there's one thing the Vatican controls: the Federal Postal Court. They're delivered these documents every 7 years to preserve the court. And they were presented like in 2018, 2000. No, it might have been 2019. They were no, it was 2020. The year David Wynn Miller died. They had to go back and notice. I think it might be every 70. I believe it's 7, but they have to go back to the Vatican and present the Pope with a contract for the postal court. And I think that, you know, if we get enough men that join the postal court and want to, you know, have their authority here on this earth, be an ambassador, you know, come clean hands with no intentions of doing any harm, and having the authority over all the corporations on the earth, and, you know, whether you believe it or not, I mean, the church is actually, it's not like a, you know, it's not like a government. They were just given that power by the king. But even the king, the king is not the ruler of a man. There's no such thing. Only Yeshua can be the king of the earth, as far as I'm concerned. Now, that king might have, he thinks he has authority, but how many times have you seen the people rise up and throw the king out? Right? Thrown their king. It happened in France. But
what were you saying about corporations?
Well, Universal Postal Union is a world authority.
No, it's not.
It's the post office.
It's the post office. That's all it is. It has no authority over corporations or governments. It's a functioning part of the
Constitution
of the government.
And worldwide, every country on Earth is a signatory to that contract.
So what?
It's called international law.
International law for what? What do you think the post office has authority over? Going from point A to point B with a piece of paper. That's it.
Okay, what happened? Stamp on that document, and you send it through you send it to Australia, and you're gonna Smith from
a document doesn't be
mailbox, and nobody's gonna get in the way of that document until John Smith. There's a reason why no one fucks with the mail, no one touches the mail. They know that's federal. It's not a good deal.
It's federal in the United States. It's not federal all around the world. Every country governs its own post office. I mean, yeah, they hand stuff off to the next post office if you're sending it to France, but the U.S. Postal Service has no authority in France. It has no authority outside the borders of the United States.
Well, look, there's some that get this. They don't. I don't.
Yeah, I know, and apparently I don't get it at all. But so okay.
College
Can I
education.
ask why we're talking about postal services?
That's where he went to. I don't know.
I said the Universal Postal Union.
Yes, the union. So the people who work for the post office.
What have you done? How much research have you done into the Universal Postal Union? Have you read their Constitution? You read that Constitution?
The Constitution of the Universal Postal Union.
That's right.
What could that Constitution possibly grant authority over? It's hourly postal workers.
I'm not going to explain the whole thing to you. You need to do some research, dude. I'm 53 years old. I don't have time to sit here.
And I know the law, and you're completely bonkers.
I'll send you a 500-page manual that has the Constitution in it.
The American Postal Service has absolutely no authority here in the UK. In the UK, we have the Royal Mail, so I'm not sure what you're on about.
Minutes and just read it yourself. I mean, I shouldn't have to do work for you if you don't believe it. Go do something else. I'm not trying to find the man that doesn't believe it. I'm trying to find So
you're trying to find someone who agrees with you without questioning.
There you go.
Send me what is this thing. Let me have a look at it.
It's called the Universal Postal Union. It's worldwide. Get up.
The Universal Postal Union.
Not every nation even has a union. What the hell are you talking about?
Those that get the mail do. Now, why do you think?
Not every nation even recognizes employee rights. Well, we hold sacred what are rights you have to unionize in the United States isn't what you have to unionize in Egypt or Afghanistan or Nigeria.
Yes. Do you know what the definition of lawful money is? Can you look that up?
Definition of lawful money. Oh, you're free to post it. Post it in the chat.
It's money that's backed by something. Money that's backed by gold or silver.
Section
There is actually an important distinction between money and currency because gold is money.
Your
But I don't know if we're going that.
if you're from America, you got the United States. That's a corporation. Even their constitution.
United States is not a corporation.
Right. So now I get this Universal Postal Union. The Universal Postal Union, established by the Treaty of Berne of 1874, is a specialized agency of the United Nations that coordinates postal policies amongst member nations in addition to the worldwide postal system. Basically, what this is, from reading this, I can see what this is. This is probably going to be like the postal service for the New World Order once they've implemented it, like the whole postal thing. But what it is just it just coordinates postal services between member nations of the UN. It has nothing. There's nothing apart from that. But I know where you're coming from. I know where he's coming from now. That if they implemented the New World Order and they the whole world was governed by one governing body, then this Universal Postal Service would be what would govern the whole postal thing for the whole world.
By the time all that's set up, they'll just have an AI system that runs it all anyway, so I don't really see the need for a union.
Well, you're just saying that you're part of the world that's a UN organization, and you're just telling them, hey, I'm an ambassador. I know what the post is. I know what the postal union laws and rules and constitution. So yeah, they consider me a postmaster. But all that is I recognize what lawful money is, and I know what a man's authority is on the earth over a corporation, a creation of man.
And by the way, who was it that said that the United States is not a corporation? Who was it that said that? Because the United States is most definitely a corporation. It wasn't.
No, it's not.
It wasn't a corporation, but it was. When was it? In the 50 something? I think it was. The United States is a corporation now. It is.
No, it's not.
Let me ask you a question.
No problem.
Yes or no?
If you think it's a corporation, show me what's a corporation.
The United States is a corporation.
No, it's
The
not,
United
Brian.
States is a corporation, my friend.
It's not.
Okay. No
It's
problem.
not a corporation. It's a government.
Of a man. Creation of a man. So if a man creates Frankenstein and Frankenstein monster kills a little town and the town Frankenstein, wrong.
You said America is not a corporation. Can I ask you something? So in all documents that are related to official documents are related to the government, why is your name written in caps? Let's see if you know.
It doesn't have to be in caps. That's just a style. That's just a style.
It's just a style. Is that what you said?
It confers no formal
this
meaning.
conversation's over.
If you want to write your name in Sanskrit, you can write it in Sanskrit.
Sorry, that's not true. Sorry, I'm not.
It is.
I'm
It
not
absolutely is.
I just wanted to know if you knew that.
Show me where that law is. Show me the law. Laws are written. Show me the law. You're breaking up, dude.
You want to go Constitution? All I did to join was tell them I know your codes, your customs, your laws. It's the UN. They're going to be in charge of the post, the mail, right? No matter what happens, the post is never going away. They're still going to need to communicate with each other.
You know what this whole the Universal Postal Union that you were talking about is basically a treaty to make the exchange of postal services between countries easier. That's what it's for.
Mail. They have valuable consider a contract. Their law. They don't deny it. If you present a contract and it's lawful, I'm sorry, valuable consideration on it. In other words, it's a contract. In order to have a contract, it has to have valuable consideration. You give it value. This is what they recognize. You put value on a dollar. A dollar stamp is long. But a reserve notes, those aren't. Those are debt notes, whatever you want.
Yo, explore flat Earth. You keep breaking up. Like you can barely hear anything you're saying. Like when you say 10 words, maybe 3 of them can actually be heard. I don't know if it's just me experiencing this.
I'll get out and get back in. Hold on. Someone's hot micing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm just saying I agree with the world basically with that UPU that everybody needs the mail and that has to be protected no matter what goes down. Right? But you give your authority, it happens when you put the valuable consideration, lawful money on your contract and you thumbprint it, autograph it, copyright copy claim it, register, mail it to yourself, and then give the world notice. You send it to the Postmaster General, okay, a registered mail. You register mail it right to the Postmaster General. You keep the proof of delivery. It's just all it is a contract that says, "Hey, I'm alive. I'm not a dead man. I am an actual living. I'm a man.
What do you
Do
want
not
about, bro?
monkey with me."
I don't understand what's your point.
They recognize that authority of a man. They're not going to try to harm you if you're an ambassador. You're just trying to, especially if you're under that treaty. They really can't harm you. They'll
Can
be
I ask
really.
you something, bro? Can I ask you something? Don't be offended. Have you been drinking, bro?
No.
Sorry, bro. You sound like you've either been drinking or like you're really tired.
Yeah, it's I take long hours sometimes at the casino. It's not an easy deal sometimes.
Oh, whereabouts? In Vegas or something?
Well, that's where I go sometimes to Laughlin. But
what do you do? Are you a car dealer or something?
No, I don't want to get into that either. We're talking about the common law of the world. The world, they're going to recognize the common law because it can never go away. Still, you're going to have 25-member juries, and 12-member juries convict a man. That's in their world court. You're going to get a jury trial. Over in these kangaroo courts, everybody calls them, that's the code world. They can have petite juries. They can have made-up language, private language that everybody believes in, but it's still private. It's a private company. It's like a corporation. It's the bar association. You got to be a member in order to use their code. You got to be a bar member. Now, if you want to believe in that fantasy world, you can come over to the fact world where the man is recognized and his definitely any God-given right is recognized by that authority. But you're telling him you're not a legal fiction. You don't want to play a part in the legal society. You just want to be a man on the earth and enjoy his authority on the earth. Because if you don't harm nobody, no other man on earth has authority over you, whatever you believe or not.
You're right, because there are two different, there's common law and then you have maritime banking law. Maritime banking law is what we operate on, and that's the guy who's saying America is not a corporation. He obviously doesn't know that, we operate on maritime banking law, which is for commercial purposes only. What you're saying
we do not allow.
The only problem is that if you go by, like you're saying, you can opt out, but the problem is then you can't use phone services, you can't use banking. I agree with you. I would love to just, step outside of it all. Unfortunately, they've created a system where you kind of have to participate. Otherwise, if you're not participating, the only way is to, move out to the countryside, raise your own animals and grow your own food.
Listen, when you send like the governor of the state of California a bill for $240 million and they don't respond and they're just silent, what does that mean? When
Bill
there's
for
more
what?
than
What was
two
the bill
witnesses
for?
to a
Means
fact.
nothing.
Yeah, they just ignore it.
Yeah, they do
Why do you
because
think they
it's
ignore it?
stupid.
Why do you think they ignore it?
Because it has no meaning under the law.
All right. If you say so.
Why is the bill for? What have I missed here? I don't understand.
Well, they started to leave us
Whatever he
alone.
wants to make it up
You know,
for.
the attorney general of California said, "You better leave those two men alone because let me handle it."
What are you on about, bro?
I'm on about authority on earth. Me and him are both postmasters, and they leave us alone after we send them a bill in the mail. They shit themselves. They shit pickles. They quit coming around. They didn't like me. They hated my guts with a passion. But I'm not in the Gray Bar Motel. I didn't do nothing wrong. I just sent them the bill. If the bill was false, or false claim, they would already have me in court and have me in behind bars already. They know where I live. I've had the same address, the same phone number, same email for years. They know who I am. They know where I'm at. How come I'm not in the Gray Bar Motel? I'm telling you why, because I have authority over them. They don't realize that they're just a corporation. I belong to the UPU, where they recognize the right of a man given by his creator, the authority, the image, the divine image on the earth. They respect that. Trust me. It's not a joke. But you have to be of the age of majority, and what that takes is you've got to break out of this system. You've got to just say, hey, I've had enough with the Matrix. I'm just going to go be a man. I don't want to be a legal fiction. I don't want to use debt notes. People walking around with a bunch of pile of debt notes, and I just look at them and go, okay, I hope that man has some kind of like a trinket of gold somewhere around his house. But even then, even if he had the gold, he wouldn't even know what to do with it if he had it. You got to just, that's what gives you value on earth. It's AU, it's authority on earth. That's the first element on it's the heaviest metal, right? What, platinum
it's
a little
not.
bit heavier?
Not
Platinum a
even
little
close.
heavier or something.
Not even
Anyways, but there's a value behind it. It's actual money. Gold is considered money. It's value. And a lot of men don't know their authority on the earth. So is a man. But see, a man has power over the AU, the gold, the man. He can let it rule his life, or he can help his fellow man. Right? Try to understand. But if you think you're walking around here with value and you don't have one piece of gold or one piece of silver, you have no value. You are, and in their world, you're considered bankrupt. You're in debt. You got all this debt clock going on. Right? If you're in the legalese world, because I don't owe them a debt, and I don't want to owe them a debt. I pay their taxes. I give them money. I don't care.
A person is not valued by the amount of precious metals that person owns. It's simply false.
Good for you. But I'm not looking for a man that's just going to just deny reality. So I'm looking for the man that's willing to accept that he's a man created in the image of God and he has authority on the earth
Where's
no
all
matter
this
what.
written down at?
As long as he don't have a debt.
Where's all this written, codified under the law? You show it to me?
It's in the Constitution of the UPU.
UPU somehow trumps the United States Constitution. That's hilarious.
Yeah, because the United States is a corporation. It's controlled by that entity, the UN. Believe it or not,
Who signed?
I wouldn't say. Listen, they
the
don't
UPU?
really control the happenings and the everyday thing in a private corporation. What they're there to do is protect a man's right to lawful money and the post. A man's authority. They respect it.
All it does is move letters from one spot to another. That's all it does. It has no special authority. It can't arrest you. It can't enforce laws. It doesn't do any of that crap. It can't tax you. they're simply misplaced. I don't know where. I'm not where. I have no idea where this fantasy's coming from.
Have you ever been arrested for not taking your hands out of your pockets and thrown in a cage for 8 hours and not given water for 6?
Nope, never had that happen.
Never had that happen. They didn't take you directly to the magistrate when all you did is violate a municipal code. They wouldn't take me to the
Nope,
magistrate.
never had that happen. So,
Well, Nevada, even their code says it. They have to take me directly. They can't take me to no box for not taking my hands out of my pockets.
they don't have to take you directly to a magistrate. That's simply wrong.
Lay off the crack, bro.
It's in their code. Once you go look up the NRS codes of Nevada and find if there's a law that states that they must take you directly to a magistrate or a judicial officer. Face to face. They can't just take you to a box and stick you in it and say, we're not letting you out unless you pay us $1,000. Now, last time I checked, you can't arrest a man or a woman or a child for not taking their fucking hands out of their pockets. This is what led me to the UPU. I started investigating, how can they just do that blatantly and not even be afraid of nothing? They just fucking arrest you, throw you in a box and say, we're arresting you for not taking your hands out of your pockets. I went to 7 law firms, some in Utah, some in Nevada. They wouldn't take the case. So I said, well, I guess it's me and them. I said, well, I'm just going to arbitrate with them and really expose these bastards for who they are. They don't like to pay their debts. They owe me about $500,000 in Mesquite. The insurance company has a $10 million general liability policy, and it covers not taking your hands out of your pockets, throwing you in a box. But yeah, I have a $1 billion company like Travelers Insurance, okay? They won't pay their debt, dude. They won't pay the policy. I registered mailed the award from the arbitration. It's an act of Congress. I sent the arbitration award to the policy, registered mail, right to the policy. They don't realize they're trespassing on my property now by holding it from me. They're renting it. I have a fee schedule. I sent them the fee schedule, the lawful money affidavit, and they started shitting pickles. Because they don't really owe me 500,000 Federal Reserve notes. They owe me 520,000 lawful dollars.
Sounds like you're just making up numbers now.
I've waited 4 years for them to be honorable and just pay the award like the arbitrator ordered them to do.
An
It's just like a
arbitrator
jury decision.
ordered them to pay a award. What arbitrator?
I did a whole show on it. It's on, what do you call it? Earth Awakening, or no, ADL. I read the whole award. You can go over there and look what the arbitrator said. I didn't write it. They did. They performed the arbitration. We agreed to it. They were silent, so they agreed to it. They didn't respond to the arbitration. The arbitrators had no choice but to give me the award.
What the hell are you talking about?
I arbitrated a contract with them. I didn't go the legal route because none of the lawyers would take the case. So I wrote a contract. It was a conditional agreement acceptance. Just answer all these proof of claims.
You wrote a contract, and somehow you bound somebody else to the contract without the other person signing it.
No, they look. Once they're obligated, they arrested me for not taking my fucking hands out of my pockets.
And what happened?
So we had a deal already. They started the fight. They're the ones that threw me in a box for not taking my hands out of my pockets.
Okay.
So I said, I'm going to write him a contract. I'm going to give him conditions. Answer the law, about 580 some questions.
You gave
and then there's arbitration tied to it. If they don't answer, they agree for it to go directly to an arbitrator.
No.
Yeah. That's in the contract, dum-dum. They agreed with it.
What contract?
It's called the Conditional Acceptance for Value Agreement.
No. That's not a contract.
Oh yeah.
That's a
Okay.
type of contract.
Yeah,
You don't just invent
It's
contracts.
not a It's a type. Is it a contract or not? Is it a type of contract or is it not a contract?
It's a type of contract, but you don't have a contract because you quote a phrase. In order to have a contract with somebody or something, they have to accept it. They have to sign it as well as you sign it. It has to be for a lawful purpose, and it has to have consideration. You don't just send someone a piece of correspondence and say, "Here's a
No,
contract."
you think
owe
you
me.
think the only way to do it is to go get a lawyer, and there's an act of Congress called the 1956
Oh, I didn't say you had
Arbitration
to
Act.
get a lawyer.
Okay, there's an Arbitration Act 1976. Are you going to talk over me? Did I get muddled again? Did I break up? Did I robot? There's an act of
Okay.
Congress you can go look at. It's called the Arbitration Act 1976.
Why
You
don't
can
you post it? Why don't you post this stuff?
It's found the answers are found at yourlaw.org. Now, whether you choose to go there or not, that's up to you. But you are the law.
No,
Yourlaw.org.
why don't you post the actual arbitration contract that you're talking about? Why don't you post the contract? Why don't you post something? I'm not going to try to find your fantasy.
I did a whole show on the award. You can go to ADL 24/7 Cosmology on YouTube and watch it. 24/7. I know you know what that is, right? You've probably been on their sites, naysaying everybody, telling them they live on a ball of water spinning in
Just
space.
because you
I
did a
get it.
presentation somewhere doesn't mean that what you presented
You're a
on was
glober,
lawful.
right? You're a glober,
Oh,
right?
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get all
Okay,
this stuff
I
for
must
free.
be
It's
wrong.
on yourlaw.org. You don't even have to pay for the membership. You can get a lot of stuff just right there on the page. It's basically given away, but if you want to be a premium member, you want to actually have an education, it costs you about $200.
I
It
want to
actually
see
only
your
cost me
arbitration.
$100. It only cost me $100, but hey, I was happy. I said, let me get the premium membership, and I'm going to start, writing contracts for my authority.
Not even
That's
sure
all.
what's going on anymore.
Any man can find it, but look, I don't expect a Jesuit to go find it. I think they're trying to suppress it. They like to sponge those videos off of YouTube too. But they can't really monkey with the Trinity Ministries. It's a church. And I don't believe what their beliefs are, but I believe the contract law they believe in is pretty righteous. Because they owe me money. Travelers Insurance, the largest billion-dollar insurance company, only owes Robert Lee Pine Jr. $500,000, and they are ignoring it. So I had to send it to
I'm sure they are.
the Attorney General. I sent the Postmaster General the claim number for that policy,
The Postmaster
and I just wrote
General
a simple
has no
email to the
authority
Postmaster
to
General
enforce laws.
stating that they're not paying a policy that's my property. And I sent them the award and the case number for Travelers Insurance and their policy number.
And what happened? What did the Postmaster General do? Nothing. He has no power. He can't enforce laws.
Looky here. I'm going to email him until he does something about it, because every time I email him, it's a lot of money for me if he doesn't respond. So yeah, he's going to respond fairly quickly.
Why would it be a lot of money? A lot of money for
It'll
him.
probably be in
You
writing.
don't
He'll
respond.
probably send me a letter. I sent him an email, but he'll probably send me a letter.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, it's real funny, isn't it? How would you like to get your ass thrown in jail for not taking your hands out of your pockets and not giving water for 6 hours and almost fucking die?
I got nothing to say about that, man. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
You died because you didn't get nearly died because you didn't get water for 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Imagine
hot
what
about
happens whenever he goes to sleep at night.
Hey, look, I'm not Elvis or nothing, but you do that to Elvis, you're probably going to get executed or something. I mean, these people are just going to go and kill you. I'm not Elvis. But hey, you know, I don't think you have the right to do that to me. But I didn't make up the compensation either. You know, that wasn't made out of thin air. That was every 23 minutes is $25,000. That was a jury decision out of Florida. It's in the contract, by the way. Yeah, that
A
jury
jury
decision.
decision out of Florida.
That's right. They decided what unlawful imprisonment, fair and just compensation is every 23 minutes is $25,000.
Okay,
And I don't mean Federal Reserve notes. I mean lawful
a
dollars.
state jury in Philadelphia only has jurisdiction over that particular case. It cannot set law across the 50 states of the U.S. It has no authority for that. It can't happen.
It was a jury decision. A jury decision cannot be overturned.
A jury
They've been
decision
trying to
can be
overturn
overturned.
Hell versus Hinkle for years. For
Juries,
years. Hundreds of years.
juries
Can't
have
do
been
it.
overturned all the
This is
time.
really falling apart.
Every time you appeal a case, you're challenging a decision, whether it's a judge or a jury. You
Are you a
absolutely
lawyer?
have the ability. I
Are you
work
a
with them.
bar member?
I know the law very
Are
well.
you a bar member? You
No,
said
I'm
that
not
the
a bar member.
1976 Arbitration Act. Did you ever read that, by the way?
I'm still waiting for you to post it.
Dude, you got Google. It's like 2 seconds away from your fingers. I know you're on a computer, so you can just go zip diddy doo dah. I mean, you forget how to use Google all of a sudden. Now we're in a conversation. You forget to Google shit. I know you guys do it to me all the time. Why don't you Google the UPU, the Universal Postal Union? Why don't you Google that?
Not my obligation to find facts to prove your
Yeah, you don't
assertion.
want to look either. You're worthless. I'm
It's
done
your.
talking to you. Hey, Steel City, I'm done talking to you about this. If
I have
anybody
to
else
shut up now.
has a question, I'm willing to answer.
How much have you had to drink today, bro?
And who was that? I haven't had nothing to drink yet. I'm about to go pop into a few beers, but I haven't had anything to drink yet.
You know what a arbitration is?
Yeah, I just did it, and I got about 9 other people that know I did it. There's about 9 other that I helped them out. I sent bills to the Nevada, California, Utah, and put my name, Assistant to Counsel Robert Lee Pine Jr., that I helped create the documents. And
Where
I
was
sent
your
that.
arbitration heard at? Where was your arbitration heard?
It's heard in California.
In California.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna tell you which one because I don't want a bunch of ballers harassing the shit out of them. They were
I don't know why
arbitrated.
they. I don't know why
I
they'd
paid
like follow me.
$1,400. I paid $1,400 to arbitrate
Up to this point.
both Mesquite and Henderson, and we don't want to get into the Henderson story. No, we don't want to even go there because they owe me like $4.8 million.
You know how you like told us your whole story about hands in pockets and how the postmaster owes you $50,000 or whatever? Like, it's not a success story. You know what I mean? Like, it's. I'm not sure why you think it's like something to brag about when you're just getting ignored. And I don't know, you have some sort of
I think
desperate
it's
hope that
absolutely
sometime in the
ridiculous.
when
I
you
think
get
it's
paid, let us
absolutely
know.
ridiculous.
You know, when you get your millions, please let me know. Then I'll come to you with some questions, I guess.
They breach a contract and they don't know how to pay the debt on it. And they got billions of dollars. They won't send me a denial, though. They won't say, hey, no, we're denying the award. We're not paying that policy.
They
Well,
don't
what's
have to.
stopping them from just ignoring you like they
They won't
have
put it in writing.
for what, years at
Why
this
wouldn't
point?
why
How
wouldn't
long
a
you been
billion
waiting?
dollar company just write me a letter and say, hey, we're denying this claim? Because that's what I wished for when they told me that they had an outside law firm, lawyers, say that contract is not a proper judgment.
There you go.
No, the lawyer can defy acts of Congress. Really. He can just do that. He can just willy-nilly ignore Congress and, congressional acts of Congress.
You don't
Is that
get
what you're
to
saying?
impose arbitration.
Is that what you're saying?
Arbitration under federal rules or state rules is always voluntary, unless you have a specific contract. Otherwise, if there's a contract between two parties, they calls for arbitration, fine. But when you file suit, you do have the option to opt for arbitration, but the other party has to agree. It's not mandatory. Arbitration is never mandatory under the court system. It can be strongly encouraged, but it's not mandatory.
Anybody watching Earth Awakenings on the live stream, just go
I don't care.
and Google those things that I told you about. The UPU, the Arbitration Act of 1976.
I know. I'm familiar with federal arbitration. I know how arbitration works. Here's the thing: arbitration is a shortcut for the system. You don't
Did you
have
read
to
my
go to
contract? Do you have any
arbitration.
firsthand knowledge of this? Any whatsoever?
You haven't posted any of your freaking
You
documents.
really
How
don't
the
know
hell
what you're
could I?
talking about, right? You didn't investigate the UPU. You didn't research nothing. You just want me to provide all the answers for you and solve all your
Can you hear me?
yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you please stop interrupting while he's trying to reply?
I apologize.
Thank you.
Federal arbitration or any arbitration in a court system.
Who was that?
It's me. It's Skill City. It is voluntary because you're giving up your right to a jury trial. You don't have to give up that right. You have the option to go to trial. You don't have to go to arbitration. You can't mandate arbitration. So the whole premise of what you're talking about is simply wrong.
Okay, let me answer the question. Let me answer. Can I answer?
Go ahead.
So you're claiming I have no right to arbitrate if they don't
I didn't
answer.
say that. I didn't say that. I said both sides have to agree.
Okay. You don't understand what arbitration is.
I know
You have
exactly
a
what
side.
arbitration
You have
is.
a side, like a legal society, that just pretends they can ignore acts of Congress, and they really can't. There's no really
Show me
discrimination
in
in the
the
Arbitration
Act of
Act
Congress
about the
where it says
parties.
arbitration is mandatory.
It has everything to do with an arbitration clause and the arbitration law that states if I have an obligation to answer someone, I have to answer them. So when they told me to take my hands out of my pockets, and I was trying to get my hand out of my pocket, but he grabbed my arm before I could get it out of my pocket, and then or put me in handcuffs and said I could arrest you for not taking your hands out of your pockets. He bragged to all the other cops that he could arrest me for not taking my hands out of my pockets, then stuck me in a box and didn't give me water for 6 hours. But anyways, the law states, okay, that when they do that to me, now we have a business relationship. Now I get to ask them questions and they have to answer about every single fact of the case. They can't just hand wave ignore evidence like the legal society administrative courts like to do. Okay, I didn't know at the time that I could write a contract to them, but I found out quickly. I went to urlaw.org and said, why don't you just arbitrate with them? Say, look, let's get down to the facts. Let's find out. Let's do, findings of facts and conclusions of law that states you can arrest a man for not taking his hands out of his pockets, and he doesn't owe a single man on earth a debt. To no man. They have to leave me be. They can't come up and just arrest me for not taking my hands out of my pockets. And everybody knows this. But they have an obligation now to answer my contract, stupid. Everything in it. They have to answer with specificity, findings of facts, and conclusions of law. And they remain silent still to this day. Yeah.
Did you file suit against them?
I went and had it arbitrated just like the law states. I gave it to a third party, 3 guys that read my claim, my contract, because there was the only one there. They didn't respond to the contract. They couldn't respond to it. It was a superseding contract because They agreed with everything in it. They did not answer. And they're obligated by law to answer. Does that make any sense?
No, honestly, it doesn't.
I mean, I went slow. I went real slow for you.
There's
So
one
you can
part
get
that it all gets blurry for me. Who are these three guys? Just like some guys on the.
They're called arbitrators. And they decide the law. They're
Was it like
three.
your two
They're
brothers
like
and your father? And
they're like
who are
third
these
party
three
and
guys?
partial witnesses. Dude, you can go and look on the internet and look up arbitration firms. You find as many as you want.
Could they be anyone you wanted? Like, is it your choice? Like,
Well, if they don't respond when they're obligated to, they agree with my contract. Yeah, I said we have a right to choose. If you can answer the contract, the agreement, then we can start talking about deciding who the arbitrator is. But if you fail to answer the contract, then you agree with everything in it. On that. Now,
No,
the
a
Legal
contract.
Society, they're a bunch of whining, crying bitches, but that's the law, dummy. That's an act of Congress. That's your law. I agree with it too. I can take it to three friends and say, now who's telling the truth here? So they don't even have to be friends. I can just go up to anyone in my community and say, hey, do you think they had the right to arrest me for not taking my hands out of my pockets?
Fuck no, I don't think they did, but I know I'm in the wrong business. I need to be arbitrating, man. Fuck, dude, you paid how much? $1,400?
Well, that was for both Mesquite and for Henderson. And Henderson did basically the same thing to me, but they held me for 24 hours. And that's like $1.5 million for that. You don't monkey around. You don't put a man in a box for no reason for 24 hours either.
How are you calculating the damages here?
I didn't. It wasn't up to me. They're calculating them. It was
think he said
how
that was
many
Florida.
hours I was in the
That was
box.
Florida. That was that Florida jury decision he referenced about
Oh,
every
yeah.
2 hours is $2,500 or whatever he said.
No, 23 minutes is $25,000 for unlawful imprisonment, unlawful detainment.
Sure, something like
That's
that.
like
Yeah.
$60,000 an hour, man. That's pretty cool.
Well, no, it's $25,000 every, 23 minutes.
Yeah, that's over $1,000.
Well, I was in the box for 8 hours. So you do the math.
I thought it was.
I'd want to be in there
except
for as
that
long as
water.
possible at that hourly rate.
So you got your water after 6, but you still have another 2 hours afterwards.
So are you able to lean anything? Can you lean something?
Yeah, it says right in my award. If you didn't watch it, Brian, you can go to you can go to
I watched some of it, bro. I
24/7.
couldn't. It was too drawn out, bro. I watched as much as I could, bro. It was just
You
so
got to get to
long.
the end. That's why it's a video. You can skip to the end to see what they owe me. You can skip through different parts of it. You can look
I
at.
tried that, bro. It was so long, dude. I'll go back and try and watch it.
It doesn't take as long, if I'm just reading to myself, but I understand most of what that stuff says. It's trying to read it out. I couldn't see the screen very well. I tried to do it faster, but just put it on a different speed. Can't you speed it up? Brian?
Can you say that again, bro? Because somebody was coming up to me asking for a jump.
Yeah, so you can go to 24/7. Just use a different speed. Just speed it up.
Yeah, that's good to hear there was a happy ending, man. I mean, I was following what you was doing for a minute, dude, with interest and everything, but dude, it was really, really long, bro. Like, really,
That ain't
really,
the
really long.
contract. I have to send the contract because it's 93 pages, and it's going to take like 6 shows. I could break them up if you want, but I think everybody should have the contract to read it. The conditional acceptance for value agreement that I sent
Maybe
to
if
Mesquite, Nevada.
if you would lead with
Battle mode's
just
got it.
like I would
I sent
recommend
it
like
to Battle
lead,
mod.
Maybe lead
I
with
sent it to
some of the
Witsit.
crescendo. Like, don't you ain't got to give the whole thing away, but give some of the happy ending, like, or something to look forward to at the beginning. Like, man, I don't know. I consider myself like average, so I'm not
Every
completely
penny,
impatient. I'm not
every
totally
penny,
impatient, but I'm not the most patient person in the world either. I'm like right in the middle, right?
What he's
every
saying is we need
penny.
some cowbell.
Listen, every penny is going to be donated to Witsit in that award.
I had people owe me money a long time ago, man. A corporation that owned like apartments and all that, and they were sending me. I won a court case, and they were sending me fucking. This is back when I was younger, dude. One of my buddies is like told me, he even directed me on how to sue him and shit. And I was like, well, all right, whatever. The guy I worked for, and he was friends of mine, and so I sued him and everything because it was an illegal eviction. And but I never got paid. They were sending me like all their insurance statements, and they were sending me big packets every month, dude. I'm like 23, 24 years old, getting these big packets of fucking of everybody who lived in these apartments and their rent and all their like all their corporate papers and shit. Because I guess because I won the lawsuit, and I was now like part of their corporation or some shit. But they wound up filing bankruptcy, dude. I didn't never get nothing, dude.
Once I registered, my authority, Brian, to the Postmaster General, okay, I understood how to send a bill, how to send an agreement. I learned the contract law, how powerful it is, and believe you me, they do not like it. You're gonna hear
Wouldn't you been
naysay
better
like,
off going for regular dollars instead? Like even if they decided that they're going to pay you, like, and now you put an extra complication on it, like you're trying to get them to pay you in something other than fucking notes. Like, dude, I think, man, I would have maybe said like half
look.
and
This
half,
is
like
how it
half.
works. You don't get how it works. Okay, look. So I'll accept the Federal Reserve notes in lieu of payment if they don't have the gold or silver coins they owe as lawful money. They can pay me the equivalent in the lawful
Okay, I
the
get it.
equivalent of the lawful money in the
Okay.
Federal Reserve note. I'll accept that as payment or in lieu of payment for the debt.
What's got to happen? Let me ask you this. What are the chances and you getting some money out of this?
Well, let's leave it up to the law and the truth, and we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm rooting for you, bro.
I got 9 brothers that'll swear to God that contract's true, and I only need 25, and then they really start shitting pickles.
Lean on their shit, dude. If you have a judgment, wait, I guess
No,
today.
no, it's not a lien. I'll just attach their property. I mean, it's not. Look, I really don't even want their property. I mean, there's insurance companies that cover monsters like these, and they hold liability policies. They're worse than the people who told me that, you're being arrested for not taking your hands out of your pockets. They're interfering with the mail, by the way, because I mailed it to the policy number, the piece of paper, not to the corporation, the traveler's insurance. They're the ones that just holds that policy. And there's supposed to be a bond, $10 million back in that policy.
Yeah, that's cool, dude.
Yeah, I sent a letter or an email to the Postmaster General. I'll get a letter probably in the next week. They ain't gonna ignore me.
Hey, have you tried to there's them debt collectors like who you can't you like sell it for like 10% or something, like take the safe money, like sell the debt to a debt collector? Like, have you thought of that yet or looked into that?
Brian, if you want to learn the law, you go to urlaw.org. Okay? I hunted down all the gurus of the law and found out who was the best. And turns
I'm
out
just rooting for you, bro. I got too
I
much
don't
going
believe
on, bro.
everything they say. I don't believe everything they say.
I'm
But
rooting for you, man. I'm rooting for you
they
more than
don't
I'm
give
gonna
legal
go
advice
really.
over there.
I
They
don't need
teach you
to.
the law.
I don't got the patience to learn all that shit, but it's definitely striking the interest and everything. I'm hoping everything
If
works
you
out
want
for
to
you. But
arbitrate, you're gonna
I'm just
need
trying to throw
that
you some
place.
ideas, maybe maybe some ideas.
Well, I don't mind helping a man, I don't like the fictional stories that the legal society tells, like globe earths and, you know.
I'd be suing the motherfuckers who charge you $1,400 for arbitration. What gives them the right to charge you that much?
They have to work like everybody else. And if it's a week's worth of work, they got to do the, they got to do the award and stuff. I mean, I don't mind giving a man $700 if he's working. He's an arbitrator. There's all kinds of them, man.
So let's say they never acknowledge it. Then what?
Well, it doesn't matter if they acknowledged it now, because I went after the policy, that the actual value that's being held against me. Because that's the first thing that should pay, is the insurance policy, the general liability policy of that corporation. They didn't expect me to know this law. The lady said, "Why did you wait so long?" Okay, if I waited so long, right?
What lady?
What does that mean? Why would she say that to me out of just at the end of the conversation? Why did you wait so long? Like she was gonna break out crying and shit.
I don't think any of us know who you're talking about.
The traveler's insurance claims adjuster that won't send me a denial letter for stupid $500,000. They're $1 billion company. It's ridiculous.
Travelers is like home and auto, right?
It's a big red umbrella, dude. They have Super Bowl commercials. Everybody knows them.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. Does this factor into your story about the hands and pockets thing?
Well, yeah, it's a deprivation of my rights. You know that you could be punished by the death penalty for that if you're a public servant?
How did you get the travelers from?
You ever heard of USC 18241? Deprivation of rights?
How does that get the travelers though? I don't understand why travelers is liable.
Because they hold a general liability policy for that city of Mesquite, the ones who arrested me for not taking my hands out of my pocket. Every company on earth, it's just insurance in case they cause harm to somebody, they hurt somebody, they do something wrong to somebody. That's what general liability means. As far as I know, everybody knows that, right?
Yeah, and if you had a judgment from a competent court, that would be different. But you have
Who is my court, bud?
What?
Who do I have to prove it to? The whole world?
You need to take them to court and file a lawsuit.
No, I just have to prove it to the whole world that they're a bunch of lying pieces of shit that can't arrest me for not taking my hands out of my pockets.
The whole world doesn't have the ability to pass a judgment that's legally enforced. You need to go to a court and file a suit.
When the right people get wind of what I just done to them, they're gonna wish they never monkeyed with a man their whole life. They're gonna wish they never monkeyed with me.
Hey, what was your name, guy? Steel City or something like that?
Yes, Steel City.
I mean, a couple days ago, I heard that I'm pretty sure his opinion of what the word court means is just anything with four corners, and so he can take someone to court with a piece of paper because a piece of paper has four corners, and he's in court because his signature is on a piece of paper or something.
Did I say that?
I don't know, like 3 days ago.
Was that verbatim, or were you like freaking
I'm
just galloping
over
what I said?
Paraphrasing. I mean, tell me I'm far off.
Yeah,
go ahead
please
and tell
don't
me
do
I'm far
that.
off.
It doesn't make you look very intelligent, dude.
Was he talking about?
Tell me I'm far off. That your definition of court is anything with
The
four
court
corners.
resides on the four corners of a document. It's a contract. Everybody knows this.
There you go. Court isn't a room or a building or a place or a location. It's a document with four corners.
What he's saying is that
I didn't say document with four corners. I said a contract. And yes, it must have four corners. It must obey the four corner rule of a contract.
Okay, can I take a stab at this? So that there's a maxim under contract law that the contract is governed by the four corners of the document. So so
to study
I know
contract law. You can do that at urlaw.org, by the way. And I don't want to just
Yeah,
be a shill for advertising for those guys. I
yeah,
don't
because
like
they
only telling that to people who are listening that ain't Globers. You know, they can all just keep believing in the code.
yeah, because they've done a good job advising
Seems
you
like they
so far.
like it in their little cartoon world they live in. But I'm just making shit up about contract law in the court. Yeah, I just make shit up.
Well, you are kind of making shit up whenever you say you just have to file an arbitration matter and go to and take a city in Nevada to an arbitration in California with 3 people who you appointed as arbitrators apparently because the city never showed up because you don't even have the right to appoint 3 arbitrators.
No, they didn't answer the court, dude. The court was residing on the 4 corners of that document they were supposed to
Oh,
answer, dude. That's
they
law.
they are
Been
not
law.
obligated. No, the 4 corners of a contract is a contract that both parties sign. It isn't you writing something on a piece of paper and mailing it to them. That doesn't make it a contract.
Document when you walk in their courtroom, they hand you a contract, a piece of paper.
They
And
hand
then
you a
the
piece
man
of
in the
paper.
black robe says, "You understand the charging document in front of you."
Yeah, but that charging document is not a
Hold on.
contract.
Hold
It's
on.
not
Are
a
you
contract.
obligated to answer the man in the black robe, yes or no?
Well, if you don't answer him, he's going to pass out judgment on his own. He doesn't care if you answer him or not.
Because he got a piece of paper over you that
No,
you don't agree
because
with. You didn't even say nothing. He's
he's the
still going to
court.
throw you in jail or do whatever he wishes to you. Right?
Well, hopefully he applies the law, and you don't
Because
get
you
to
didn't
avoid
answer
it.
the contract. You didn't answer the charges.
The charges are not a contract. It's a piece of paper that you don't have to sign. You don't have to sign
When
that
did you
document.
forget about the time that when I told you they're obligated to answer me by law? They're obligated to answer
No,
every
they aren't.
question that I have.
No, they aren't. No, they aren't. No, they
Okay.
aren't. They're not
They're public
obligated.
servants, first off. They're all public servants.
Doesn't mean that they're obligated to answer every question you ask.
I think that's
It has to be
exactly the
relevant.
opposite of the law.
No, it has to be relevant. You have to have a point to it. Like if you're going to
One
a
if they're in
trial,
commission of a crime, do they have to answer when they're in commission of a crime?
who's in commission of a crime?
Well, false imprisonment, kidnapping, all kinds of
Well,
crimes.
that's
Depriving a
something that
man of
you
a
would.
life-giving substance, that's a crime.
That's something that you
Do
have
they
to
have to
bring
answer then?
charges yourself. If
Do
you
they have
bring
to
the
answer
charges
then?
properly,
Do they have to answer then? Or they can just remain silent, right?
They don't have to give you anything if they only detain you for 8 hours. They're not liable to give you water or anything. It's if they detain you for 24 hours, then yes, that's a completely different thing.
When you're dying of thirst and you need water, like right now, or a beer, I'm not gonna stay on here all night, boys. I'm not gonna do this with Glowers all night. If anyone from the truth side wants to ask a question, all I can say is urlaw.org, and that's the last time you're gonna hear it from me.
Yeah, I feel like urlaw.org might be taking advantage of people for these $200 membership fees.
And no, it's free. The front page, you don't have to be a premium
Yeah, the
member, but
front
you can be a member. You don't have to be a premium member. It's free otherwise. So you can go to the page, be a non-member if you don't want to partake. But you should go look. Don't take my word for it. And I know these Glovers have no intention of going and looking at it. So I don't even want to talk to them about it no more. I'm done. You guys talk about whatever you want to talk about. Witset's got the contracts. You know the place to go get them. You can read them, preview them before you even look at UR Law. But I suggest you head over there and take your authority back quickly before UR Law doesn't exist anymore. And while you're at it, read Amos 8, 11, and 12. And I'm done. Have a good night, Gio.
So, is the law and the religion of Catholicism somehow like linked together, like super deeply?
The ball in Catholicism.
The law,
Oh,
like the legal system, whatever, you know?
well, they make you put your hand on the Bible in court.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, because there's enough that the legal truthers out here say that is all a lot of it comes down to like God-given rights and stuff like that. And what's that, even in the Constitution or at least the Declaration of Independence, sort of, right? It's like, what's going on here? Is there a separation between church and state? Is that a sham? What the fuck is really going on here, you know?
They got on God and God we trust on the money.
Yep, yep. On all sorts of bills and coins. Yeah. It's weird, man. It's really strange.
Dude, this country was founded supposedly because so we could have our religious freedom.
That's not what I heard. I heard that they built this city on rock and roll.
Yeah.
But don't ching.
But that's the story, right? Of why they started this whole thing.
That was a big
Pilgrims
one.
wanted their religious freedom or whatever.
A big part of it. Not the only reason, of course. Tax, Well, what's that one famous line? Taxation without
No
representation.
taxation without representation, but that was after.
Sure.
That came way after. That's why cans of Arizona iced tea are 99 cents still. And over in the UK and shit, they're like $3.
They ain't 99 cents where I'm at anymore. They were my last hope, man. And finally they broke too. $1.29.
Oh, did they? Bro, they had to eventually. I mean, come on.
Yeah. They're the last one hanging on, but everyone will let you down, I guess.
Bro, they forced their hand, man. I mean, how long could you keep that going for realistically before it's like you're still gonna be losing money?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I wish it didn't have to be that way, though. I mean, the company I work at charges well, it comes down to two things, right? They're going to give a price increase to their customers. And I read in the contract, it's either 5% minimum or if there's some like super long acronym. It was like the Uchuka, like, oh my God, it was some ridiculous acronym. And it was like either the Uchukuman or whatever rate or 5%, whichever one is larger will be the price increase annually. And I'm like, man, why is that a thing? Why is it just in the contract that there's going to be a minimum 5% price increase? Like, does every company work this way? I don't get it, man. Do things
What I don't
have to get more
understand is
expensive?
if people get minimum wage people get cost of living increases, right? Every year for your
Yeah.
job. Why is minimum wage not doing that? Like, they do realize that it costs more the next year to live the last year, but the minimum wage doesn't change.
Do you know why that's completely unsustainable?
Yeah, it's all
It's
unsustainable, man.
rhetorical, but
Well, no, but like, if you raise everyone's wage by 10% because inflation is 10%, what do you think happens to inflation?
I know. No, it was rhetorical. I know.
Right, fair enough.
I mean, is it just is the way we live just a broken idea in general, that there is no sort of sustainability towards anything anyone's ever figured out on how to live our lives in an economy?
No, you just need to stop central banks from taking the piss, and you wouldn't have inflation at all.
You know what? I mean, what about just the fact of like limited resource? I mean, I guess that's sort of a global idea, but even still, you could, you know, level with the idea of resources being harder and harder to attain, right? So it's like, and some resources just aren't as replenishable as others, even if the world does, like, I don't know, somehow create gold or something, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you just had like some sort of digital or physical currency, which is different from money, by the way, so that's an important distinction. Even if you had a currency that wasn't willfully printed every year, you wouldn't have issues with inflation.
I got you, but some things are just going to be harder and harder to come by, you know, like lumber. You know, you can chop down a tree faster than you can grow a tree.
Yeah, that's true, but then that comes down to our usage of raw materials, right? That's got nothing to do with the value of those raw materials. Like the value of the raw materials is down to price and demand, sorry, supply demand, but also elasticity, i.e., how do I explain that? So the elasticity of supply and demand is relative to basically the amount that people are prepared to stretch to pay for a thing, but it's not based on an individual. It's based on the market, or like, let's just say a subsection of people who are buying that thing. So, I'll have to pull up a resource because I'm really tired. I'm struggling to describe it.
Nah, you're good, man. It's probably best not to get into the specifics of any of this. I'll tell you what though. Like 15 years ago, a lot of the truth community were these like economy truthers, right? And for great reasons, they're just like, man, the whole fucking economy is gonna fall apart in 5 years. And then 5 years came and it didn't. And they're like, okay, well, I mean, we're really well studied on this. There's no way that any of this is sustainable. It's gonna pop. Like everything's gonna burn to the ground. And then another 5 years went by and it didn't. And I mean, these people knew what they were talking about. They knew the numbers, and it's sort of like some sort of magical miracle that things are still like carrying on. So, you know, as close to normal as they are. It's almost like the economy is, I don't know, some sort of facade, and there's, I don't know, somehow some sort of patch job that's continuously, I don't know, layered on to like keep the shipping.
Let me give you an example. So in the UK pound, do you know how much it's actually worth? So you have a quid in your pocket. How much of that is actual worth? 3%. 97% of it is worthless. The economy is a facade. It is in much, much worse state than what we think. The only reason is that they're keeping up the facade, because if they don't, there's going to be fucking world war tomorrow. If people actually knew the state of the economy, be chaos.
It's all being managed. The people who manage the money, the worldwide bankers, the Bank of International Settlement, everything is managed. Even so-called adversaries like China and Russia are part of the system. They're being managed. They're just they're fake enemies, right? They're frenemies. They pretend it's good cop, bad cop on a world stage.
Yeah. So, I mean, is there some sort of inevitable consequence to this? Is there like a realistic time frame anyone could expect, like where the lie crumbles?
It should have happened long ago, like you said, but they keep pushing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It should have happened long ago. So it's like illogical that the world hasn't fallen apart yet. It's just like,
Well,
okay,
because
how
they
is
manage
a
it. I
miracle?
mean, it could fall apart any instant if they wanted it to, but they can manipulate one currency for another. Like they can manipulate the pound, the euro, the dollar. They just give one more value. They take more away. The Japanese yen, everything. They're keeping this going. Like if it wasn't under the control of one person, it would have fallen apart. If these were independent nation states, the whole thing fell apart long ago.
Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. There's some sort of fucking supercomputer calculating the ones and zeros here. They're all getting their orders from some sort of algorithm that tells them, how to adjust and what to fix and whatever.
Well, you've seen the back of the dollar bill. There's a pyramid on it, right?
Sure.
And you've
Yeah.
probably seen the Freemason symbology where there's a step pyramid with all these levels of control. It
You
all
know what?
leads to one central controller. There's a one world government in place, and that's the reason it doesn't benefit them to have the whole thing unravel until they want it to unravel. They will at one point unravel the whole system, and they create chaos. And then they will be the ones to implement what they call order, which will be another order, right? It'll be a one world government in the open. Right now, it's a hidden one world government. We're under the illusion that we have independent nation states, and that way they could have wars with other nations and trade wars and such. But we don't really have that. We don't have independent nation states, and all this proves it. Just like you said, everything would have collapsed because there's no trust between. They don't trust the dollar, right? So they would have said, "We're not taking dollars anymore." Like the whole system would have unraveled a long time ago.
I'm with you, man. 100%. Well said. And just as a little, I don't know, just fun fact, I guess, for the day. You ever seen where you take like a 6-pointed star and put it so it touches the inside of the circle around the pyramid? There's, each point touches a letter because there's like text
Oh
above
yeah,
the
it
pyramid,
spells
text below.
Mason. Yeah, it
It
spells
spells
Mason.
Mason. It sure does, man. With one of the points just going to a blank spot in the center top. But
There's
yeah,
so
the
many
other
Easter
5
eggs, dude.
are
If you look at
MA,
it, there's so many
SOS.
hidden Easter eggs on the currency. If you look at the overhead view of Washington D.C., it makes a pentagram. These people are masters at symbolism. They'll hide it in plain sight. The average person, they look at it, they just see a piece of paper. Oh, there's a pyramid, whatever. You know what I mean? They like it doesn't mean anything to them. Even you point out what you just said. The word is Mason spelled in a hexagram. They're like, so what? Like the average person can't comprehend it. And even if they do, like that was one of the first things I found out. One of my, I guess some people would say a conspiracy. It was the Federal Reserve before even 9/11. That was the one thing that I fell down that rabbit hole. I'm like, oh my God. And it
Yeah,
was
that's
not
a
even
good one.
new conspiracy. It's been out a long time. Like The Creature from
Mhm.
Jekyll Island, that book's been out a long time. So it's nothing
Right.
new. But they've still maintained that thing all this time. They've maintained it. People spoke about it, like Henry Ford. He spoke about it way back in the day. He tried to do something. Who's another one? Charles Lindbergh, and then the missing Lindbergh baby. You think that was an accident? Like that was like,
I don't know about that.
oh yeah, yeah. Charles Lindbergh was like a hero, like on a worldwide basis, and he was opposed to the banksters, and so was Henry Ford. But they shut up him. They shut his ass up. Like, okay, imagine your child goes missing and whatever. Um, right, that shut him up. It's like, okay, he realized what kind of power he was up against, and he's not going to
Wait.
defeat.
His child disappeared.
Oh yeah, the Lindbergh baby. You haven't heard about that? That was like a
Yeah,
big,
that's what I said I didn't know
yeah,
about.
baby. Yeah, it was horrible.
Well, shit. Okay.
It's like a horse head. You deal with the mafia. There's a horse head in your bed. You're like, oh
Yeah.
shit, I get the message. I'll shut the hell up.
Uh-huh.
We got a
Okay.
worldwide mafia, and it's all powerful. It's like they've literally got everyone by the balls. No one dares speak out against them on a nation state basis. No one dares cross them.
Okay. Level with me here, okay? Because, I see the logic in what you're saying, and that's where I'm at when I try to be logical about it. But then you got to think about, the most powerful retort any normie has to someone like you or I. It says like, think about how many people would have to be in on it, right? And I mean that's the number one normie response to conspiracy theorists for a good reason, and because it's something you really got to consider. And I mean, and then our defense, right? Everyone knows the truth or defense is compartmentalization, not like people serve their role without really knowing what they're involved in. right? But the thing is, there's conspiracy after conspiracy on such large scales pulled off on a daily basis, where when you really think about it, it almost seems like no organization of flesh and blood human beings like you or I could really be as successful as whatever entity we see, as we notice being as successful as it is, pulling off all these operations.
You know how
And
many people? Well, I was going to answer your question real quick. How many people would have to be in on it? Only the top of every pyramid. So, in other words, every government agency and military is structured as a pyramid. You've got your private, and then you have all the way up to your 5-star general, right? And then he answers to the president. So, only the top of each one of those structures, the tippy top, is in on the bigger picture. And even
No,
those have different levels of
yeah.
classification. So it's a handful of people controlling the world.
I get, like I said, man. Like I said, it's a good go-to. Like I'm there with you. I understand that. I said, the best truth or response to that, common normie accusation is compartmentalization. A pyramid structure. I get it, but even when you think about that, when you really think about it, it's just. I'm not saying the hoaxes aren't going on, that these agendas aren't at play, and there isn't some sort of leadership. But I mean, I just don't know how a group of people, like people like you and me, who take a shit or two a day, eat 3 meals, watch TV. I mean, who are these? They seem inhuman in their organization and their efforts. Like, do they sleep? God damn, like
They've been
and
doing it a long time, man. These families have controlled the world a very long time, and they've got it down to a science. They're very efficient.
but then when you say they've done it for a long time, then that comes along with the idea that, well, the human lifespan is, what, 70, 80, 90 years, right? And if it's been going on longer than that, somehow the son is convinced by the evil father to pick up the family business, right? So that would go
Yeah,
hand in
well,
hand
they
right
do
there.
have it. Look at the royal families, right? They groom them. They groom them since the time they're children, and they pass it down from one generation to the next.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you understand. Even though I have the same eyes as you, man, right? Like I see what you see. I understand. It's just so
It's hard to wrap
impressive.
your head around it. Yeah, the scale is so big, it is hard to wrap your head around it. And that was one of my problems I had when I put this together. I'm like, holy shit, this is so much bigger of a problem than I thought. Like these people are so much more powerful than I could have comprehended. Like their power is like they have total control of the
And so
world, of all these nation
and
states.
so I'm not a Christian, but what you just said leads me to think that you'd understand if I said my opinion is that they're like at the top of the pyramid is actually like some sort of force of nature.
The
Like
devil. Yes.
yeah,
The devil
yeah,
himself.
and I'm not a Christian, so I wouldn't jump to that terminology,
Well, who has that long of a time frame? You even said like an average human is what, 70 to 100 years lifespan. These plans take centuries to play out. Like they're still playing out. Like with they implemented the Federal Reserve, and like on their time frame, it's a long time frame to us because we have such a short lifespan. But for them, they don't operate on our time frame. They've got more time to let it play out. When you're reeling in a big fish, you don't want to pull on the line, you'll snap it. They're reeling us in real slow. They're playing this out just as planned. They have a longer term agenda, and our time frames are so short, most people can't put it together because they
Why
can't
do you think they
comprehend
have
these time
secret
frames.
societies? Why do you think they have secret societies? That's why they have secret societies, because the secret society decides upon a plan, and then that plan is stuck to, and then that's why they have them. And then the next generation is indoctrinated into the plan, and then the next generation, and the next generation. That's how it works.
Sure, sure. But I mean, there's also the idea of addressing like why aren't there any traitors to the dark side, right?
Like,
Like, where are the whistleblowers?
There has been, but they get dealt with ruthlessly.
They get their head blown off in Dealey Plaza.
Okay. I mean,
not only that, but any whistleblower gets covered up. He might get his stuff out there once, but then it gets scrubbed off the internet. Like they have ways of tying up loose ends.
Okay, so here's where I'm coming from, and like I understand where you guys are coming from, and I'm like, you're not telling me anything new. Not that you're not saying great points, because you are. I thought about that, and I don't necessarily have like a that's wrong because I don't. It's just an opinion, right? I'm just coming from my perspective, and what I think the expression that sums it up best is that, you know, the world isn't just stranger than you'd imagine. The world is stranger than you could imagine. Like, we don't like I don't necessarily think people have the ability to even understand, like, you know, what's fully going on here. And to sum it up as, oh, there's just people behind it all, I don't stand by that anymore, even though I think what you say makes a lot of sense to a large degree. That's just where I'm at, right?
The people are the puppets, but the main entity that's controlling the people at the very top, like the ones that the Rothschilds would answer to, you realize there's an air gap in the pyramid. There's there's a plateau at the top of the pyramid, and then
that's kind of what I'm saying, yeah.
The all-seeing eye above it. The all-seeing eye above it is probably Satan himself. It's a spiritual entity. And if you look at these people, like these very wealthy people, they wear like devil symbolism. The Rothschilds, you see, there's pictures of them with these big medallions of these demonic creatures, like big gold medallions on their neck with the devils and things like that. It's like, what? If I was a wealthy person, you think I would wear that kind of shit? Like, if I was a normal wealthy person, I'd maybe wear like designer suits and stuff, you know, Rolex watch, but I would never wear something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of making my point there, right? You do you favor choosing the word Satan? Is that like your
You call it what you want. It's an evil entity. Whatever it is, it's not.
Definitely at the top. But when you look at these people, I mean, I've researched a lot into this, and me, I'm not a religious person by any means. However, when you look deep enough and long enough into this, you can't deny that there's some kind of almost spiritual higher element behind this, you know, something just evil.
And think about it. What has it done for mankind? All the greed and wealth has been siphoned to the top, the very tippy top. Now, what we would consider wealthy would be like an athlete, like a professional athlete. You say, wow, he's wealthy. But next to these people, those are peasants. Like the person, like you'd say, like Elon Musk, wow, he's so rich. They say he's the richest man in the world, not by a billion miles, right? He's like a peasant next to these people. The amount of wealth they control, the amount of power, land.
The black nobility. I mean, some of these families have been going at it for thousands of years. And imagine stealing money for, 50 generations and stuff. Of course, these people are rich. I mean, beyond like anything that we can like imagine.
I mean, they are what they are, but I mean, Ron, like, have you ever considered that you might be giving them a little too much kind of credit in a sense? Because I mean, no doubt they have like control over the financial systems and all of that, but I mean, I actually see their position as a very weak position. Like it is a house of cards that could crumble overnight. There's so many more of us than them. Like, I just don't see them as like all powerful. Like, I was just wondering if you ever considered like kind of, seeing their frailness rather than rather than elevating.
I'm just looking at realistically what they actually hold the title to the land, these corporations, the currency, the gold, the media. When you hold all those cards, dude, I'm not gonna. How could you understate it? It's like they're literally holding all the aces and all the
all the wealth are held in so few hands.
The thing is, they are very few, and even with all their money and all their weapons in the world, you know, they couldn't do anything. If we united, we could run them over, you know, easily. The problem is that and that is why their indoctrination system is so strong and so in place, because they have to indoctrinate us, because they know very, very well if we turn on them, that's it, they're fucked. And that's why as soon as someone stands up or rises up, they are found in a hotel room with 2 gunshot wounds to the head and is deemed a suicide.
Well, these people have more than, it's not like they have just one residence, right? It's not like the king would live in the castle and he was accountable to the village, right? If the king got too tyrannical, the peasants would overthrow the king and he had to be accountable, right?
It's a
Now
secret king, right?
people they hide behind presidents and prime ministers. So those are the heat shield for all the anger of the people, right? When the people get
You're
angry
right.
and hungry, they take it out on the president or prime minister when they're not the real source of power. So
You're right.
they take the slings and arrows, and then the real power is safe in their many different mansions. They're not in just one mansion. They live in private gated communities, even in islands like New Zealand and all these places, remote areas. You can't touch them. They're untouchables.
Well, you're right, but I mean that also speaks to Gio's point, right? That they have to hide,
Of
right?
course, if they were to reveal themselves, the whole system would fall apart. If they revealed themselves as the source of the power, it would evaporate overnight. And that was like the only thing, like the whole flat Earth coming out and revealing that these people have kept this truth from us, at least this one piece of truth. It would make all the governments, the world governments, they would lose credibility overnight. Like they would get rug pulled. Like all of a sudden, you people have all lied to us, and the Russians have lied, and the Chinese have lied, and all you guys were in on it from the top level, and then all of them would get rug pulled. Overnight, they would lose all credibility. It's like when if you caught your wife cheating, you come home, you catch your wife cheating, right? Like everyone comes home, all these countries, and they see that their wife is cheating on them. Their leaders, their president, prime minister, they're all cheating on you, and they all say, "I'll catch them naked." It's like, oh, you fuckers, you cannot be trusted. But the problem is they will implement something to replace it. Like they're in a position to replace whatever we cast off. So we cast off one government, and they're in a position of power to reconstruct another one. That's
they
the
probably
difficult.
try.
That's
Yeah,
the
they
difficult.
and
Dialectic.
they'd
That's why
absolutely try.
is the Hegelian dialectic.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Wolfgang. How do you
You think they would try to make a 2.0?
Of course, dude. Look, they have 9/11. They have the official story, and then they have a secondary official story. The architects and engineers. They always got a backup plan. They don't just have one plan. They have redundancy. They have a plan B. A plan C.
The Hegelian dialectic.
Well, I did kind of interrupt Fundy, so let's let Fundy respond.
So Wolfman, sounds like you and I have a pretty similar view on things. But here's something I question. How do you what kind of groups would you break things down on the largest of scale? So is it a them versus us, or is there any sort of third party, maybe of a benefic nature, right? Is there an anti-Illuminati, or is it just them, evil controllers, us, the resistance, or what do you think?
I think the us is basically the peons, like us, the people that are truthers and we don't want to live under the system, versus the elite, the very few elite. So the people people like us in this room, we would want some kind of benevolent leader, right? But the people
So
in
we
power,
are the resistance. It's just us resisting.
basically it's us. Yeah, the peasants. It's like the many ants in the movie The Ants. There's so many of us. Right?
Then let me ask you this. Do they have pretty much everyone as they want us to be, or is there something stopping them from having the total amount of control that they're aiming towards? Like, what's slowing them down? Because if they wanted us all dead, we'd be dead. So that's obviously not the goal, right?
Well, they're on that agenda. They're working on it, and I can't really talk about what they're doing, but all you got to do is look back.
people
If
people
if they want us dead, we'd all be dead. That can't be their
that's
goal.
not they don't want you dead overnight, but
Right.
what they're doing, they're
They don't
thinning
want
the
us all dead. They wouldn't have no one to rule over.
they're
They
thinning
need
the
to start
herd.
This is the thing you guys have to remember. They will kill us once they find someone else to trim their garden, cut their hedges, and serve them food. Why do you think they're developing AI and robots? Because once they developed AI and robots that can do all the dirty work for them, that's when they will wipe out the real population.
Well, let's not jump the gun too strongly here, because that's an idea, and I'm not completely sold on that. I don't think you should be so
What you got
positively
to do?
certain.
Read the Georgia Guidestones. They implement their plan, or they lay it out. They're laying out their plan that they want the world to be no more than 500 million, and that's the number they come up with to maintain people to be their slaves, to maintain their lawns and paint the house and fix the roof and keep the whole system running. That's what they need on a worldwide basis, no more. And
So it
the
sounds
rest
like
they call useless eaters.
it sounds like you guys don't believe on piston breadcrumbs. That there's never the presentation where they show their hand or make a mistake. What you guys think that when they make a mistake, when we catch them, they truly made a mistake, or when or when they show their plan, they really mean it. Or it's like, I mean, what about like what do you call it, reverse psychology, or not double entendres, but double agents? I mean, do you think that they made the Georgia Guidestones and revealed their plan, or do you think that it could be, multi-layered, where
They
they
do,
put that
because
out
their
there so
belief
that you
system.
only
Let me
think that's
explain
their
to you.
plan
I'll
to
answer that for you. Let me explain to you.
throw you off?
Let me explain that to you, bro. Their belief system states that they have to reveal their plans before they do them, because the rule book states that you can never force someone to
There's
do
no
something.
rule book.
Everyone has free will, so they have to reveal their moves. Whether they do it slyly in movies or something, they have to, and then it's up to us. It's constantly a game of chess. This is what
Or
their
is that what
belief
they want you to
actually
think?
states.
Or is
No,
that what
that's
they want you to think? Because there's no rule book, man. Let's get one thing straight. There's no rule book.
Well, they do. They do seem to have this thing where they do reveal it, like even in
They
Agenda
do, because
21.
that's their belief. That's the belief system. I've read their own documents. This is their belief system. They believe in this principle. This that you cannot force someone. You have to make them accept it themselves. However, they do it slyly. So they release it in movies. All these underhanded ways. But they have to tell us before they do something, because you can never force someone to do something. It goes against the universal principle, because these people, they're not Satan worshippers the way people think. They believe in duality. They believe there's two forces in the universe that are equally powerful. Therefore, nothing is there's necessarily nothing wrong. That's why Aleister Crowley said this whole thing of do what thou wilt. And their principle, that's why I'm saying, they believe that they cannot force you to do something. They have to tell you, but then it's like a game of chess. This is what they actually believe. If you research into
But they
their
do
belief,
worship Baphomet and do make child sacrifice. So, not actually right.
say that again.
They do worship Baphomet and they do make child sacrifices.
But as far as revealing their plan,
I just
as
said
far
to you
as
that they
revealing their
do.
plan, they do put it out there, and it's sometimes, like what he said, it's called predictive programming, where you can look back at old
Exactly.
movies and you could see a reference to 9/11. Like you could see like the official
Exactly.
story, the airplane slamming in a building. You see that over and over throughout like many years before it actually happened. It was on
Look
the
the
Beastie
Matrix
Boys
movie. The
cover.
Matrix movie from 1999. If you look EON, the agents for questioning in the beginning, if you look on his passport, look at his date of birth.
9/11, and you look at the Back to the Future movie. There's all kind of hidden stuff in there. When the guy's hanging
Exactly.
upside down, there's buildings collapsing.
I've seen it.
So
I've seen it too, guys.
how could
I've
this be an accident?
seen
Like
it
they're
too.
putting it out there. It's like I
They
think what
have
they
to.
believe in,
That's their belief. That's literally
karma,
their
like
belief.
they will get bad karma if they don't warn you. So it's like,
Yes,
no, we've
thank you.
warned them, and it's all very
Thank you.
subtle. You only
I
understand, you only see it after it's already happened. Like it doesn't make sense
know
to
all
you.
about I know all about this, guys, but you notice how, like, I know there's probably everyone in this room, or at least the majority, like, probably has a strong desire to parrot the same things you just said. Oh, the karmic contract, they're getting out of karmic debt, that they warn you before they do it. It's the old vampire lore about a vampire can't enter your house unless it's invited in. They gave you previous warning. I mean, sure, yeah, all of this could be how it goes. I'm not saying that's wrong, but you also just got to keep an open mind enough to say, is that what they want you to think? Or have you actually got them? Oh, you got them all figured out.
Why is it
right?
there?
Or do they want you to think they
If
have
it
you have them figured out?
if it didn't matter, you wouldn't find so many pieces of this predictive programming. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't have done it.
Make that case.
They're laughing at us. Don't you understand that they're taking the piss? They're doing it. This is what they believe. This karmic principle. They do believe in that, and they're literally laughing at us. They're taking the piss out of us.
You want to know something?
Wait,
Let me get this before
you're talking
I
about
forget.
Viewer's delight right there. I get it.
Rockefeller was on the cover of a magazine, right? And the Twin Towers were in the background, and on his watch, the hands read 9 and 11.
9/11. I've seen that.
I mean, this is done decades in advance.
Really? Oh my god.
They built them to destroy them.
Wasn't the World Trade Center? Wasn't the World Trade Center built 33 years before 9/11?
And then you look at the Freemasonry
it's
has
almost
two pillars. You even said Freemasonry has two pillars, the Jacques and Boaz. That was the Twin Tower symbolism. And it was like everything, nothing is by accident. I mean, they did it on that specific date, 9/11. It's like, it was all planned out.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if you think you can stop them, they have a plan and they implement it decades later. They have plans. I mean, everything's going according to their time scale. Yes, we figured it out, a handful of people, but I mean, they're still going through with it. I don't think we stopped them yet.
I think the truth community gets played all the time, just as much as the sheeple are played and tricked and propagandized and they fall for it. I think that they, like someone said before, they have contingency plans. They don't just have one plan, they have backups. And I think they are prepared for groups of people like us to emerge. And we are fed our own feed of content that to get us to think a certain way, just like the rest of the masses are. And so when we think we have something figured out, I just say maybe question what the truth community has taught you.
There is no truth. I mean, I weigh everything. I don't trust anything.
Yeah, fuck my turn. Yeah, fuck my turn.
I'm one of the most.
What I heard you say is the same stuff I've heard from hundreds of other conspiracy
Okay,
theories.
because I'm filling you in on the blanks because you're asking questions and I'm filling in your questions. You asked a specific
I think you're articulating the stereotypical truth or response very well, and I know it makes a lot of sense to you and me. Like, I'm not against it completely. I'm just trying to say, here I am, just like you, thinking the same thoughts. Listen, everything you said, that's where I'm at right now. That's like my working motto, whatever, right?
Your question, I assumed you didn't know, so I'm just filling you in on the background. I could go into more detail, but it's not necessary. The thing is, if you haven't scratched the surface, it seems everyone when you arrive at Flat Earth, you went through many rabbit holes to get here. So you scratched the surface of all those other things before you arrive here. Flat Earth is one of the last holes you jump through. It's usually the last one. And the only way you'll arrive there at Flat Earth is if you're a very skeptical person. It takes a very skeptical person. And there's people that will only go so far. They can only go so far. The Federal Reserve or so many other things, and they can't tackle that last hurdle. They just can't go there.
But doesn't it make sense to you that when someone is pulling off a mass deception, they're going to have contingency plans to deal with the people who catch on to the deception?
That's why they do the Hegelian dialectic. That's why they play the Hegelian dialectic, because it doesn't matter which side wins. That's exactly why they do it that way.
And that's what they did with 9/11. They had many different alternative stories, right? So people that don't believe the airplanes, they have a thermite story. So they have many different alternatives. We're not
people plan 100 years in advance. These people, like what's happening today was planned 100 years ago. These people are, they've been doing this for thousands of years, and they don't have to do it. They don't have to do it fast. They can sit back and do it slowly, and sip tea in their big mansions and stuff. because that this is the way they do it. They plan many years in advance, so of course they have contingency plans. They probably had 1,000 contingency plans for 9/11. Of course they do.
And they hide behind plausible deniability, right? Just like you said, well, how can you prove who's the one controlling this? It's plausible deniability. Oh, I've had nothing to do with it. I'm just minding my business. That's just, you know what I mean? They can hide behind all these puppets. It's
All the
very
classic. I'm just following orders.
it's just
Hey,
difficult to I mean,
hey, respect,
like
guys. Major respect. I know I'm playing like devil's advocate, right? But I'm happy. Like you guys definitely know what you think, and for good reason. And like I said, that like I operate on the same level as you. I just sometimes want to play that character to be like sort of questioning myself by questioning you, if you know what I mean. So major respect. I don't mean to come across like I know something you guys don't, because I do not. But yeah, it's just nice to hear someone sort of defend my own position for me. You know what I mean? Even if I have to be the person to attack it myself.
the thing is, this is the only way we have to fight them is by revealing a lot of this stuff. Revealing what we just talked about, it shows that we don't have self-determination. In other words, like elections mean nothing. They're really selections of puppets, and we have no say in it. You can go fill out a ballot, but it really has no say-so in the big picture. Whoever gets elected is a puppet. They're going to do as they're told. So it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme. As far as how do we get to a point of changing it? Through awareness. Awareness, this is our only weapon we have, is truth. That's all we have. And then if
That's why
enough
when you
truth
go
gets
into a room in a dark room, you turn a light on and the darkness disappears. That's exactly the saying, an analogy for this, and that's the truth, and that's the only thing that slows them down. That because these plans that they wanted to implement, based on all the documents of theirs that I've read and stuff, should have happened many years ago, decades ago. But because, I think the internet massively backfired on them. And they have been delayed. They have definitely been delayed, and that's
sure.
That's one of the pretty much most that we can do. That keep delaying them, keep exposing what they're doing.
To give you an example, if you've ever read Agenda 21, now they're a
Yes.
little bit behind on it. It's 2000.
2030.
Yeah, right. Well, there's Agenda 2030 after that, but Agenda 21 was already, they're kind of behind on Agenda 21. I know they got
Yes.
Agenda 2030, but we've held them back a little bit.
Yeah.
And the more that leaks out, I mean, they write these papers, but the more that leaks out in the truth community, that's why we're down to a few places like this. I mean, how many people are here? And everybody in this room already knows. Everybody in the room already knows what we're talking. We're just talking amongst the preaching to the choir. We're not really reaching a mass audience of new people. Everyone here knows. So like, and they know that. So that's like, let's give them a sandbox to play in. The people who already know, let's let them speak amongst themselves. But don't let it get out on Facebook or YouTube. Don't let it go viral. They'll cap that shit real quick. If any of this was to go mainstream to where it's like common knowledge, like everybody knows about it, or 50%, let's say, then the game is up. They can't allow that. And then when you control all the internet, you control Google, you control all the social media, they have huge control. So it's like, to underestimate your enemy, they didn't control the world for all these years without having enormous power. And that's why there's even words we can't say here, right? Amongst ourselves with 15 people, can't say certain things.
Yeah, that's true.
And we all have to read between the lines and use coded language. And your coding is not obscure enough. Even though I'm speaking in coded language, it's not obscure enough. It's almost like Stalin. People were afraid to speak about Stalin in their own bathroom in their home. They thought they were bugged, and listen, they're freaking out. And that's before the era of where cameras everywhere, internet everywhere. Now there is that type of spying. They could spy on you through your devices.
And I wouldn't be talking about him in my bathroom either.
I'm saying people were scared to
How
speak a
many
word
people did
against it.
Stalin? How many people did Stalin kill?
Who knows in reality? I mean,
Is it more
we
than
still do
25 million?
we still do have some freedom. I mean, who knows with their numbers if they're real or not? But like, he was feared enough, right, that people didn't dare speak against him. They were just terrified, and that's how you control. Like, that's how China maintains control of a large population through terror. They're just the people are scared of to speak a word against it. There's like serious consequences, and then they're being spied on all these different levels. There's no free internet. They're like, I mean, they spy on the government spying on us. Like all your shit is being spied on. And everyone knows it. I know it too. And it's like, you know what? I know I'm being spied on, but fuck you. Go ahead. I mean, it's not going to stop me from speaking on it. Eventually shit's going to play out. It's like, but we have more freedom to speak on it than other places, which is not saying much. Because I mean, look, we even get canceled off places like Discord. You say the wrong thing, you get canceled.
So what's the end goal? Well, what do they want?
They have what they want. They want to open one world government. They want it. They want to have it openly. They already have it, but they just want it to be known openly. That's their last agenda. So basically, they want to come out of the closet, right? They're like closeted people back in the day, and they just want to come out of the closet. They've already got an iron grip.
They want to be able to do their blood drinking and child raping and sacrifice openly.
What about Epstein Island? Is that really happening?
Well, that already happened. That's old news.
I
But
mean,
see,
what are these people getting at drinking blood? Are you saying that has some sort of medicinal effect? Like, why would anyone be
It
doing
does.
that?
It does have medicinal effect, and it's been proven. First of all, it's got adrenochrome, which is a very potent psychedelic substance with effects similar to, like Hunter S. Thompson says, a combination of methamphetamine and LSD. Second of all, it has youth giving properties, so basically it keeps you young for longer. Why do you think all of these elite they'll be 90 years old, yeah, but they look like they're 50? And this has actually been proven. There was a guy recently who did a study with mice, and what he did was he took blood from young mice and infused it into older mice who had early stage dementia, and it was actually proven that it started reversing the effects. So yeah, it does have regenerative properties, and this is starting to actually be proven scientifically now.
You know who did it openly? The other founder of PayPal, Elon Musk, and what's the other guy? There's the other one of his. What's his name? He was getting blood transfusions. What's his name?
The gay guy. I don't know what his name is, but yeah.
His name escapes me at the moment. But he even said publicly he was paying younger people to give him blood transfusions.
Younger men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There's even a joke about this in The Simpsons. I don't know if you've seen that, where Mr. Burns says, "Oh, all of this time I was searching for the fountain of youth," or something like that. And who knew that all I needed was young blood?
And who is he? Who is Mr. Burns? He's Rothschild. He looks just like Jacob Rothschild.
Exactly.
I mean, it's all in your face. The Simpsons. There's so much predictive programming in The Simpsons. 9/11. Trump. There's so
even
much.
Family Guy. Even in Family Guy, that skit with James Woods when he says, "I was sick, but according to Hollywood law, I was given the life force of a youngster," or something like that. And they see strapping up him in a chair, and then a girl next to him. They hook him up, and he basically drains the life force out of her and gets reinvigorated.
Horrible. Yeah. See, these people live for this world. They think that they're this flesh suit that they have. They try and extend their life because they have power on this world, right? They control this world that we're in. They're the kings. But in the next realm, they're not, right? They can't take any of this material wealth with them. They'll be the wealthiest person in the cemetery, doesn't benefit them. Power is a strange thing, man. People lust after the power and they don't want to give it up, and that's why they go to these extremes. I mean, it's a bloodlust.
By the way, do you know that you can buy adrenochrome online? I've actually found where you can get adrenochrome and stuff.
Well,
I'm probably
sure
not
you
supposed
can,
to open them.
but it's yeah, maybe it's a honeypot. Maybe it's a honeypot. Someone trying to buy it, and it's a trap. But I mean, all these governments.
No. Wait, I'll show you. I'll send you a DM. I'm not
I
gonna
don't
post
want to
it.
see it. Don't send it to me. I don't want to see it. I don't want any affiliation with that. Don't send it to me, please. I know there's a lot of shit on the dark web. There's people buying organs and all kind of shit, but I just don't want
Oh
any.
no, this isn't the dark web. This is openly. No, I wasn't gonna send a link or anything. I have a screenshot because I don't like sending the link to people because I don't want like. First of all, I
Right.
don't want anything with myself, and I don't want people to thingy. But yeah, I was actually shocked when I found it.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, my friend. So you know who these people are, and you don't put it past them that they would try to deceive us on a bigger scale, like the globe deception. The globe deception, it's when you get to this level, you realize, well, fucking A, nothing is past their I mean, if they can get away with this, they can get away with any lie. There's no lie too big. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know how many people would have to be in on it? A handful of elites are in on it, and then their underlings. All the underlings that they're trusted lieutenants, right? They have them all in a position of power. I'd say the top 3 levels of every government, military, at least the top 3 levels, so your generals and colonels, all your top level, they have different levels of classification, right? So like a 5-star general is going to know more than a colonel, and so on, right? As you go up the chain of command, and but they have people to fall back on. If they lose the general, they got the 4-star under the 5, and they have a sequence of layers of people they can trust.
Why do you think they have to, to get to the upper levels, you have to perform, certain rituals, and, they film all of it as well, because you don't get to the upper levels unless they have something on you. It's just not possible.
Look at Admiral Byrd, right? He was a Freemason. So all these high-level Masons, you don't get to be Admiral, which is the highest level of the Navy. You don't get to be that unless you're selected. You don't just work your way up from a polywog to the fucking, you know what I mean, to the Admiral. It's not something that's people think they can. Oh yeah, maybe you can if you jump through the right levels of Freemasonry and you got the right bloodline, like John McCain's father was an admiral. It's very difficult to acquire that. There's only a handful of them, right? There's only a handful of generals or admirals, and these come from elite families. It's not just coming from the general public.
Oh no, of course. You can't get to the upper levels unless you're part of the bloodline. You can get so far even if you perform all the rituals and stuff, but the uppermost levels is only, the elite families, the black nobility. You will not get there unless you are part of them.
And that's why they maintain secrecy, because it's all a very tight-knit group of people. They all know each other. And it's like they're all benefiting from the current system, right? From this current system, they're at the top levels of wealth and power, right? So they give them a piece of the pie, and they don't want to let go of their piece, right? So even you hold a very powerful position, you get a lot of benefits for that, for being a top level puppet.
Do you know, if you work for the Rothschilds and you get up to like lieutenant level, do you know like how you are rewarded? Do you know what they give you?
What do they give you?
they give you a check, a blank check, and they say put in how much you think your services are worth. So someone like, for example, J.P. Morgan, the founder of J.P. Morgan Bank, he was a lieutenant of the Rothschilds. He would have been one of those. So they give you a check and blank check and say here, because they can print any amount of money they want. There's nothing back in the currency anymore. So they just give you whatever you want, and that's one of the ways they reward it. And then
They
obviously
make
you also.
How do you know this? Did you get a check?
If he had a check, he wouldn't be here. That's like fucking.
Let's just say I know. I don't want to go into too many details, and I can say something else as well. That let's say I was offered a check at some point, I would have said no.
Well, we know who they are. We know like Rothschild has Rockefeller. Rockefeller controlled all the oil in the United States. And then you have JP Morgan controlled the financial. So it's like he didn't really control the finance. He answered to Rothschild, right? So, but
When
he
he
was
died, when JP Morgan died, it was found out that he actually only owned 17% of JP Morgan Bank.
right. The rest was owned by the central bankers, the Fed, the Rothschilds.
There were European investors that owned the rest of it. When you say European investors, there is one power in Europe, and that's Rothschild.
And that's the corporations as well. You look at who owns the real estate, the majority shareholders in all these large companies, ExxonMobil, Royal Dutch Shell, all these companies are majority owned by them.
Yeah.
There's also British Petroleum, like BP. So like all these companies, all these oil companies, they're publicly traded companies. You can go buy 100 shares of stock or 1,000 shares of stock, but you're never going to be majority shareholder. These people will always retain majority share.
It's the same. It's the same companies at the top. I mean, you look like BlackRock, for example. They own everything. Everything is owned at the top by by the same people.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Fidelity. There was another one we were talking about the other day. Yeah, with the usual suspects, the usual Wall Street whales, these people. But even like the media, people think that they're divided into like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, CBS. Like they think they're all private entities, but they all get marching orders from a common source, right? They all repeat the same mainstream news. Doesn't matter which one you have.
Well, the Rothschilds bought the Associated Press and Reuters, quite a long time ago. So I mean, they own. If you look at the media, worldwide media, the elite own probably 99% of all of it, and the only 1% remaining are all these independent blogs and small little websites here and
how
there.
independent they are as well. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, of course. Like Alex Jones, for example. Like
definitely controlled. He gets a check from Time Warner.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, he's an employee of Time Warner. He gives the illusion of an independent press, like an independent voice. And here's the thing, he will reveal much more than a mainstream news, right? But he also gives it a bad taste by the way how he acts, right? He acts like a lunatic, so he discredits all the real information he just gave you. He makes it sound tinfoil hat. He'll give you some truth, and then he'll piss on it by acting like Kanye West did. He went on Alex Jones. He gave you a shitload of truth, and then he poisoned the well by putting a sock on his head and acting like a fool. So now he just discredited all the truth he just gave you, right? All that truth he gave you becomes suspect, discredited because of this man's behavior. Oh, that's tinfoil hat shit. You think Kanye? Look at, he wears a sock on his head. You're going to believe what he tells you? Well, he just fed you a fuck ton of truth, and then he poisoned the well afterwards. It's ingenious what they do. Very ingenious.
They're geniuses, these people. They're not dumb, man. I mean,
very devious, yes.
Devious and genius. I mean, you can't deny that their plan is, I mean, they're smart. They know what they're doing. They got their shit together. And that's the problem.
I mean, fucking A. There's a handful of us that get it. That's it. There's just a handful of us. I mean, they fooled 99.9% of the people. That's Let me see anyone else try and do that shit. That's
The problem is as well that the like you said, there's only 0.1% of us that know what's going on, and the 0.1% of us are busy arguing whether the Earth is flat or a globe. So
not
even
not even. See, now it's not a point of contention. All it is for someone who doesn't see. You see the big picture, but you're missing the final piece. Like if someone didn't have your understanding, and then they understood that the Earth is flat, and that must take an enormous amount of cooperation between world governments to maintain this lie, then you would understand the link. Then the light bulb comes on. But you've already have a deep understanding of things. You don't really need to get it, but if you looked at it, we're not lying about it. We're telling you the God's honest truth. All you got to do is look at it with open eyes, just like you did the rest of it. Look at it with open eyes. It'll come to you, and you'll say, "Holy shit!" So we're not here to bullshit anyone. I mean, what benefit would it have? Like, I'm not gonna be the guy poisoning the well. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was a way to poison the well, like the truth community. I thought flat Earth was a way to poison the well, just like the Kanye West thing. I thought they're trying to poison the well of the 9/11 truthers. They're gonna introduce this flat Earth bullshit, and it's gonna discredit all the truthers on 9/11, and that's what I thought it was. I thought it was a psyop, and I didn't even give them clicks. I'm like, fuck these. This was in 2015 because YouTube kept suggesting it to me before YouTube was bought by Google. They had a good algorithm, and it said people who watch this about the Federal Reserve also watch this, and people who watch this about 9/11 and da da da. And I thought, aha, they're trying to fucking infiltrate and ruin the truth community with this bullshit. And I wouldn't give them any clicks. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not giving this video any clicks, even though it had a lot of views. I'm like, fucking A, it's got a lot of views. But I thought it was, all fake or whatever. Until one day I looked at it, and I went down that rabbit hole and I found fucking A, it's true. Like, you can't deny it's true. You just look at the proof of one versus the other. You look at a proof of a globe versus proof of flat stationary Earth, and you're going to see only one side is provable. And maybe you don't want to go there, but you can't find any proof of a globe. And if you don't want to be deceived by anything, you just got to come to reality and weigh the evidence. And it sounds like you got a good bullshit detector. I mean, it sounds like you're well versed in this.
No, I'm an idiot, man. I'm just dumb. I'm just smart enough to know I don't know anything.
You just laid out a bunch of truth, so.
No, I was just guessing.
99% don't see what you see. 99.9% don't see what you see. So you have a better bullshit detector than 99.9% of the world. So.
Nah, bro, I was just guessing, bro. Don't give me any credit.
Well,
man.
you put it together and said it very, very articulately. So.
I was copy pasting.
Well, I'm just saying you're further down the rabbit hole, so you don't have a big leap from here, and that's people don't have as well of a grasp as you. So it's even unless you have a certain amount of truth in your background, you're never going to get the flat Earth. Very rare, very very rare that someone will. Sometimes by accident, like a total normie gets it, like a total normie. They know no other conspiracy. Like, they don't know about the Federal Reserve, the world. They don't know that shit. Boom, flat Earth clicks with them. For whatever reason, they get it. And that's a rare exception. But it's hard as a truther. There's a lot of good truthers that just won't touch it. And that's my litmus test to whether I can trust them. Like, to give you an idea, I just watched that Whitsitt and Robert Sungenis. That guy is brilliant. He's brilliant, and there's no way he doesn't get it, but he can only go so far. Like, he obviously must know, but he just can't go there. He'll say the Earth is geocentric, but he just can't go that last step. He's not allowed to. But he obviously, a man of his intelligence, gets it.
Well, I'm not intelligent, bro.
Well, Sungenis is.
know enough.
Absolutely brilliant.
I'll have a look. What does he do? I heard about him being mentioned earlier. What does he actually do? Is he is he a scientist or something?
Yeah, he is. He works for the Catholic Church, so that he's affiliated with them deeply. But then he lost a lot of credentials with them. He was saying like how he was demoted like 90% of his like his rank or whatever. They kind of pushed him aside, and he's been ostracized by the community, and there's people that don't want anything to do with him since he's spoken. I don't know if that's true or not. He might just be like playing.
What is it that he's come out and said that's made him ostracized? Like what is he claiming?
The Earth is geocentric. He's going against the narrative that's heliocentric. So he's going that far as to say the Earth is the center, but he can't go as far to say it's flat. And he actually made a book, like flat out, something about flat Earth being wrong, right? So maybe he's controlled opposition, but he's very well read. He's very intelligent, and there's no way he doesn't get it. But he's just not allowed to go that final step.
The thing is with me, when it comes to geocentrism, for example, I had this discussion with was it Witsit the other day, and I admitted that if the universe isn't larger than what we're seeing, like the visible universe, then the Earth is geocentric. As simple as that. There is like it's undeniable. But if the universe is larger, then it potentially isn't. So that's what like I'm resting, and I'm not afraid to go where the evidence takes me. As far as flat Earth, I can honestly say I'm not convinced yet, not fully convinced yet. If I am, like I have the intellectual honesty to admit not only that I'm wrong, but also change my point of view. You get me? I always go where the information takes me. But honestly, so far, I'm not convinced by flat Earth. Not.
That's fine. Neither is Son Janus, but at least publicly he can. But actually, Witsit just had an interview with him, and they were very cordial, and everything went like.
Yeah,
they didn't talk about their disagreements. They didn't really touch on that because they had a lot more that they agreed on. That was and they're both being, like you said, they're both being ostracized by friends and like things like that. It's like you're going to lose a lot of friends going against the grain, and most people don't want to do that.
Shit, man. I don't really care about that.
Over shit like this, you know what I mean? It like throws your whole life into a tailspin. Say you work for NASA and you were to come out, you lose your job. The wife leaves you. You're all alone. No one likes you. Like your friends don't want anything. And that stuff happens. And it doesn't need to happen to a lot of people to be made an example of. Someone sees it happen to one person and I don't want anything to do with it. I'm keeping my mouth shut. I don't want any repercussions.
The thing is, for me, I've never really given a shit about what people think of me or anything like that. And, in terms of like wife, I've got a beautiful, amazing woman, thank God. But like, I'm not really bothered about that. So for me, it's not that I can't admit I have any kind of agenda or anything, like that. It's just that I'm just not convinced. Maybe I will be convinced. It's like I said, I've said that, if all my questions can be answered adequately, then, regarding the flat Earth, then I will become a flat Earth.
I think you'll reach it. It sounds like you have everything in place to reach that final step. It's everything. All your ducks are in a row. I guarantee if you look at it unbiasedly, you'll see it because you got eyes to see. You've got eyes to see. You'll see it. I'm convinced.
I'm not biased. That's the thing. I'm not biased at all. Like I've noticed that I've listened to some of the debates in here with some of the so-called globers, and like there is some serious cognitive dissonance. I mean, I thought that this was only on the flat Earth side, this whole thing, but it's on both sides, and it's like, and I be honest with you, I think it's disgusting when people ignore the truth just for the fact that they can't admit that they're right, or they're embarrassed to be proven wrong, or that they or even like with the whole mainstream narrative, like what have you got vested in it? Why can't you just accept that it might be wrong? I don't understand it, and I honestly, my eyes have been open to the fact that this whole cognitive dissonance is on both sides. So
I wouldn't say that. I mean, when you arrive at flat Earth, you have to go step by step, and you have to get past the cognitive dissonance because we all have been programmed a certain way, and you have to overcome your programming to really see the truth and accept it. I mean, it's hard to accept the truth. It's not.
Yeah, but
It's
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That I used to think that this was only like on the flat Earth side, you know, because I've had debates with flat Earthers and I, you know, present evidence and stuff, and you know, I just not. But then I noticed like the other day there was a talk. It was me and another guy who's so-called Glober, and we were having a discussion with some of you guys, and I think you might have actually been in that discussion. And then basically what we were saying was like basically proven wrong, and then the other guy, the other Glober, he was like, well, I don't know, it's like thingy, and it just kicked him that thing, and I was like, I straight away said, you know what, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong, you're right. But the other guy was like, well, there's probably an explanation. No, there's not. There isn't an explanation for that, what we were talking about. It is what it is, simple as that. And you know, that's why I was a bit shocked about, because it's incredibly intellectually dishonest, and it doesn't get us anywhere.
if you were to present something and prove me wrong, I would learn from that. I'm welcome. I don't admit I know everything. I like only a fool would think he knows everything. Like I'm learning
Yeah.
stuff every day, and I'm like, if someone proves me wrong, awesome, I'll learn from it. But I mean, I've already went down these holes. I went down the holes, and like I had to like look for myself. I don't want to be like and it's like I don't have an ego to admit no, I have to be right. I'm not going to defend something when I'm wrong. Like if someone points it out, great.
But that's you though, bro. There's very few people who are. I'm like that too, and there's very few people who are like that, unfortunately. And it's
I
like,
just want to know the truth. Like cuz sometimes
yes,
like
exactly. Thank
someone
you.
might see a piece of the puzzle that I don't see, and I like that. That's why I like being in these conversations. Someone else might have found something. I'm like, that's awesome. Thank you.
Mm. Exactly. That's my point. Like I'm happy when someone proves me wrong. Do you get me? Because that means that I learn and I can now correct my view. It's a type of, you know, the whole emperor's new clothes analogy, that if I'm naked, I'd want someone to tell me, type of thing. Do you get me? But unfortunately, it's very few people who are like that, and I've noticed that a lot of people who call themselves truth seekers are just egotistical bastards who want attention and want to be right. They want to stroke their own ego. You get me? Or they want to put other people down and make other people seem dumb to make themselves seem smart. And yeah, well, that's also another reason why I don't consider myself part of any side. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a glober. I'm my own. I'm in my own group.
You know what it is? Like I use this analogy. Let's say you have 1,000-piece puzzle and you open the box and there's 1,000 random pieces. Some of them are flipped upside down, right? So the first thing you do is, what do? You assemble the frame, because they've all got one thing in common. They've got a flat edge. So you start putting the framework together, and then you start filling in the middle of the puzzle. You know, from the edge in mostly, right? Because you have a framework to work off. These people don't even have the frame built, and they think they know it all, right? Before they've even built the frame, they just got a bunch of random pieces on the table. So I've already built the frame. I'm working on the middle. I've got maybe half of the middle filled in. I'm not going to think I know more than half, because there's probably a lot more shit I don't know. But I've got enough to see a picture that it tells me a lot. That once people get to that level where they built the frame and they could see a little bit of the inside of the puzzle, that's the big picture. You don't need to complete the entire puzzle to know that this world is 100% controlled. And then from there, things can start to change. Once you've got the framework built, building that frame usually requires you've reached it without getting the flat earth. I mean, you've reached the connections, but you don't legitimately get it until you get that piece, because to understand how truly all powerful this entity is we're up against, that they literally control all these world leaders, you don't understand that fully until you realize they're all colluding on this one piece, on this one thing. They collude. So if they collude on this, then they collude on other things as well, like the Antarctica Treaty, like space things, going into space. Like until you fully understand that, you don't have a full grasp of their power, of how much.
Actually, I do. I don't think
But
that's.
you say you do, but it really, I thought I knew too. I thought, no, I know these fuckers control the world, but it hits you at a different level. It hits, once you finally get it, it does hit you at a different level. And I already knew these motherfuckers controlled the world, but it hit me at a whole nother level. When I finally pieced it all together, I'm like, oh my God.
That's when it hit me.
If
I'm like,
if they
Can I say
control your
something on that?
cosmology, if they control your cosmology, they control your worldview.
Oh wow, Gregory, I was gonna say the exact same thing, just in a different choice of words. But yeah,
Great
spot on,
minds
man.
think alike.
Yeah, I mean, so many different things make up your worldview, but we can all understand the impact that your cosmological view has on your worldview. Because I mean, your worldview, it extends, like, especially if you know, if you're Glover, it might sound like extremely strange choice of words, but like your worldview isn't just about like the shape of the world, right? But it is a large part of it that most people don't even think about, right? And it plays probably the biggest role because like what's your name, man? Wolf, right? You're saying like about the framework in your analogy of the puzzle pieces, and you know, all those pieces inside the outside edge pieces with the straight edges, right? I mean, that kind of is the cosmology is the framework that the rest of your worldview falls into. Not that it's any more significant than the others, but it's a, you know, it's, I don't know, what do you call that? It's a membrane that everything fits inside of, and everything has to fit inside of it. But when someone sells you on a false framework, ooh, you know, then the whole thing is then it's just a building built on quicksand.
And they will benefit financially.
I think on deeper levels than that go, you know, I don't think money means anything to the top of the pyramid. It's just a tool.
Power. Charge.
Well, I mean, they print it. It's printed to infinite, infinite amounts. So if you control the printing press, you control all the governments and all the puppets. That's just a means to an end for them.
So what's our end? What's to create a peace on Earth? Is that what you'd say you're after?
I guess
What's
when
our
you
goal?
show
Yeah.
the puzzle, when you show that when enough people see the framework of the puzzle and a few bits of the inside, then they can get a grasp of how the system is working, and they won't like it. They won't like being under this kind of control, and it's the only hope we have. That's like really the only solution. There's not. That's the only way. It's like the Wizard of Oz when the little dog shows that here's the wizard. It's really this midget on a stool controlling this giant machine. The machine is the political system. All these governments, that's the machine. The military is that the government controls. The printing press that controls the government and the military and the media. Like when you show that all that has a head, there's a source. There's someone pulling the strings to all these branches of power, even religious, from religious stuff. Once you reveal it, like the Wizard of Oz, he had no power. He was revealed that little dog pulled the curtain back. Oh, it's just this guy. We could kick his ass. Like once that's shown, like how then the wizard loses his power. That's why he must maintain his anonymity. He has to hide behind that curtain. If he ever was to reveal that he's the source of the power, it would evaporate overnight. And that's what the flat Earth. Once people get it, you'll realize that someone's controlling all these nations. Someone's controlling all these levels of power. And that just that one little piece builds the frame. And unless you have the frame, if you got pieces of the middle, you don't see the big picture. Even as much as you're positive you see the big picture, you really don't. And it's fundamental in understanding what you're looking at.
Shout out.
And that's the reason most people dismiss it. It's not important. No, it's not important. Well, it damn sure is, or else we wouldn't spend so much time on it.
Or else who wouldn't spend so much time on what?
A lot of flat earthers. We wouldn't spend time on it unless it was important. It is important to see the big picture. Very important. And there's a lot more people like him that understand. They see a big picture, but they don't have all the puzzle pieces hooked together yet. They don't see the full picture. And like I said, I don't even have I don't even have it completed. There's a lot of pieces missing for me, but I see more than most. And I'm not speaking out of arrogance. That's how far I've dug into this stuff. And it doesn't benefit me to keep it to myself. Like what benefits me is for people to learn from it and research what I'm telling them. Don't say, oh, that this guy, you know what, I think he's right. Don't assume I'm right. Go try and disprove me. And then you'll come to your own conclusion.
I don't know anything. I don't see anything. Like I said, I'm just a dumb nobody.
Well, maybe so, but at least you're doing more research than most. And maybe we all are. Like, you know what? Maybe I'm only seeing 10%. Maybe I think I see more than I do, but I see enough. I see enough that I don't like what I see.
I guess the real red flag to anyone who gives a shit is how hard it seems to be to figure out the truth, even if that's what you dedicate all your free time to. It's like, oh wow, this is actually very challenging. There's lots of like misdirections and false turns and people misleading popular figures out there. It's like, well, why should it be so hard to get a grip on reality?
Because there's people that are very ingenious, that families that have run this shit, that they throw these obstacles in the way. They don't want to make it easy. Like, I've put a shit ton of hours into piecing this together, and it didn't all fit together nice. But the people before me, like, I learned a lot from other people who pieced it together, and I took what they gave me and I weighed it. You have to use discernment, because there are infiltrators that will try and throw you on a curve. I use these guys, the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. To even use that name, Truth, in their name, those guys are disinfo. They're there to put a red herring to take you off the trail. So that you got the official story, it was airplanes, and then you got the secondary official story that it was thermite. That's another false story. So and when people say, no, it was thermite, and they're convinced of it, yeah, I found the real story. It's these guys giving me the truth. They're the architects and engineers that are telling me the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. And it's just difficult, man. It is very. I used this analogy before too. Say there's a big dragnet through the ocean, and you got one layer of net, and it catches 90% of the fish, but the minnows slip through the net. And then there's a second net behind that catches the minnows, and then some of the smaller fish, the really tiny little ones, they slip through, or the plankton or whatever. We're like the plankton. We're the smallest pieces that we manage to skim our way through the nets. Like the big dragnet, mainstream media drags up most of it, and then they have another net like Alex Jones behind it, and he'll scoop up the majority of the people that went through the first net. So we're like the powder. We're like the finest mesh. We went through the finest mesh, and there ain't a lot of us. The majority of the previous nets have caught most of the people, and they've got their minds made up.
Well, you know what they say about like the I don't think I'll be able to quote the exact thing, but something along the lines of, the best prisoner is one who doesn't know he's captive, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so we sure feel that way, right? Like we're the ones who made it through the net. We weren't captured. We escaped. And then it's just, just to take a step back and think about who we're dealing with here. I know you have put a lot of thought into this, same as myself. It's just always important to keep in mind that
I know I'm in a prison. What do you mean? I know this is a prison system. I see it.
No, just that you're not caught up in something large, that you're not being directed and steered. Maybe we all are. Maybe the mindsets we have and the truths that we think we have figured out is exactly by design of some sort of net that's captured us. Because what are we accomplishing here? No,
So
not
we're
to. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. That's way too pessimistic. I take it back. Don't worry.
trying to spread the message. Maybe there's a piece of information you picked up tonight that you could tell some of your friends, and then they tell their friends, and you're only 6 degrees of separation apart from knowing everybody. So once the word gets out, it's not going to go mainstream like on a YouTube video that's going to get 100 million views. It's going to be bit by bit. We're going to have to do it through the back way, right? We're not going to have the advantage of just putting it out and letting it go viral. We got to do work. Like, if you want to be free, you got to do work. This shit ain't going to come easy. And you got to get out from Discord. You can't just sit in a Discord room talking to the same people. You got to get out and go to other communities. That's what I've done. Originally I used to spend a ton of time. Geo knows I'd spend a ton of time on Discord when it was there wasn't a whole lot of people staffing it, but I loved it. It was fun. And to me, this is where I come for just some R&R to get away from the grind. But there's other places I would go to that there was less people there, like on D Live was really banging a couple years ago, like 2020. It was like on fire. And there was tons of people there. Yeah, it was great. It was great for a time. About 1 year, it was beautiful and it was great. And I spent a lot of time there. I used to go in YouTube live streams all the time, and I would truth troll. I'd be like a truth troll. I'd be dropping little red pills all day. I would write 1,000 comments under videos. I would just go spam comment sections over and over, thousands, all different places, and I'd get in arguments with people. You know what I mean? And that was fun. Then you get in debates. And then that little one comment I made, there'd be like 50 comments back and forth with different people. And we're talking about flat earth. So it's all dropping Johnny Appleseed, dropping a little debate here, a little debate here. Someone picks it up. So in a way, I was kind of baiting them. I'm baiting them into a conversation. Like, let's say I just said, the earth is flat, prove me wrong. And someone tries to prove me wrong. And we have a back and forth. And another person jumps in the convo. And then we're all debating amongst ourselves. And then through all those little apple seeds, maybe it's not that efficient, but maybe I get one person here and another person there. And then it just, the dominoes keep tumbling. And that's everyone. Yeah, everyone should do stuff like that.
Let me put you in a position that probably doesn't happen too often. So I think like organization is really crucial, especially of your own thoughts. And so what I want to ask you is if everyone that you know was all of a sudden on your same level and you wanted to progress, you only progress by like asking questions. So if you could just turn to everyone next to you and like, yeah, they know everything you know, like what are the questions you want answered? What are the mysteries that you want to try and solve if you had a team of peers that were willing to, you know, tackle and explore the unknown with you? Like where do you go after where you're at right now? What's the next step for you that you would want assistance?
Okay, let's assume I could overnight people could the people around me would know everything.
We're all here. We all sign up. We say, okay, what now?
Who is controlling the controllers? Like who is above the world leaders here? Like who do they answer to? You know, the all-seeing eye above the pyramid. Who is that entity? Where does this entity exist? Like I know it's some evil entity. Otherwise, the world would be a lot more equitable. It would be, it wouldn't be so fucked up. It's like there's someone making chaos and making things real, you know, bringing hardship, bringing deception, lying to everybody. To have that go away would be such a better world where everything is not a lie, where everything's not an inversion of reality, just where there's honesty, you know, and then the fiat currency would go away. Like whatever you earn, you could let's say you earn something of value that would retain its value.
Point made, man. Point made. But point made. Cool. Absolutely great answer. But about the approach. Okay, so do we assemble the truther pickup truck nails in baseball bats army? Is that, and then we go to a certain
No, it's totally not.
building, to a place, a person, then what? You know, or
Violence
just
is
wisdom
going to
is key.
backfire. The
I'm not
violence
saying
is
anything has to happen violently.
Peaceful protest, and basically just send a message, and they say, yeah, let's get someone out here to address this issue, and they make they have to make a response and say, yes, we will arrest all the pedophiles and put all these people in jail for treason and for fraud and for fucking corruption and all sorts of stuff, bribery.
All right, you're jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun here. All right, so where
This is step one. This is step one. You don't even know what
no,
step two is.
that's way ahead. That's skipping so many steps.
No. You're not thinking big enough.
I'm being
You're
realistic
not being
here.
realistic about it, mate. You just got to do it.
You
What
turn
happened
to
on
your
January
neighbors.
6th? No one planned to do anything. My mate, right, who I've talked to on here, he walked to the front. He led the charge, just walking at a snail's pace. He led the charge on January 6th. His name's Nashbo Jr.
Well, that was a psyop. The January 6th thing was a total psyop. That was like Trump set them up.
He on his footage, he shows you all the people that are not Antifa, but they have they wear black stuff, and they've got like these cable tie handcuffs and stuff like that, and military issued like tear gas canisters and just stuff like that. Where you go, yeah, this is like a military coup group, not Antifa.
It's a FBI psyop. It was all the government agents were directing all this, and most of it was filmed before it actually happened. Like it was filmed on a previous
They were
day.
just letting them in. They were just like, yeah, okay, and they were not even resisting. Not even trying to stop them from pushing the fence over and then going and going, and they just kept letting them in at each stage of the game.
Some of the footage, what I'm saying is, some of the footage was shot before January 6th, and they pieced it all together in the editing room, like to make it look like it all happened on one day. Like some of these scenes were very staged.
No. This is my friend. He's even got it private. It's not public on YouTube. You have to go. It's an unlisted video. But he's got all this stuff where he had to take it down because he was scared for his life.
Some of the inside the Capitol scenes were filmed like separately from that day. They took all the footage on different days. These guys are actors. Like the man with the hat, the buffalo hat, and the painted face. That guy's an actor. What's it, Jake Angeli or something like that? He's an actor. You could see his post. So he's just a crisis actor hired for, and there was many of them. But I'm saying, like, the main group of people, there was a lot of innocent people rolled up in it. They went to go see Trump speak, and Trump sent them over to the Capitol, and then all those people got painted with the same broad brush. So there's a couple people that are filmed doing stupid shit, right? The agent provocateurs mixed in. And then everyone gets.
Those are the people I'm talking about. The agent provocateurs were like military special operatives or some sort of thing like that.
For sure, yes. That's how the psyop works.
Address my question. Kind of got away from it.
So if everyone woke up tomorrow, what would be the next step? Is that what your question was?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, well put. The immediate next step, not just like grandiose, like exaggerated, like summarizations, but like the immediate next step.
Okay, I'll tell you what you do immediately, right? You form into groups and you do a research every week, and you come back to each other physically, right? And then what you do is you all meet once you've got the evidence in hand and you've got the court filings and stuff. You hand it to the police chief in the main police city, and then you say to them, okay, we want a public statement on this afternoon, and you want the police chief to come out and address all the people, and if they don't, then you picket that police station for a fucking week or more until they give a response and arrest those people on charges of treason or the rest of it.
Could I summarize that and just say, everyone's awake, so let's make a big petition that we demand to be answered.
No petition. You go there
and
you force them to indict put these people in jail or give a public statement.
Do it in writing?
They are our servants, not the fucking. There's no other way around. They're our employees and our servants. They will do as the law requires.
Yeah. So a big petition.
I don't agree with that because the police are controlled 100%. If you look in America,
I know, but you can. That's what I'm saying. That's why you picket them if they don't do it. You picket them until they give a public statement or arrest the person in question you've presented evidence for.
The
So we
problem
make a
is,
petition and we nag and whine until they answer our petition.
No petition, no petition. You go there with
What you said?
pitchforks and you picket that place day in,
Oh,
day out.
we're not doing that,
Peaceful,
man.
completely peaceful. You occupy that police station. You make it so people can't even walk through the hallways. It's that packed, you know. And you have a tent at the front. All the rest of it, like Occupy Wall Street, but Occupy Main Street this time. We want to occupy our public places that we own, that we should be governing ourselves with.
there's something called the Fraternal Order of Police, and most police are members. It's a Freemason group, so it's like you're not going to have success. It would be like it'd be like the warden or the mafia boss arresting himself. Like the top level are they're all controlled. They're not. We went down this road. Okay, that whole Pizzagate thing. A lot of people went down it, and they demanded that they look into this stuff. And then what they did is a show trial with Jeffrey Epstein, and he wasn't really in jail. They're like, oh yeah, that's it. It was a dummy.
No,
If you look,
it's not him. There's a different person. Look at the earlobes.
it's not him. It's not even. It's a wax dummy. But aside from that, like they wanted to satisfy those people. Like, okay, we went into it. He went to jail. He's dead. No, nothing to see. He's dead.
Gone back to some other island.
Case closed. That's what
Even
they
more
wanted.
remote.
Some closure to satisfy these people to think that there's some way of justice within the system. That's what they wanted to satisfy those people. And most people probably think, okay, he's dead now, so at least we accomplished something. And they wanted to think the system is just. Oh, the system is just. It worked. See, they caught Epstein. We just had
There's people on the case, right? They want you to think there's people
Case
on the
closed,
case.
you know, case
Justice
closed.
will be served.
Open and shut case, Sherlock.
That's what they want people to think. So okay, and then he fakes his death, and it gets swept under the rug. So okay, and then it keeps you in the system. It makes you think, okay, yeah, if you bitch enough, something will get done. If we elect people, something will get done.
Petition is just asking. It's just a begging. What you need to do is you need to force them by having a legal document and giving them 30 days to reply and making them liable if they don't respond or do something about it.
Yeah, it's called a petition, like I said.
The dog chasing the carrot.
Oh, you can use a petition to say, look, I've got all this support and this many people know about it. But ultimately, you want to submit the court documents and give them 30 days to reply. Otherwise, they default on their judgment. Where you're alleging that they need to do X, Y, and Z.
Well,
probably get the same treatment that the guy earlier in here got, or you just get ignored.
It's like when you receive a speeding fine where they say this is a notice to pay. We're giving you a 30 days notice. Well, what you do is you write back and you say, no, I'm giving you 30 days to prove that I have any kind of obligation to pay you anything. I have not harmed anybody. There's no crime being committed. This is a civil matter between me and you, the Department of Transport. I don't. Where did I have a contract that said I would pay if you, clocked me a little bit faster and in a silly place too, where everyone's speeding up anyway? The 80-kilometer sign's just behind it. Fuck you, Anyway, you get in these discussions, but you write them back and you say, prove it. You got 30 days, and if they don't do it in 30 days, then you send another notice. You say you've defaulted because you didn't respond in 30 days, and I'm giving you a further 30 days just to say that this notice is done. And then once that's 30 days is done, that's the third time, and don't even have to respond. It's you've got that evidence. You can bring that to a court if you ever have to, and you don't pay anything. Done.
Well, I'm all with you on the aspect of it not
in a civil
being
way.
peaceful. Yeah, it needs to be civil. It needs to be peaceful, but I don't think documents are going to accomplish anything really.
Documents, but the teeth that you have behind the document is the masses of people that are willing to occupy Main Street out front of the police station.
Yeah, but they're
the
happy to let it
public
get that
places.
far.
I think they're public buildings. Occupy all public buildings.
I think
real quick, man. So the ultimate, the top of the pyramid, right? They are happy, absolutely pleased to have us get in our pickup trucks with our baseball bats and
That's not an issue to them.
No,
They're
no
fine with
basketball
that.
bats. Just occupy. Just be there. Just stand there.
See,
Everyone
but
has
they
just got
will
to occupy
infiltrate.
all the public buildings, all public places, because we
They
own
will
them.
stage
Just
it.
occupy them and say, we need to hold you accountable. You're going to address this matter, and we're going to have accountability at the upper levels of government. And these people, if they're doing treason or if they're doing corrupt stuff or pork barreling like they've admitted to, even like John Barilaro, if John Barilaro doesn't go to jail, I don't know who will. You know, that's the thing. That cunt has to go to jail. And what's his name is doing really good work on that. Friendly Geordies. But this, he got firebombed. His house got firebombed. But things like that, he keeps going. The New South Wales Gambling Authority want to fucking sue him and stuff like that for just exposing their corruption. But you know, this stuff needs to go to court, and these people need to be going to jail for operating these corrupt institutions and departments of government.
Of course. I'm not. This isn't a retort. More of a fun fact or a reminder. It's not. It's not like Yeah, it's not a retort to what you said. But do you guys remember what happened in Canada to all those truckers? How their bank accounts got frozen from donations?
Yeah.
That was crazy, guys. I mean, that was one of the most clear signals that could ever be given. Peaceful protests.
They made a peaceful
not doing
protest
any-
and got their bank accounts frozen.
That's how they
exactly.
cancel you. That's how they cancel you, like the hammer down.
That's what happens. So it's very difficult to tell anybody anything that they haven't, you know, they're not already familiar with. You know, people
That's
only
right.
want to hear familiar things.
You know, like if
I'm a non-believer.
if we're not just the individual nail standing up, like when they say, "Where is Spartacus?" and everyone stands up, "I am Spartacus. I am Spartacus." Like when we speak with one voice, they can't hammer us all down. It needs to be a critical mass. An awakening.
Tell that to the
Shun the
truckers.
non-believer. No, shun
Tell
the
that to the truckers,
non-believer.
I mean, what was it, like a few thousand semi-truck drivers, right? I mean, tell that to the whole Spartacus thing.
France is having a big protest, and it's much bigger than anyone's even talking about. Where it's like the people are going on strike, the people that pick up the trash and whatnot, and a lot of people are in on the same team. Like, you know what, they're standing unified, and you don't hear about it. Someone was saying only on TikTok of all places, there's video of
I'll
it
admit, I got no clue.
magnitude.
I got no
It's
clue, man.
What's that?
I'll admit, I got no clue what you're talking about. Something going on right now, France?
Yeah, much bigger than the mainstream media will say, "Oh, there's people on strike and are not picking up the trash," and they minimalize how big the movement is. It was like in Taiwan, there was a big fighting between mainland China and the people. They didn't want to be taken over by China, and they were fighting back, and their government was trying to suppress them, and the people were winning. And then all of a sudden comes the whole, the COVID thing, and then everyone's scared to even go on the street, right? Everyone's scared of contracting something, so no one was protesting anymore. They were in fear of an invisible enemy.
So how do we win then? If all these upstarts get shut down, can we learn from their mistakes?
You don't give up. It's going to take determination. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to happen though. When people get hungry, they're going to get desperate. When they get desperate, they're going to turn to big daddy government.
You got to pass the tipping point where it doesn't require the violence or anything. You pass the tipping point where the awakening happens and it dissolves. There's no one to fight. The power structure dissolves. There's no enemy.
That happens
to
through
defeat.
Wisdom, right?
It's the little dog.
You have to be willing to be arrested. That deters a lot of people.
It's the 5-pound dog that pulls the curtain back, right? The tiny little dog, the wizard.
Toto. Yeah.
You land that stone, that one stone, boom. Here's Goliath. How do you take down Goliath? You can't. He's armored. He's a giant. Well, guess what? One stone between the eyes took him out. So it's like the truth is the enemy of these people. And once the truth is revealed, just like I said, like the Wizard of Oz. Once you reveal this structure, this invisible enemy, the power structure dissolves. It doesn't require mass protests. It just dissolves. It loses legitimacy. You can't govern a people without a sense of legitimacy. When they lose the credibility and legitimacy, then the people will refuse to be governed by them.
All right, so here's the issue, right? Not with what anything you said, just the issue in general and reality. It takes wisdom, and it takes widespread wisdom to even begin, and for widespread wisdom to happen, it takes the spread of information. Unfortunately, they control the flow of information, so now it's going to take some sort of creative workaround because
They you. Like what comes out your mouth, you're going to have to send it
they control the highways of information
Well,
though.
do they control what you text message, when you speak to your friends directly? It's going to have to be personal, one-on-one. So between you and one friend at a time.
It's going to
That's how
start
it
that
has to
way,
be.
but that's already what we're doing, and obviously we're losing. So
No, we're not losing. We're gaining ground. There's more flat earthers now than there was last year, and there's more. It's growing.
yeah, and the indoctrination grows stronger and stronger in others. I don't really know how to weigh this all out, man. Honestly, I don't know how to compare it.
Every time when you see shit, even on TikTok, and you see normal people talking about flat Earth, and you see athletes like Steph Curry. Steph Curry came out a couple years ago and said the moon landing's fake, and there's another basketball player that said the Earth is flat, and it's through word of mouth, and then it becomes it's way less taboo than it was like 5 or 6 years ago. Way less stigma attached to it. So once the stigma is gone, right, then the dominoes fall faster. We're at that tipping point. We may have reached it, but we don't know it because people still feel a certain stigma. We might have 50% awareness, but there's still a bit of a stigma. It's not nearly what it used to be. And with each passing year, it gets less and less. And when there's no stigma at all, then the dominoes fall. Then it's like, there it is. And then it's open. A can of whoop ass. You know what I mean? It's like it's over. People start putting. You've got to put the puzzle pieces together, and when enough people have, that's when a system fails. And it doesn't.
Yeah.
The violence part. They're going to insert agents. They're going to insert agent provocateurs that pose as flat earthers. They're going to want to poison the whole movement and say, "Oh, these flat earthers are dangerous. Look what they're doing. They're insurrectionists." They're going to want to poison the whole community. We have to reject that. So that's not us. That's not us. Those are agents. We got to call them out. So that's our movement is strictly information. It's peaceful. We have no intention of violence, and we reject any people that are promoting violence. Have nothing to do with us.
All right. And you know how many other people have tried that approach and failed, and hopefully we can learn from their mistakes. But you don't want people involved that don't really understand why they're involved. In another way of speaking, you don't want this to be a fad because fads fade, right? And you want people to be in this because they understand why they really should be, which means that wisdom needs to be made accessible, right? And for wisdom to be accessible, the information needs to be organized. That's my recommendation. I really want, I don't know who it's going to take or who's going to do it, but for all the right information to be distilled, delivered in simple terms in a step-by-step basis to get like a starter kit or something. You know what I mean?
It's out there, dude. It's been out there. There's all kind of videos about that.
Yeah, but they're fucking suppressed, censored, shadow banned, hard to find, hard to understand. Making people dive into the deep end. I'm talking about an accessible, well-known, well-recognized, step-by-step, almost educational system.
There's there's been so many videos that were done by Eric Dubay, ODD, Rob Skiba. These guys,
no one finds those.
Yeah, they do. And even on TikTok, people are cutting them up. People are cutting out snippets. There's even lots of normal people. I mean, you said you don't go on there. I don't use it either, but there's a guy, Flat Earth Banjo. he gets little clips from TikTok and he puts them together in a larger video. It's huge on there. There's tons of people on there, and those are mostly young people. Those are mostly like teenage people.
Well, I'm just saying, I've never heard of that guy, so he can't be doing what we all wish he could be doing. Because if he was doing what we all wish he was doing, I would have known about him already.
He's a small YouTuber, he's a flat earther, and but everyone's doing their part. It's don't rely on someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do some lifting yourself. Everyone needs to lift one piece, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's got to be
It's a combined effort. It's not going to
contagious.
be. It's not one person. It's not. It doesn't need to be structured. It's a bunch of individuals doing what they can. Do whatever you can do.
Structure's important, man. Like
if you wake up one person, well, I mean that's the way they work. They work with structured governments. They work in a power structure, a pyramid. Flat earthers are like herding cats. They're a bunch of individuals, and everyone does their part.
Nah, listen, man. You're of a special breed. You're cut from a unique cloth. Okay, most people don't have as much fucks to give or as much time to spend learning. Shit needs to be made accessible, digestible, and distilled for the easy, deliverance. And I mean, honestly, if you want your message to be accepted on, and I'm not saying it's yours, but our, whatever you want to call it, right? The message of truth. It needs to be distilled and well delivered, and it needs to be all in one place.
I've done that. I wrote songs, and my friend Helio's singing. He's going to sing the song that I wrote. He's working on it right now. And in a song, you compress everything down to you boil down the message into a very small, digestible pieces, right? So it's something you're planting seeds, and songs tend to go viral. So if you got something that's really catchy, and I think I have some catchy songs, and you could do it through memes. A picture tells 1,000 words. If you create a good, powerful meme, right? Like there was one of the lunar lander, right? He said, if this is the first thing, or there was Neil Armstrong, he was stepping out onto the moon. He's like, the first person on the moon, Neil Armstrong's cameraman, right? Like, who's taking his picture? If he's the first person to step foot, who's taking the fucking picture? Just something simple as that. Like, oh yeah, that's a good question. Someone's obviously outside the craft taking the picture. So yeah, the cameraman was actually the first man on the moon. It just makes you question the whole concept of the moon landing. And once you overcome that like the moon landing's fake, it's easier to digest flat Earth. And those are just memes. So memes can be powerful. And then that makes people research more of it. And then they find stuff. And people like in this community, people here are here to answer questions. Because people come with questions and we can answer their questions. Because we've already dug down this fucking hole.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you're preaching to the choir, but your point is getting across. I see what you're saying, and me, no need to underestimate the power of memes. They are a powerful modality of delivering information. I don't know. I'm just saying that we gotta respect who we're up against, and we gotta take that seriously. And I think a little bit more organization is necessary if we want to put up a worthwhile fight. I don't think it's about like some sort of extended time frame, like over the next 100 years. Or I think if it doesn't happen quickly, it won't happen at all.
Well, you got to do your part. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Geo
don't worry about me, man. Don't worry about me. I'm doing my part. Don't worry.
Dude. Yeah, so if you've got something to share and you want to structure it, like put it together.
Yeah, I'm on it. No need to tell me, man. I'm on it.
Well,
but I know that me alone, even combined with what I see out there, it's not going to work. It's going to take something more.
Well, someone has to take the first step. Like if you got better ways to organize it, put something together, and then it will grow. I mean, it takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah, what would that look like though?
Who knows? I mean, it's a patchwork of individual resources. Like you can get the same info here as you get at 24/7, or you get at other places. There's a lot of people giving the same message. There's people on Telegram. There's people on TikTok. There's even still people on YouTube. Eric Dubé is still on YouTube. If you search his name, you can find him. He's also on Telegram. He's also on Odysee.
Eric Dubé's on his third account, but it keeps coming back every time they ban him.
He's like whack-a-mole. Yeah, he's determined. He keeps coming back. They keep whacking him, and he keeps coming back. And we need to be tenacious. We can't give up. Like, oh shit, they banned my account. All those hours of video I have. It's going to take me so long to re-upload all that shit. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but he has. He's one of the.
I just know that when I look around, there's not a single place. Okay, so I know the information's out there. I know a lot of people are working hard. But here's the honest, harsh truth. There's no one place I could ever honestly recommend someone I meet on the street go to and believe even 70% of what they hear there. You ever notice that? Like, honestly, you ever notice that there's not a single place you can send someone that you would recommend they believe even half of what they hear?
It's called discernment, right? It's discernment.
No, they don't have that yet. They don't have it. That's the point. And you've developed that over your 15 years of being a truther, and that's the problem. There's not a single place. And listen, I'm talking harsh, honest, hardcore truth here, right? There's not a single place I could send anyone that I would recommend they believe even half of the shit they hear from that one source. And that is a disappointment, and that's a hard thing to work with.
You don't think there's at least 75% truth here?
Oh, this place? No. It's full of way too many liars, shills, idiots, yeah, all that. Even myself. I mean, I'm part of the average, but yeah, man, there's not a single place I could ever recommend anyone go that they should believe even half of what they hear.
Well, it's not about believing it. It's about using your discernment. You don't
They don't
believe
have that. They don't have that.
Do you know why? You know why? Because if you had a place where everything was 100% true, do you know what would happen? They'd find you in a hotel room with 2 bullets in your head, and they'd be ruled a suicide.
It's going to take work, man. You got to put in work. You find the nuggets. It's like when you're looking for gold, you got to sift through a lot of dirt to find the gold. You sift through tons and tons of dirt to find an ounce of gold, and that's we've compiled the nuggets. You don't have to do the digging. We dug up the nuggets. Here's the nuggets.
Don't give a shit about doing that though.
The nuggets are here. The nuggets are on 24/7. There's people dropping nuggets. Eric Dubé is dropping gold nuggets. He's compiled all the gold nuggets, so you don't have to sift through the dirt, because there's millions of tons of dirt to sift through this useless information to find the gold nuggets. So there are people like him that put the nuggets only. Here's the nuggets. Enjoy.
I wouldn't put Eric Dubé on such a pedestal, man.
He's not on a pedestal. I'm just saying he's got useful videos. He's just one piece of the puzzle. He's got good, efficient videos.
And I'd say that if someone, you know, most people, let's be honest, most people are gonna have two types of discernment. They're gonna either buy into way too much of what they hear from Eric Dubé, or they're gonna hear what he has to say and reject almost all of it, and maybe like one thing gets through to them, and that'll set them onto a 30-year adventure of truth seeking, like us. We've put in the effort. It's about time we organize a place that's curated, is fuck me, but peer reviewed. Something with a bit of effort into it, where people aren't so misled and they can have a bit more, trust in what they're hearing. Because, I said, there's not a single place I can recommend anyone to go to that I would say that they should believe even half of what they hear, and that sucks.
Why send them anywhere? Why don't you deliver it directly to them instead of sending them?
I can only do so much myself, man, and that's not going to get
No
anywhere.
one's asking anymore. No one's asking anymore. Just one person at a time.
No,
Just one at a time.
I already do that. I already do that, and
That's
I
all you
know
can.
that that isn't
You don't need to
powerful
send
enough to
them.
accomplish what we all want to
Why
happen.
send them somewhere else? Why send them somewhere else when you have the truth yourself? Like
I,
if you don't trust anyone else,
well,
you
I'm not.
deliver the truth yourself. Don't send them somewhere. Deliver it from your own mouth.
Yeah, I can only get people as far as I am, and what I am, I acknowledge is not completely truthful. Because just like all of you should acknowledge, I am unknowingly deceived upon many things, and I'm happy to share all of my thoughts with anyone who has the time to listen to me express them. And what they will be left with is a lot of questions, the same questions that I have right now, which is plenty and even more. But I know that as a whole, we are much wiser than I am as an individual. But where is that concentration of our wisdom that we can direct someone towards, that we have evaluated amongst ourselves,
It's in
argued it
many
out?
pieces. It's in many. It's a 1,000-piece puzzle. You give them the
Yeah, yeah,
framework.
yeah. And that's not
Fill in
doing
the
any
rest.
help to the
Let them
normies.
fill it
That's
in.
not doing
You don't.
any help to the normies.
No, it does. It does. You don't. No one's going to get the whole piece in one
It
bite.
doesn't
Not
exist.
gonna-
It doesn't
There's
exist.
1,000
We
pieces.
haven't done it yet.
Well, the thing is, you piece your puzzle and let them piece theirs. You present them the framework, let them fill it in. Right? They got to want to do it. No one's gonna give them motivation to do it. They have to
They'll end up
want to find the
they'll end up
knowledge.
just like me. They'll end up just like me,
Well,
wishing
who
that
knows?
someone put together reliable information all in one place as a
Yeah, everyone
collective.
wants the easy way, but it's not going
When's
to
it
be
gonna
easy.
when's it Oh, come on. We can pave a road, can't we? Does no
That's
one
what
want
we do
to
right
What you
here.
does no
do,
one want
right?
to take advantage of the exponential power of teamwork?
Let me
You
tell
have
you where it starts, right? You look for bad legislation, and we can all do that. We all know of bad legislation
What?
that's been passed that's benefited corporations and fucked over the common man. You just find that legislation, and then you find people's voting record that conflicts with that and shows where they voted yes for it, and they've all voted the same way. And you look up the funding of all these people and why they voted for certain things, and see if you can find a trend. And if you
I
can
don't
find a
I don't
trend and
think we were
prove a
talking
trend,
about the
then you can present
justice
that as
system, man.
evidence. That's where you start.
Is that a metaphor? Because we weren't talking about the legal system.
You're saying for change in the world.
Was that a metaphor?
No. It's a metaphor for having accountability and putting criminals that are in a public sphere, putting them in prison in a very, very public way. Have like public hangings where you hang them from their feet and you let all the kids throw like tomatoes at their face and everything like that. And then put them in prison for the rest of their life. Take all their assets from them and use all those assets to, fund public infrastructure projects. Like a public infrastructure bank. Get rid of the fiat, go back onto some sort of standard on a public infrastructure bank that owns assets and builds infrastructure, stuff like that. That's how you actually stimulate negative inflation and a real economy in your country.
Well, if
Employ
there's
your own
not
people, build your own infrastructure, own it.
you could create one, right? Like there's nothing stopping you from compiling stuff. Like in this room, we have the benefit of thousands of hours of research between all of us. Like each one of us that have done, say you've only done 100, but I've done 5,000 or 10,000, and someone else has done 20,000. Like all of our combined research, you have that pool of information right here. Anyone wants to answer, can go ahead and answer if they know something that someone else doesn't. Fill us in.
Well, those voting records are compiled so well now. You can just look up a senator or a bill, and it'll tell you which people voted on that bill, or that senator which bills he voted on, and which way he voted. It's all compiled there, so it's very easy to just look it up, easy to reference. But then you just got to read through it and read some of these this terrible legislation, and it's quite easy to find it, and it's all terrible. Like the 2016 Health Act of Western Australia allows the police to strip search someone, and it also allows the removal of underwear for medical procedures. So if they want to vaccinate you, They go, oh, we want to put it in your bum. We have to take all your clothes off, make you completely naked. We're going to inject you. And or I don't know what procedure they're talking about doing, but that's what the act says. It's very strange.
I don't know what kind of vaccination you've been going
Well,
through.
let me,
Are
okay,
we talking about the same thing?
2006. Let me type it in. And I'll read it from the website. I'll share the link. 2016 WA Health Act underwear. Section 158. Enforcement require undergo medical observation. Here we go. Underwear. Here we go. Okay. Public Health Act 2016, Section 158. Enforcement of a requirement to undergo medical observation, medical examination. If an authorized officer gives direction to a person under Section 157 to undergo medical observation, medical examination, or medical treatment to be vaccinated, an authorized officer or police officer may use reasonable force to ensure that the direction is complied with, including, if necessary, to apprehend and detain the person whom the direction applies to, and take the relevant person to place where the person is required to undergo medical observation, medical examination, or medical treatment to be vaccinated in accordance with the direction, and B, to detain the relevant person at the place where he or she is required to undergo medical observation, medical examination, medical treatment, or be vaccinated in accordance with the direction. Basically saying that to do the vaccination, they could just put everybody in the whole population into a mental asylum, basically. Just take all your rights away. To detain the person relevant at the place where she is required to undergo, to restrain the relevant person, to enable a medical observation, medical examination, or medical treatment to be carried out, or to enable the relevant person to be vaccinated. You're getting the trend, right? Is anybody still listening?
Yeah. No, I was just joking.
Here's
I
the
know
juicy
of it.
part. And now D, part D, right? To remove anything, including underwear, in brackets, and that the relevant person is wearing if the removal of the thing is reasonably necessary to enable a medical examination or medical treatment to be carried out, or as the case requires, to enable the person to be vaccinated, and the relevant person is given a reasonable opportunity to remove the thing himself or herself and refuses or fails to do so. It's so terrible.
It gives new meaning to trust me. I know what I'm doing.
Trust me. Take your underpants off. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. If you don't do it, I will.
What are you doing, officer? I thought you were vaccinated. What are you putting inside?
Are you vaccinated? No? Okay, well, like there should be accountability. Let's go back and see when it was altered with the Wayback Machine, and find out if that was actually in it to begin with, and find out, well, if it was in it back then what did they know then that we didn't? That we didn't. We know now, but they knew back in 2016. How long have they been planning to do this thing for? And this event 201, like when
50 years.
And when do we get accountability?
Never. Never.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
you will get.
I know he's
There's a
been, like,
way
talking
you can
about
get
this, so I'll move on.
accountability. There's a way you could get accountability straight away. Go to sleep and have a beautiful dream. But yeah, I get what you mean. That's mad though. I'm reading this where you posted. This is fucking insane, man.
Yeah, that's
Fuck
just
me.
normal law. That's just
Yeah,
Australian law.
oh, that's the thing though. If this is the case in Australia, then it must be the case here in the UK as well. Do you get me? Because, well, we're pretty much the same.
They're giving midazolam to all the nursing care homes to try and kill off all the old people. They gave
Well,
midazolam to me to try to kill me at one stage.
You know,
That
with the
shit's
midazolam,
fucking-
I can tell you something about the midazolam that's a bit scary. So before the pandemic even happened, the UK ordered 10 times more midazolam than they normally do. And here's the fucked up bit. So normally, like the guideline for midazolam is something like they can give you 2.
Yeah, well, they don't know why they muted you, but they when they gave me midazolam, they gave me 1.5 IV and 1.5 again, so that goes to 3, and then they gave it again, so that's 4.5, and then they did wait a while, but they gave it again, so it was, you know, I don't know why they were trying to dose me up on that so much, but they were they gave me a hemorrhage, you know, well, it was a couple of days after that, but yeah, they kept giving me other stuff, and it all. The medical.
I was like out and I was like listening the whole time, dude. I'm going to go back and listen to that again, dude. The last like 2 hours, man, you have just been on fire, dude. That was awesome.
Oh, thanks. I wasn't trying, but it was. I thought you meant the song, the Helioskeptic. Remember we were talking about evolution.
Oh yeah, I just opened it. I haven't listened yet, but I just opened it.
He sang it better the other night. Like this one, he put like too much. Like he might be trying too hard, like a Christina Aguilera. You know, he's over singing it a little bit. I think it would be better if he just brought it down one step. But he that's how he wants. He sung it soulfully. Let's say he sang it soulfully. But it's in that song is a very it's not saying the earth is flat. The question is, have you ever seen the curvature? And then it says a lot with a little, right? It's only 2 minutes long, so there's not a lot of space to put a whole lot of shit in there. So it's boiled down. I had ideas for the video, but I needed someone who's good at editing to put it together. And I have a bunch of ideas on how to make that an effective video. Like the one guy saying, well, how do we spread the message? There are things like songs, memes, things, you know, that's a 2 minute and some change, 2 minutes and a few seconds song. And within that song, there's enough to whet your appetite.
Nice, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna look forward to hearing it.
You know the song, Have You Ever Seen the Rain?
Yeah.
John Fogerty. This
Nice.
is that. Basically, I took that. Someone told me long ago that the earth is not a globe. I know it's CGI from NASA. So that's the opening line. So in the first scene of the video, someone told me long ago I wanted to have Samuel Rowbotham, Earth is not a globe, right? So that's the opening scene. It's got the date, was it 1840 something? You know, or when did he write that book? 1840 something. Whatever. It's like, you know, a long time ago. So someone told me long ago, and here's the person. Earth is not a globe. Boom. And then just go through the visuals. And I got ideas, but I don't know how to edit videos very well. I only did like one picture video where it's like memes and a couple GIFs. But as far as like chopping, cutting video sections and pasting them together, I'm not sure how to do that because I don't have time with the software. I'm not real efficient.
Dude, I've thought about a couple other parodies that would be great, like in my mind. There was one the other day. I'll have to rack my brain to
Send
remember.
it
It
to
was so
me.
good.
Send it to me. I'm good at lyrics. I can write I'm pretty good at it.
But I just thought of another one. Like, you know that song Weird Science? Like Weird Science. What
Uh-huh.
about like make it like pseudoscience?
For sure. Yeah. If you got
That'd be a good one.
ideas, put it together. Write the verses, right? Start with writing a bunch of verses and then try and rhyme something with it. Look at the actual lyrics to the song and replace it with something else that rhymes, like to keep the meter, to keep it everything, the syllable count and everything to fit within it, and then just start changing things up. Like the first time when I heard that, someone told me long ago, and then it popped in my head that the earth is not a globe. I wrote the whole song from that. The first line.
Nice. Dude, the other one that I thought of, it was do you know that song by the Monkees, Daydream Believer?
Helio did that, I think.
I was thinking of a lyric where it could be a cartoon believer.
For sure. I mean, anything like that. Yeah. And then if you got the idea for the visuals, it is Photoshop because it has to be like, you know what I mean? Like just putting that stuff into the video. The more catchy it is like that, it's effective. It's just these little innocent little truth bombs in the form of a video. And if you got a catchy song to go with it where the lyrics are kind of catchy, it's easy to remember just a few lines.
Dude, did you see that conspiracy music guru, Alex? Did you see that he did an interview with Jim Brewer?
No.
Yeah,
Didn't
dude.
see that.
Yep.
I love his voice, dude. Actually, he was supposed to sing this for me, this song, but he's like, yeah, put it together, get the video ready, and I'll put my vocals to it. So I have to get the video, and he's going to sing. I mean, we got Helio, but Conspiracy Music Guru has the better voice, man. His voice is fucking butter. He's got like that amazing voice. But I like Helio too, but I know like Alex's voice is much better, but I don't want to hurt Helio's feelings. Like anyone's free to sing it, whatever, but it's not a copyrighted thing. Go for it.
Where's everyone at?
I don't know. A little bit late. Maybe people are just chilling. Did you guys hear Helio Skeptic is singing? He sent me a rough copy yesterday that I kind of like the rough copy a little bit better. I think this one he oversang it a little bit. He's like a little bit too, I don't know. I think less would be I don't know. I think he did good though. I'm not gonna criticize it. He sings a lot better than me. That's the problem. I have all these ideas for songs, but my voice sucks. I'm like, I record it. I'm like, oh my God, I sound that fucking bad. I'm not going to try it.
By the way, yeah, I'm here, Ron. I'll be back in my mic in a little bit. I just, I'm kind of just listening at the moment, but yeah, man, that's awesome.
That song, you like it?
No, I haven't heard it yet. I was just saying I just was just responding.
Oh, okay. The conversation was, we kind of went on a couple different topics, but.
That dude. Yeah, that was awesome, man. You guys went through so many good topics. It's, I just loved when you were talking about how once the truth comes out, then their power system dissolves. That was so true.
Right, that's the whole agenda. I mean, I think all of us feel that way. I mean, that's our weapon, right? Our weapon is truth, and it's the nonviolent movement, and we have to call out any infiltrators that will try to make it, like, sticks and baseball bats with nails in it and stuff like that, marauding, violent people, right? Like, that's not us. We're not the road warriors. We're not down for that. And that's what I think it's going to get painted as such. And it actually was a few years back. There was some people protesting the government somewhere in Europe. I can't think right off the top of my head what country it was, but there's and people saying the Earth is flat, and this was somewhere in southeastern Europe. I forget
Sorry,
what
did
the
you
country
say
was.
did you say get the pitchforks and torches out?
No, I didn't say that. Someone else was saying oh yeah, we need the pickup trucks and the
Okay.
baseball bat with nail. But there was people like that in which country was this? Somewhere in the Balkans. Somewhere in the Balkans. I forget the name of the country. The former Yugoslavian nations where they're all kind of separated now. I forget which one it was. But anyway, that's what it said in their little article. There's people protesting the government and they're claiming that the Earth is a flat disk or something to that effect. They're paraphrasing. And I got a chuckle from it. I'm like, well, yeah, there's truthers. They get it. See, I think sometimes it helps to speak in metaphors, and I think Geo liked that. I was speaking in metaphors and whatever, so you get a visual of what I'm trying to say. That's why I think songs, memes, things like that, those are going to be the most effective little Johnny Appleseed truth pills. Just very brief, right to the message, uh, digestible, a bunch of digestible pieces. Because ain't nobody got time to do thousands of hours of research. You know what I mean? Everyone wants the TikTok version of fucking 1 minute. You know what I mean? No one has time to even watch a 10-minute video. Or they may have time, but not the motivation to watch it. So the shorter, the more brief of a message we can do, the better chance of getting them to take at least that first piece, that first bite of the red pill. Just get one bite of it. Once they got a taste for it, they'll want the whole red pill. At least that's how it was for me. I have a curiosity for truth. So it's once I get a taste of it, I want to see the big picture. I want more info. What else can I find? But it takes a curious person. Maybe there's not a lot of them left. I don't know. It seems like too many people just accept what's given to them.
Hello.
Hello.
Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, I got a question for anyone willing to answer. Who's here?
Yeah, what do
Go
you
ahead
got,
and
Bundy?
ask it, man. Someone will answer.
All right, cool. All right, here it is. What's the worst hand you could be dealt in poker?
Texas Hold'em or 5-card stud, baseball, roll your
Well,
own.
if there's different rules to under the umbrella of poker, go ahead and tell me each one if you know them.
The worst
Well,
hand is
there's
a burn hand.
there's so many different poker
Worst hand is a
games,
bad
bro.
deal.
Okay, let's just go with Texan Hold'em because that's the one I'm familiar with. What's the worst hand you get in Texan Hold'em?
Classically, it's 7-2-7.
What is that? How do you? That's
The
5.
Dunson Boreal. What's his name? Dunson
Okay.
Boyle or Boreal?
So how remind me how poker works? You get 2 cards, is that it? And then there's
Mostly you
5
get
cards
5.
dealt on the
You get
table.
5 cards. I don't play so much Hold'em, but I play 5 card. So usually you're starting. I like to see my cards before I place a wager. I like to see what I have, and you want to try and make suits, right? You want a suited hand like all diamonds, all clubs, or you want pairs. You want a pair of aces, pair of kings, 3 of a kind.
What do you call a hand of all the same suit? Do you call it a straight or a flush?
That's a
Or...
flush. Yeah, all
Okay,
one
that's a
suit is a
flush.
flush. Yeah. So
Okay,
that's a good
and then
hand. That's a
a
powerful
straight, and then a straight is numbers, right?
numbers in sequence. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like numbers in
Okay, so that's
sequence.
a
Now, if you
straight.
have both,
Flush is suit. Gotcha.
if you have a straight and a flush combined, then you have a very powerful hand.
Right.
That's the most
And
powerful hand.
If
Right.
you're playing 5 card stud, the worst hand you can get is 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 7.
2, 3, 4,
Unsuited
5,
too,
and
mixed.
7.
Not
Of
suited, yeah.
mixed suits. All right.
Yeah, mixed suits.
Mixed suits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay.
Because you got a chance of nothing, right? You don't have any pairs. You don't have a flush draw. You don't have a straight draw.
And your
You've
highest
got a
card
bunch
is
of
7.
shit. You got low cards.
And your
Nope.
high card and your high card is 7, which it could come down to. It's unrealistic, right? It's unrealistic that the high card comes down to 7, but it could be, right?
Nah, it's not. It's
Sometimes
going
it
to come
does
down
come
to a
down.
pair. Someone will have a pair of 2s, ace high, king high. Like that's pretty much a shit hand.
Wait a sec. Are you saying that a game of poker never comes down to the high
does.
card?
It does.
You
It does,
pull
right?
7 is never going to be the high card.
But theoretically, the 7 could win as a high card. Theoretically,
No. The best you can do
no,
is tie.
never.
Best you could
Not
do is
with
tie.
5 people, it won't happen.
With 2 people, best any amount of people, the best you can do with this 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 is tie.
Is top. Who's to say someone doesn't get an ace?
Then they win.
All it takes is an 8. You got an 8, and someone beats you.
Yeah, you'll never win with a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Wait. Hold on.
Offsuit.
Someone couldn't get. Oh, wait. You're right, Jeremy. I see what you're saying. Because if someone got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they'd win over
And you got
your
a straight. A
7.
straight is a powerful hand.
Never win. Best you'll do with that.
But what if? Oh shit. Okay. You're right, Jeremy. You're right. You're absolutely correct, Jeremy. I see what you're saying.
You get dealt, you throw that hand out. You don't play that shit.
Okay. So
Yeah.
here's my next question. Here's my next question, guys. Okay. If you were going to write a fictional story about the ultimate underdog come around, and the it's like a glorious underdog story, right? The ultimate poker story, underdog style, would be someone bluffing. Someone gets a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and then bluffs, and then wins the ultimate jackpot with the shittiest hand. Right? That'd be the best story ever told. The ultimate underdog story of poker. You get the worst hand dealt.
Really.
You get the worst hand dealt, and then
No,
bluff
because
with a straight face, and then win the jackpot. Right?
that's not a winning
It's the
strategy.
ultimate underdog, yeah.
So,
Okay, so Jeremy agrees. Do you guys really disagree that isn't the ultimate
People
underdog
bluff
story
all
of
the
poker?
time. People
but
pull off
it
bluff.
has to be believable. Otherwise, it's a shit story.
No, I don't care about that. I'm just talking about the dynamics of it. That the worst hand dealt, bluffed the best way possible, that ends up winning would be the ultimate underdog story of poker.
Okay, what's your point? Now wrap it up for us.
I'm literally asking you guys questions to understand.
Well, just
what would
summarize
be
your
the
thought,
case.
man. You be more efficient. Like get to the point.
No, that
What's
was
the point?
that.
That's the complete
If you're
point.
gonna write a story about poker, you need to play poker.
Jeremy already answered my question. I made my point. What is the worst hand? And if that hand won on a bluff, would that be the ultimate underdog story of a poker game? And Jeremy said yes, so I'm done.
Okay. Your answer. You got your answer. You're satisfied. Let's next question.
Yeah, Jeremy satisfied,
I
Absolutely.
just don't think it would be believable. That's all.
Well, that's for the author to design. I see what you're saying though.
Because when you're making a movie, it needs to people need to go with it. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just talking about the extremes. I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm just trying to outline the extremes. A 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 bluffed well enough to win the ultimate jackpot at the last hand played. Yeah, all
I
good.
mean, you can end up bluffing somebody out that has a banging ass hand with that. Like you can end up winning against somebody that has like a boat or a flush or a straight or something.
No, someone who's got a pair. Someone who's got a pair and they don't want to go out. Like say someone's only got a pair of jacks or something, and someone's raising you to an amount where it's not worth your risk. Like, oh, I got a pair of jacks. That's pretty easy to beat. I'll fold it.
All right, so then
There's
Royal
there's a
Flush is the
hand.
best, right? Royal Flush is the best
Don't worry about it.
hand
That'll never
possible.
happen. That'll never happen. When you're playing poker, like an impressive hand would be if you had a pair, right? And
Wait,
then
Royal
another guy
Flush
has
is
a straight.
impossible?
Hang on. You have a pair. The other guy has a straight. The other guy has a flush. And on the river card, it makes you a full house, and that's how you win. That would be an impressive win.
But you're not saying a Royal Flush is impossible. That is the best hand dealt, right?
It's not gonna happen, bro.
Yes, Royal Flush is the best hand. Yes.
Thank you again, Jeremy. I don't know why my questions are so difficult for everyone else.
Again, it has to be believable. It's not like a James Bond fucking shit. Oh,
I've gotten them before.
like
Like
a full
when I
house.
only
Oh,
need
Royal
one
Flush.
card. When I only needed one card to get it, I've gotten them before. But I don't play like with the full deck. I only play from the sevens and up. They call it French poker. These guys that I used to play, you can only play 4 players at a time, and it's
Look.
easier to get because you eliminate all the small cards. Everything under 7 gets eliminated.
Look, you get a Royal Flush when you're playing on your iPhone, not in real life. You know what I mean? And if you did a
I've
Royal
got it
Flush
in
in real life, you
Can
would
I ask
have
Jeremy
like
another question? Hey, Jeremy, is a Royal Flush necessarily the same suit?
It has to be the same suit. Yeah, that's how you get a flush.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
don't. That's why I'm asking the questions because I don't know. Don't tell me like I already know it. So a
Well, that's
Royal
If
Flush
it's
has
not
to be the same
suited,
suit.
yes, it has to be the same suit. If it's not suited, you
Okay,
only have
thank you.
If it's not suited, you only have a straight, which is not that powerful of a hand.
Okay, so is there such thing as like a Royal Straight? Like a
Are you
The
seriously
Royal
never played
Flush.
poker?
The Royal Flush is the
Under?
straight.
yeah, I'm not a
It's
big
ace
card
suited.
player, Gregory, so don't hold it against me, please. I'm trying to learn here.
I'm just like wondering, like, if you're trolling us.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn here,
But this
Gregory,
is not
so
a
just don't hold it
poker.
against
This
me.
is not a poker server. We're not here to teach you about gambling.
Well, no one was talking when I came in here. Talk about something else if you want. God damn.
If he's sincere, I don't mind him asking about poker, but it's just like, are you serious?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the rules. I'm learning some things. I want to know for certain reasons associated with writing a story. I want to use these paradigms and these scenarios and the design of poker to,
You can watch a video on how to play. Like, what are the structure? What are the
okay.
winning
Then I'll
hands?
stop
The power.
asking you questions and go
Yeah.
do that if it's not welcome here.
Well,
Carry
it's
on with
it's
whatever
thing
the
is,
carry on with
Fundy,
whatever the fuck you want to talk about, guys. Go on. I'll shut up.
all right.
Fundy,
Thank
the
you.
guy with the guy with a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, he'll never bluff the guy with the straight flush. So don't
But
write
what
that
if
in
he
the story.
did? But what if he
Nobody will
did?
bluff.
It'll never happen.
You
Nobody.
can't.
but
You
what
The
if
can't
guy
bluff
with
a
the
straight
royal
flush,
flush.
bro.
The guy with
Nobody's
the
gonna
royal
bluff that
flush.
hand. No one's gonna bluff 4 aces. No one's gonna bluff any of that shit.
The guy with the
I don't
royal
know,
flush
guys.
will never.
You it sounds like you have a lack of imagination if you think it could never possibly ever perhaps plausibly possibly happen.
I'll
It
tell you
won't.
why.
It won't.
I'll
It
tell you
won't.
why though.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
The reason why the guy with the 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 will never bluff out the guy with the royal flush is because the guy with the royal flush, his hand can't be beat. At best, it's a split
Okay,
pot.
so the guy can't have a royal flush, but maybe he could be one card short of it or one hand lower in ranking than it, right? Not
You're
the royal
not.
flush
Let
because
me
obviously
explain.
that can't
Let
be.
me explain. Let me explain. Funny. Okay, so there's a situation called the nuts. The nuts means you have the best hand on the table. Okay, this is a real thing. You start playing poker, you can realize if you have the nuts or not. If you have the nuts, nobody can bluff you because you know you have the best hand. And a
But when
straight
you
flush
can't,
is going to be the best hand in your life. I mean, you would never be able to beat a straight flush with a royal flush. It just doesn't. It's impossible. It won't happen.
or if you're playing five card and no one sees your table cards, you're not sharing the same cards like
Hold'em,
on Texas Hold'em. If you got all your hands and no one can see what's in your hand, your 5 cards are only known to you. You're not going to bluff someone. You can have a bad beat, what's called a bad beat. Like I could have 4 aces and you could pull a straight flush, and that's a bad beat. Like you're not going to bluff me. I'm going all in. I'm not folding 4 aces ever, right? I'm not folding an ace high full house ever. So it might be a bad beat. Like holy shit, he beat me. I had fucking full house aces and I got beaten. That's called a bad beat. It's not. You're not going to get bluffed. There's no poker player folding that shit ever.
Okay, let me ask a follow-up question then to my original one. I know I asked questions in between, but let me restart. Okay, now that I've learned the wisdom you guys have taught me. My question is for you now. Not a royal flush, of course not. It's impossible. But what is the lowest ranking hand someone could be dealt where someone with a lesser hand, and I'm talking about the minimum, or how do I say it, the minimum highest, right? What is the closest to a royal flush someone can have that they might fall for someone else's bluff? You know what I mean? Do I need to ask it a different way?
None. If you have a straight flush, you will not be getting bluffed.
Like where does the insecurity begin?
Probably
right?
2 pair, like a low 2 pair.
Trips.
Like say you have 2 8s and 9s, you have 2 low pair, you can be bluffed.
Okay,
No,
2
because
eights,
on
two
Texas
pairs.
Hold'em, you can have
Not
3 of
Texas
the
Hold'em, 5 card stud. No one's seeing your shit.
You're not getting them on a real game. I mean, who plays that? Nobody plays that.
I do.
Well, let's do Texas Hold'em. What's the lowest from the highest ranking hand that you could get where you're starting to feel like there's a slight chance, right? There's a slight chance that this guy might beat me.
I've seen trips folded or 3 of a kind because looking on that table, you know that there's either a flush or a straight or another full house that's better than yours. So you can have
what
like
does that
3
mean?
of a kind.
Like 3 aces? Are you saying 3 aces is
Or
where the insecurity begins?
Yeah.
Oh hell no! I would never fold that.
But if on the table was a flush or a straight, your aces are ruined.
I got to play it anyway. I can't fold 3 aces. It just goes against every principle. I just can't do it.
Well, that's you,
but
you understand what I'm talking about.
I don't fold powerful
aces.
hands. I never fold powerful. And that's why I don't like anyone seeing my cards. I don't like Texas Hold'em because I don't want anyone to see what I have. Like I don't want to share cards with anyone. I don't like that.
Well, the game is played amongst people, and that's what I'm talking about.
Jeremy, if you had, but it was a likely straight or flush on the table, would you fold if you were called all in?
Yeah, if there is 4 suited cards on the board and I only have trips, I'm folding.
That's the right call because at that point is what his answer. His question was: insecurity happens when you know you could be beat. I'd say on trips. If you had a full house, I'd say that you play that, but it depends again.
And what's the highest triple? Is that 8? Is that aces?
3 aces.
3 aces. Yeah, it would take balls of steel to play those trips with four suited cards on the board. Even if there's only one other person in, that would take a lot of balls.
Wait.
I would fold.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but couldn't you have 2 aces in your hand and 1 ace played to give you triple aces?
That's what we're talking about.
Either you have 1 ace in your hand or 2 on the board, or you have 2 aces in your hand and 1 on the board. Same idea. It's the same strength.
Let's say you got 2 aces in the hand, 1 on the board. Is that where insecurity comes into play? Where you're like, I'm not going to go all in.
Insecurity comes in when there's 4 suited cards on the board, because then it's like shit. Someone only needs 1 other suited card to beat you.
Or a straight happening, or a possible straight on the board, right? Like if it had a 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Jeremy, same thing, right?
It depends. If it's going to cost you everything and you're going to go out if you're wrong, if you can afford to lose that hand, I would never fold it. Like if it's going to put me out of the game, then it would be a tough decision. But like if I'm going to lose half my stack, I'll still play my aces. I'm still not folding that powerful hand. I'm not letting someone bluff me out.
Jeremy, isn't a 6, 7, 8, 9 or an 8, 9, 10 jack the same on the board, the same as a 4 suited on the board? In other words, they both will beat a trips. They'll both beat 3 of a kind.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's tougher though because with the flush, there's more outs out
There's
there.
a lot
You know
more
what I mean?
cards. Yeah, there's a lot more cards. If you got an open-ended straight,
I told you the scenario: 6, 7, 8, 9, etc.
And you
Well,
have trips and you're going against it. Yeah, there's more. I would probably. I don't know. It depends.
I
Like I said, with the flush,
apologize.
there's more out.
I said it's a fold, but that's me.
I apologize beginning this conversation about poker, being a person who doesn't have like the eyes to see or like the right mind. Like I have a very remedial understanding of it. And I just don't have like the right like mind layout to like talk about this deeply like you guys have. Just understand that the reason I ask is because I would really like to base like the ending of a fictional story I write either in a card game or something that obeys the same rules as a card game like poker. And I'm trying to understand like what would be like the ultimate story ever told, because when you're writing fiction, right, it's whatever you design it to be. And of course everyone loves an underdog story. So I'm just trying to like draw inspiration from what would be like what would be the what would be the if there was a movie that ended the final scene like where like souls were on the line, right? Like the devil versus some average like what's that one song? The devil went down to Georgia, right? Like
Have you ever seen the movie Rounders?
no, I haven't.
Oh,
Rounder?
that's pretty good.
Rounders is good. There's also one I think better than Rounders is called The Gambler with Mark Wahlberg. That's a newer one.
I'm just trying to learn the lessons that probably all of you
Gambler.
already
Watch
know.
Gambler with Mark Wahlberg and watch Rounders with what's his name, Edward Norton.
You guys know what I'm saying though about the ultimate fictional story ever told, like as far as chances and the hands that are dealt to the people, whatever, you know what I mean? You see where I'm coming from. It's like poker is a great thing to draw from about like the tension and the situations and the scenario involved of like, oh, there's bluffing, there's, a sort of limitation to what this person may be dealt versus this other one where the underdog bluffs his way into victory. And obviously it can't be a guaranteed victory. There's got to be some sort of insecurity that the villain has. It's got to be pretty, it's got to be good enough where he's pretty confident, but just some room for insecurity where a bluff can work.
The thing is, the game's never going to end on a bluff.
Why is that?
That's not a game ender.
A bluff can't end a game in victorious manner?
I don't think so.
I don't think that makes sense, Jeremy. I think you can win a game on a bluff.
If I have all my chips in, you can't bluff me out. Now we're just seeing each other's cards. If I don't have all my chips in and you bluff. If I don't have all my chips in and you bluff, the game's not over.
The person with the better hand has to say uncle. He has to fold, right?
Yeah, but if all the chips are in there, you don't fold. You just show your hand.
Well, that's why all the chips are like the whole thing about the underdog story in a game of poker would be that the evil villain has a better hand, but the underdog protagonist somehow bluffs his way into making the villain say uncle and fold, right? That's the only way it could happen.
You'll never take everyone's. You'll never take all of someone's chips on a bluff.
Oh, I've done it plenty of times, man. I've played Texas Hold'em, and I've totally taken the pot on a bluff.
Yeah, you could take a pot on a bluff, but if it's you and another person, you'll never take all their chips and end the game with a bluff.
How can I do that to 4 other people and not do that to one other person? To me, that doesn't. I don't see what you mean.
Because if someone has all their chips in, you're just showing your
No,
cards
no,
now to
they
see who has
fold.
the better hand.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
then
talking
the
about
game.
folding.
Yeah, if they fold, the game's still going. Everyone has chips still.
Oh,
Like you can't end it on a bluff. It's never ended on a bluff. You ever watch the World Series of Poker? It doesn't end on bluffs. It never does.
Wow, shit.
It can't.
Okay,
It's
okay,
impossible.
okay. I see what you're saying. So, okay, so try to stretch your mind here for me. Is there any such thing as an underdog story in a game of poker as a
Yeah.
finale?
Yeah, oh, big
What would
time. Yeah.
what would that be like?
It's something in Texas Hold'em where the one person has a winning hand, the other person's got a shit hand. But then the last card comes, they call it the river, and that helps the person with the shit hand and makes them have a good hand.
Oh,
Like all of a
okay,
sudden you
okay.
go from 0 to hero like real quick with that one card.
Okay, what would the hand they have to begin with be like until the river pops up? Like how would that play out?
It could be a variety of ways. Like they could catch a straight or a flush on the river.
They could catch
And
a straight or a flush. Okay.
yeah, so like the last card that they flip, that the dealer flips.
What about
Oh,
catching a triple or a 4 of a kind? Is that
there's
realistic
that.
at all?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I mean you could catch anything on a river. Crazy shit
know.
happens on that last card. Yeah.
Okay. But the minimum, right? The minimum would be catching a 2 of a kind, right? Or
Uh,
perhaps perhaps the ultimate underdog story would be catching a high card. Well, not catching a high card because you don't catch a high card. You just have the high card, right? That would be the most like suspenseful poker game where it all comes down to someone having like a 9 and nothing is dealt higher than a 9 and no one has anything higher than 9 in their hand between 2
yeah, like
players, right?
if you get dealt like 2-3 and you don't catch anything, and I have like
A
7,
9.
8, or 9 or something, 10 maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
Because you use,
I won on a high card 9. No one
I
even
mean,
got a
it's tough
double.
though. It's tough though because you use the board when you're playing Texas Hold'em, so everyone's sharing
Right.
all the cards.
Right. So nothing higher than a 9 could be dealt on the flop or the river or whatever.
The flop, the turn, and then the river.
It's the flop, the turn, then the river. Is that how it goes?
5 cards, 3 on the flop, 1 on the turn, 1 on the river.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much the most
You ever think
popular.
that poker is a real good metaphor for life?
Yeah.
Any sort of gambling, I guess, is a pretty good metaphor for life, especially card games. It's very relatable to several situations and circumstances. Hey, what were those movie titles that you guys said I should watch?
I mean, one of the best poker movies ever is probably Rounders.
I'm gonna write that down right now. You said that before. I'm gonna write it down now.
Bad Boy Rounders is a bad boy movie.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
I don't know what he said, but it's a
It
good
means
movie.
it's a good, very, very good. Good movie. Very good movie.
Any other recommendations?
What category are you?
What'd you say?
What category of film? Like what?
Card game movies, gambling movies.
There is
There's
that
that other
old
one.
one. Oh, there's that old one. I've seen it. It's like from the 60s or 70s. It's really good. Forgot what it's called though.
Okay, well, I got rounders written down in my notes. Absolutely. Um, one thing
21, 21 is
one
quite good.
trope. Oh, go ahead, man.
21 is quite good, and it's based on a true story about these MIT students who got together and like kind of scammed the casinos by playing all together in tandem, playing blackjack. And yeah, it's based on a true story. It's quite good.
That was blackjack though. I think he's looking for more poker stuff.
Oh, poker.
You know
right.
what? You know what? It's still good. It's still good. I think that card games, in and of themselves, are very similar to like the zodiac and astrology and sort of like archetypical sort of things. You know, like tarot is sort of related to card games. You know, or one came before the other. It's up to debate, but whatever. You know, I'm just looking to educate myself on like systematically organized like archetypical scenarios to help me
21
like
is a good movie for you because that's actually based on a true story as well. It's quite ingenious how they did it. They had like a whole system and stuff. So it's quite good if that's what you're looking for, even if it's like poker specifically.
so this is a bit of a rabbit hole that I'm going to bring up right now, but are any of you guys familiar with the expression the dead man's hand?
Yeah.
So what I've learned recently is that there's 12 different versions and 12 different origin stories and lores behind the expression dead man's hand. Which one are you most familiar with?
I have no idea even with the origin, but go on, enlighten me.
Well, I mean, uh, it seems to be from what I've heard, it seems to be like American sent like related lore. It's usually like a cowboy story or something like that.
I'm
But
gonna say
go ahead.
no, sorry. I was gonna say like when you said it, dead, I thought the first thing that came up in my head was like the Wild West in America. Sorry to interrupt you, but please continue.
Well,
It was with
well,
Hickok.
I mean, spot on, man. That's honestly exactly what I'm talking about. But I came across this expression, dead man's hand, and I learned that there's more of a complete expression where it goes, dead man's hand, never been beat, is the full expression. And what I've learned is that this expression, as much as unpopular as it is now, at least at large, I learned that 100 years ago, "dead man's hand never been beat" was an expression that was more popular, as YouTube tells me, than "a dog is a man's best friend." And I've heard that, right? Everyone here has heard "a dog is a man's best friend," right? That expression.
Yeah, of course.
So we all know how popular that is. And in a YouTube video I watched, I heard that just 100 years ago, and for the past 200 years before, however long it went out of popularity, that was such a popular phrase. It ranked above in a listing above "a dog's a man's best friend." So like this was a big deal, although it seems to have died off in popularity. Maybe because card games aren't as popular as they used to be because we have video games and television and radio, whatever, and probably playing cards was way more of a common practice, a little while ago. But the thing about "dead man's hand never been beat," it was such a popular expression, and it always referred to your local area to a certain hand of cards, whether it was three jacks and two nines, or two aces and two eights and a queen of hearts or whatever. It seems that every American state has their own version of the dead man's hand, but for some reason they all have the reputation wherever locally they it applies to, is that dead man's hand, the expression "dead man's hand never been beat." But as far as what that hand of cards is different depending on where you live. Although the most popular description of the dead man's hand is called aces and spades. Two aces. I'm sorry. aces and eights is what I meant to say. The most popular expression of what the dead man's hand is two aces, two eights, and then it's attached to the rest of the expression. Never been beat. Dead man's hand never been beat. And so they say if you wherever you go, whichever hand is particular is described to be, if you get that hand of cards, go all in. You know what I mean? If you get that hand, you just bet all in because it's never been beat. If you get aces and eights, you're guaranteed to win. Or maybe it's three jacks and two nines, whatever. Right? It, like I said, it changes depending on where you
but
are.
going all in is not the best strategy for earning the most money.
Well, if you got dead man's hand, that's what the lore says.
Yeah, but
That's not even really.
Poker is about gambling and drawing other people in when you have a best hand. If you immediately go all in, then they'll all fold and you won't get anything.
Yeah,
Well,
also, that's not even that good.
I had a
Also,
funny
that's not even
thought.
that.
I had a funny thought when you said about
Christ,
the
man.
dead man's hand. That like I don't know why the thought came up in my hand that like you're playing a poker game or something, and the other guys are quite drunk and stuff, and they put all of their money on the line, and then you got that dead man's hand, and you beat them, and the guy pulls out a revolver and blasts you. I don't know why, I just thought that in my head.
That was a great story. Yeah. So aces and
Well,
eights is
that's how it goes sometimes, and like I said, there's 12 particular lores, and several of them go exactly that way, where you win and you're shot. The other lores is that you draw the hand and you're shot before you play it, so that the game never concludes. And then my favorite version is that there's this guy who has a bunch of money meant for a particular investment, like he's gonna his mother gave him money to invest in a property, but then on his way he gets suckered into playing some poker, and he starts like losing all his money that he has for a particular investment when he gets to his destination on after the train trip. But then he starts losing, and then it comes down to the final hand, and he draws the dead man's hand, and it's the winning hand, but he dies from excitement. Right? He's like, oh man. And then he dies and never reaps the rewards of the pot because his heart explodes or whatever.
So
Like I said, there's 12 different stories and from 12 different places. No one knows the original story.
Actually interesting because I love cards. I love playing cards, especially poker. Poker is my favorite. Texas Hold'em.
And like I said, the most popular description of the dead man's hand is two aces and two eights. For some reason, that's the most popular one.
I'm gonna say that
you've mentioned two aces and two eights about 7 times.
I'm gonna say that's not even like I mean it's not a bad hand, but it's like not even close to being one of the best. So that's quite funny that is the one. You know what it is? Maybe it's what you said, that it originated from some kind of legend, like you said, that some guy was playing and then like you said, he had a big inheritance or something that he was gonna invest, and then like something like you said happened, and then it just turned into a legend, and Chinese whispers travel.
Right. Yeah, I'd really like to find out what the original story is, but I'm not too concerned, I think it's more interesting just learning all the 12 different origin stories. And some are definitely like more recent than others. So there's at least there's at least 7 that are just like known to be like more recent than others. So it actually does come down to 5 around the same time period. And instead of the whole total 12 stories, there's 5 that kind of date to similar times in history, where it really comes down like, what is the true dead man's hand story? But I find it just so interesting that no one knows for sure. Like it's just so fun that no one really knows which one is the original.
I'm thinking like one step in the right direction. Have you tried to find out which one is like the earliest account?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I just said. There's 12 and 5 date around the same time period, so no one knows for that reason. Seven are absolutely like way old or more recent, I guess. at least 7 are way more recent than a certain amount of 5. But like I said, 5 sort of date around the same time period. So, like I said, no one knows which of those 5 is the original. But there is one that is more famous than the other 5 plausible options, and that's that there was this dude, he was gonna win, and then a Goonie shot him. And it's funny that the story goes is that the guy who was gonna win with aces and eights and a queen of hearts, he was shot, and the bullet passed through his head, and then it actually shot his opponent's hand. It shot his opponent in the hand, and they actually both dropped their cards on the ground off the side of the table. And it's only sort of an estimation as to which cards belong to who, because there's a total of 6 or whatever cards on the ground, and no one knows which cards belong to who, and so it's only a guess. Even the most popular story is still sort of a estimation or sort of guess job, just so funny. I don't know. It's really one of the most interesting urban legends that there is to look into, I think. What I've also learned about the Dead Man's Hand is that there's like 2 video games titled that and 1 movie, and there's also a poem, and it's actually it's actually a really like enjoyable poem. If you guys want to look up the poem of the Dead Man's Hand, it's not aces and eights, it's like 3 jacks and 2 nines or whatever, but still it's honestly a pretty entertaining poem to listen to. And I think the horror movie doesn't actually have anything to do with the lore. It's just, I don't know, taking advantage of the namesake of it. I don't know. Look into it if you want. That's all I got.
Just remember, if you're writing a story, you want it to be believable.
Absolutely, absolutely, Gregory, and that's why I really value you guys' advice, and especially what you said. Triples, triple aces is what you said, right, Gregory? Is where doubt comes into play.
Yeah, you can be forced to fold that if you're called all in,
right?
Or if you know you're beat by the hand on the table, which could be let's say a flush.
Yeah, could be at that point. I respect your answer. That sounds like something I'll remember and think about when I write my story. Thank you.
That's why I love poker so much, because the game can change in an instant. It can change. Like, you could have it all down, and then the river comes, and you're just like, oh fuck, man.
Isn't that so relatable to life though, where things are going so well until oh shit, or the vice versa,
If
right?
you believe in luck, but some people don't believe in
things
luck.
are going so poorly until a twist at the end where everything's saved, right? Either way, it's so great.
I was playing a poker tournament once. I actually won. I won $11,700. It was on $12,700 on PokerStars, and the last hand, the winning hand that I had, like I were leading, in terms of chips, and the guy went all in, and I had an ace and a 2, right? And so I thought, okay, I'll call him. We'll just see. We'll see. Take it how it is. The cards obviously come up, and the guy has got, I think it was two nines he had, right? And so I have nothing. He has pair. Nothing at all, And then the last card, an ace. It was funny. Yeah, man. I would have won anyway.
So you got double aces then?
Yeah, pair of aces. He had pair of nines to begin with.
So listen, he said 2 nines, right? A pair of nines, the absolute lowest winning hand. A pair of nines is an average winning hand in poker, but it can easily be beat.
Yeah, of course. I'm there. I was just, I was just saying. I mean, I've had other times where I've literally gone all in with a 2-4. Just because I'm tired at the end of the night, I can't be asked playing anymore. I go all in with the 2-4, and someone's got 2 aces on his hand, and then the flop comes and it's a 2-2-4, and you're like, yo.
Yeah, I hear you. But don't you think that there's some sort of universal sort of design to the deck of playing cards? Like there's something universally logical about it, right?
There's something beautiful about it. I agree.
And there's it's the same 52 cards or whatever, right? But there's all sorts of different rules that can be applied to how you deal them out and how you play them and what hands are dealt. And I don't know. I'm a sort of eccentric guy who sees things where maybe they aren't at, or I don't know. Maybe I just have a certain visionariness to myself or my imagination. But I see the deck of cards as, I don't know, this very special thing that communicates all sorts of different lessons and scenarios and ways of divvying luck and chance and rations out. I don't know. I think that any fictional story writer should be well acquainted with as many ways of playing cards as possible, if you know what I mean. Because it could only serve him in writing more interesting scenarios and stuff like that in his stories. I don't know, it just seems like some sort of training software to just teach someone how to envision interesting scenarios. Because you can personify anything. You know what I mean? You can take any situation and then personify it into characters. Yeah, I went too deep there. My bad.
Yeah, so there's 13 cards, and there's 13 lunar cycles, and then there's 4 suits, which are the 4 seasons.
Oh yeah. 52 cards, 52 weeks of the year, right? Start with. What are the 13 cards? So there's like aces to king. Is that 13? 1, 2 goes up to what, 10 as far as numbered cards go? Then there's Jack 11, Queen 12, King 13. Is that how it works?
There's 1 to 10, including the ace. The ace is 1 to 10, and then there's a jack, a queen, a king.
Jack, Queen, King 13. Right. So there's 13, 52, 4. So you got the solstices, equinoxes, you got the 52 weeks, you got the 13 lunar months, which honestly, I don't really understand what people are getting at with the 13 lunar months. Is that like 1 day short, or
No, it's
what is that?
because the lunar month is 28 days long. So if you take 28 days,
That's not correct though. I mean, that's not correct though.
Well, that's how the lunar calendar is based.
No. I mean that's not. People say that all the time, but that doesn't make any sense. There's 2 different lunar months. There's the sidereal. There's the sidereal, and there's the synodic. The sidereal is 27.3 days long, and the synodal is 29.5. I don't understand where people get this like 28 even number lunar cycle from. It's totally make believe.
Just for convenience, it's just for convenience. I think they've rounded it down, but that's where the lunar months come from. Like that's how they usually work it.
Okay, so I got my calculator open right now. 29
29 times 12, right? So legitimately 12 full moon cycles, not full moon appearances, but full moon cycles, is legitimately 354. So that's 11 days short of a solar year.
Do
Ah,
28
shit.
times 13. Do 28
Okay.
times 13.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so clear it. Well, not 28. Let's just establish full moon cycles. 28.5 times 13 is okay. So if you wanted to base your calendar off of if you wanted to base your calendar off of 13 full moon cycles, not full moon appearances, but full moon cycles, the year would be 383.5 days long. So, I mean, I just, I got a big problem with people thinking that there is some sort of easy solution to designing calendars. I think we honestly have the best one currently in place that could ever be in place, because it really takes you honoring the sun or the moon cycle over the other.
Actually, to get the most accurate calendar, you'd do a combination of both. Because if you use the sun calendar, then you still have to add for leap years and stuff. So I actually watched something about this a while back, but I can't remember fully. But there is a way to have a synthesis between the two where you get the most accurate.
It'll still take leap days and leap weeks and leap years and stuff like that, though. There is no like one trick solution. Everything's gonna have, like, no matter what calendar system you use, you're gonna need to use leap days, and you're also going to need to just like insult either the moon or the sun, because
You
they
know why?
don't. Why? Because
It,
they don't associate on even numbers.
It's not, yeah, exactly, because I mean, the day isn't exactly 24 hours long, and do you get what I mean? And that's why, and also, like, if you look at the length of the year, it's not actually 365 days, is it? It's like 365.25 or something like that.
Two,
So it's
four,
like,
two, five, six,
365
yeah.
days and a quarter. Yeah.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So that's why you get the
Yeah.
leap year. So it's because of that. But this guy that I'm talking about, he had it worked out pretty neatly. I'm trying to remember now. But he had a
Well, I'll tell you,
synthesis of
man.
the lunar and the
I'll,
solar calendar. Yeah.
I'll tell you, man. Um, there is no perfect system when it comes to balancing the moon and the sun.
No.
The closest you can get is like a hybrid lunar solar calendar that makes an exception every 19 years,
Yeah,
or
yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
or 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 you can use leap days like we do and line things up every 33 years. But even that has a sort of like every 542 years, let's make like a few minute exception sort of adjustment. The whole thing, there's perfection in the imperfection, and we've been given a celestial clock above us when it comes to the moon and the sun that isn't something that can just be set in stone and left alone. It takes constant diligence and maintenance and attention given to it. And I got a real like bone to pick. And it's not on you. It's just that I've come across people like trying to propagandize some sort of message of like, oh, the current calendar system is so retarded, but I have the solution. No, you don't. There is no perfect
No,
solution.
there is no
Calendar
solution.
every calendar system will just be one
we just
way
abandon
of
the calendar completely?
playing
Why don't
pickup.
we just abandon the calendar? Why don't we abandon the calendar? Because it's not, if you have to add in a leap year, it's silly, isn't it? I mean, the sun
I
and the moon are perfect
no
in their cycle every day. They're not incorrect.
Okay,
Well,
that's what you've got to remember here.
I'm gonna take a real controversial opinion or standpoint here and say that the system we have is literally the best one that we could utilize. Like
Well,
we
it's
got
not.
it.
It's
Like
not that. I don't think
there's
so.
no
I don't
no
think so.
reason to complain. Like we have what we need and it's
No,
the best
there is
version and
reason
we
to
should stick
complain.
to it.
There is reason to complain because we're using this system to
There
devalue
always will
humanity
be.
anyway. What I'm saying, let's remove the calendar completely and go with the sun and the moon and work with that. What we see, that's what we should be doing, really.
Well, I'll just
That's the
speak for
best one.
myself and say that the system we got in place right now, literally the official Illuminati, whatever, whoever gave it to us,
Bullshit.
I'm good
Pope
with it.
Gregory. Pope Gregory.
I like the
It's
current
not the
system
best.
we operate by. Honestly,
I don't.
it's
I
good.
don't at all. No, I don't. I do not
I
at all.
think the one we got is
It's a
perfectly
devaluation
fine.
of humanity at the moment. It's being used to imprison and corral humanity in a slavery system. So there is no way I'm going to say it's a good thing. And if we wanted to try a different way, it's just to observe what the sun and moon are doing and go by that clock. You can actually literally throw away the calendar and still live on this earth without it. You know
Yeah,
that?
I like the system we got. It's fine. The one we got right now, the official one, it's
I
fine.
don't.
It's good. It's actually great. It's the best one that we could actually ever use.
No, it is not. That's your opinion. It's not the best one. I don't think so at all. I
Sure,
think
it's my
it's the
opinion.
worst one at the moment. Yeah, I think it's the worst one because it's being used to corral devalue humanity at the moment. So it's not the best. Look at what's going on.
The most accurate one is a synthesis of the lunar and solar calendar. I mean, that's the most accurate
That'd
one.
be
The
the
one
best
we
one.
have there is
That's what we
perfect.
got right now. That's what we got right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah,
That'd
it's
be the best one. No, we haven't. We got was it
okay.
Bulgarian or whatever they call it?
Yeah, I think our calendar's fine as it is right now. It's great, honestly. There's no reason to complain.
There's loads of reason to complain. We got tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery going on.
None of
With
that
that
has to do with
system.
the design of the calendar. Our calendar system
It's
is
all part.
actually really advanced and talented and super functional.
Nah, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's a Jesuit trick piece. It's nothing fantastic. Remember, without it, we can still live. Without the calendar, we are able to live on this earth. When God created this earth, He didn't create it with a calendar. The calendar was not there. Don't need it. That's my point. We don't need it.
Well,
you can live by the moon and the sun quite easily.
Well,
And live.
here's what I'll say. Here's what I say. We all know that holidays are given to us artificially. We all know that yeah, we all know that every holiday that most of us celebrate are they have strange pagan esoteric occult roots, whatever, right? But
Exactly.
the
They're not
system we
natural.
currently
They're not natural.
yeah. The holidays we all celebrate, we all know they're fucking bullshit. But I will say that as far as the control system goes, as keeping us on schedule to follow these holidays, they have it settled. Like it works. They like their holidays
Yeah,
do
it's a
occur.
slavery system. It's being used to enslave humanity. Is my
And
point, and that's a
if
serious thing.
and if that was the point, if we all wanted to follow these holidays, the current calendar system we use is as good as it gets.
Yeah, no, I don't follow these holidays at all. That's not what I'm
I
not.
mean,
I haven't been following these holidays for at least 30 years or more now. That's not
here's
why I
the
exist. I don't exist for the holidays of this calendar. That's never.
me either, man.
Columbus
I don't
Day the
give a
other day. I don't follow it.
I don't give a shit about holidays either, man. I really don't give a crap about holidays on particular dates. I understand that these are all things that have been forced upon me or whatever. But here's the thing, man. We're all free to understand the calendar system that they give us, and we're all free to understand the relationship of time to the heavens and the celestial movements on whatever other scales we want as well. Like honestly, I follow 3 different calendar systems at the same time every day. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. And so I do. I understand 3 different I understand and I live by 3 different calendars all at the same time. But when it comes to the workings of society, I don't mind participating because it's honestly a pretty good it's a pretty good system that we got in place.
No, it's
I'm
not.
not
We've got a
gonna
terrible system.
reject it.
We have in slavery, we have dictatorship, and we have tyranny. We're living under a bad time at the moment.
Yeah, man, you could
Humanity.
just say
Remember,
at
they're
any
telling
time
us.
though. Anytime you
Can
could
I
just
just
say
Hang on, they're
it'd be
telling us.
better or
can I
They're
it'd
just
be
telling
say
us.
worse.
something?
I'm trying to get this out. They're telling us that the Earth is a globe when it isn't. They're giving us medicines that harm us. Right? They're stealing the money, saying they're going to space. So this
Who
system you're
cares?
talking about is not good. All bad at the
That
moment.
that has nothing to do
I
with the
just
Get
say
it
calendar
out
system
because
though.
of this.
say something. And say, "Look,
Yo, what's up? Hey, Jen, I wanted to ask, what's one of the ways that the current calendar setup is tyrannical and a monkey on the backs of humanity?
Well, I think it's the way it's being used to corral. Everybody's working to the calendar. Your work schedules, the holidays that have been perpetuated, so they make more money out of you on these holidays. That's what I mean. That's why it's not good.
Okay,
That's why I
that
said
is
it's not
one
good.
reason it's not good. I agree.
That has nothing to do with a 365 day calendar with a leap year every 4 years and every 420 year whatever, you know. I mean that's a good system when it comes to the equinoxes and the solstices. It keeps it on track extremely well.
It's not an accurate. It's not accurate though.
It's super
You
accurate to
have
the
to.
sun movement.
Nah, I doubt it, mate. I call you now. It's accurate.
The current calendar keeps the sun's movements in great orientation. It's perfect.
It's
It's as
wrong.
good as it can be.
It's wrong.
There's no improvements that we could make to the current calendar if what we're trying to do is keep track of the seasons and the sun. As far as the
We
seasons
don't
and the
need to do
sun
that. We
goes,
don't really need to do that because we can observe that through the sun and the
no,
moon.
it,
The sun and the moon. Yeah,
no,
you don't really
just
need
the
it all the
sun.
time. You
This
don't.
this like I said before, the moon, the sun, and the seasons aren't one cohesive, straightforward system. You have to pick 2 out of 3 in order to design your calendar because there's no such thing as a calendar that respects all 3. You have to pick 2 out of 3. And when it comes to designing a calendar to base like the year off of, yeah, I'm gonna pick the sun. I'm gonna pick the seasons. I'm gonna pick the solstices and the equinoxes. And the current system respects the equinoxes, the seasons, and the sun. And that's honestly what I'd like to focus on for my system of time tracking. And there's not a single system out there that could do a better job. The system we have is great and there's no way to improve upon it. We have a great calendar. The only thing that it sacrifices is fuck the moon month. Even though the namesake of the month is based on the moon,
Mistake.
the months have nothing to do with the moon, and so the moon gets shafted. Sure, the moon gets shafted, but there's nothing stopping you from using an additional calendar system alongside the year calendar that we all use.
Bulgarian.
Just
Yeah.
yeah, you use the what is it called? The Gregorian.
Bulgarian. Yeah.
Yeah, use the Gregorian calendar for seasons, equinoxes, solstices, and the sun's movement across the sky. And then go ahead and pay attention to the moon separately in a separate moon calendar. You're going to need to use 2 because there's no such thing as a perfect one holistic moon, sun, season, solstice, equinox calendar. It can't
Yes,
exist. It's impossible. They don't line up.
yeah, but you can live without the calendar. You can literally throw the calendar away today and still
Why would I
continue
do
to
that?
live.
Why would I
Well,
do
you
that?
could, but you could. You
I
could do
like
that.
knowing this.
What
I
what I'm
like
trying to
knowing
say,
the sun's movement.
I'm going to get
It's
my
very
words out, and I'm going to
useful.
let you speak.
It's
I
very
didn't let you
useful.
speak, so I'm going to get my words out. You can definitely throw away the calendar and still live your life on this earth and be okay without a calendar. and get
Nah,
your
you're gonna pay
all
attention to
your
the sun.
get all your
Right.
produce planted on
You're
time and
gonna pay
everything else.
attention to the sun. You're gonna pay attention to the sun if you want to do
Exactly.
anything useful in life, and that's what the Gregorian
That's correct.
calendar
Because you
does.
can do
It
that.
pays
That's what I'm
attention to the
saying. Yeah,
sun.
but you don't need a calendar for that. You don't really need
No,
a
no,
calendar for
you
that.
do. You do.
Nah, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. You don't need the Gregorian calendar for that. You can make your own calendar yourself. That's my point. So you're not getting it. That's all. You're hooked into the system at the moment. The system
Yeah,
of slavery. At the
listen,
moment.
man. Listen, man. You got no complaints about the calendar system. It's
I've got a
good.
lot of complaints.
What's wrong with
It's
it? What's
not
wrong
good.
with it?
It's not good. Like I
Listen,
said, it's
I
being used.
I
It's
I
being
already know the
used
only thing it
as
does
a
wrong.
slavery tool. There's nothing good with
Oh,
it at all.
come on. There's nothing
I'm being
about.
serious. It's being used.
There's
It's
no
being used
slavery
as an instrument of
necessarily
slavery
attached
at the
to it.
moment. It's being
I,
used as an instrument of slavery at the moment.
you're
That's
not
what's
gonna
wrong with
tell
this
you're not
system.
gonna tell
And the
someone
fact
like
that they
me
have
who
to add
understands calendars as well as I
I'm
do
trying to get the words
that
out.
bullshit
If
complaints.
you have to add a day for the leap year, it shows its imperfection. But if you just followed the sun and the moon in a calendar that you made for yourself, your calendar that you made individually, you'd have a better time of it.
If you
That's what I'm
were
saying.
to design a if you were to design a calendar that
Of
paid
course you can.
respect to the
It
movements of
is.
the sun, it would end up being the exact calendar we have. Now I will tell you the only
I doubt it.
complaint anyone could I will tell you the only complaint that anyone could ever have about the current system of our calendar, and it's that it has nothing to do with the cycles of the moon. So sure, the moon is ignored in the solar calendar, the Gregorian calendar as we use it today, but nothing is stopping anyone from paying attention to a separate calendar, a lunar calendar, alongside the Gregorian calendar, which is focused on the sun.
Yeah, the Islamic
So
calendar uses the moon, doesn't it? The
no
Islamic calendar
no
uses the
one
moon.
should try no one should try developing one holistic calendar. What you need to do is take self-responsibility for your position on earth and underneath the heavens. Understand that if you want to keep track of all heavenly bodies in the sky, you need to operate understanding a solar calendar separately from a lunar calendar, because they don't comport with each other. They're separate movements and they'll never align. You need to have a separate lunar calendar and a separate
Yeah,
solar calendar. And if you want to have holidays, you're going to have to pick which one in reference you want to obey.
that would be in a system that is established we have now, which is a slavery system, the holidays. The fact
Oh,
is, you
come
can
on,
reduce. And
man.
what I'm saying is, if
You
you are
don't want
clearly, if you are
holidays?
afraid, yeah. Look, what I'm saying is that
You
you
don't like
are.
holidays?
You're not letting me get my point out. What I'm trying to
Okay.
say is this: you need to free your mind from this slavery system. So, and
My
part of
mind's
that would be
free.
to throw that calendar away and then redesign your own personal one for your lifestyle. You can do that. That's not a crime.
Are you against holidays? Are you against a group of
I'm
people
against
having a
I'm
holiday?
against holidays that want you to spend your money. Corporate makes money, you lose your money,
Yeah,
and you're trapped
me
in that
too.
slavery system.
That's not what
I'm
I
definitely
asked. That's
against
not
the
what I asked.
holidays.
Are you against
You said,
holidays
am I
as a
against
concept?
holidays? I gave you a specific type of holiday that I'm
Yeah,
against. I
the
answered
corporate
your
hijacked
question. Thank
holidays.
you.
Sure,
I
the
answered your
corporate
question
hijacked holidays,
correctly.
I understand. Are you against holidays, period? Not the corporate
Well,
holidays we have
I'm
fed.
not against holidays when I can have them, but I'm
Okay,
against
then you need
holidays
to then
that
you
are setting you
if
up to waste your money holidays. Yeah.
if
Valentine's
you're
Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day,
if
for
you're
example.
if you're not against holidays in general, you're going to need to associate them with either a lunar or a
Not
solar calendar.
necessarily. No, no, no,
No,
no, no, no, no,
yeah,
no. No,
necessarily.
no, I don't have to do that. That's no, I
Literally
don't. No, I
necessarily.
do not. No, I do not,
Yeah,
because
yeah, literally
I can
necessarily. Yeah,
establish my
literally.
holidays for myself.
One at a
Right?
time,
I can
please.
establish my
One at
holidays
a
for myself.
time.
I can establish my holidays for myself. I don't have to follow the sleeping masses, do I? Get out of here with that shit. Come
You
on.
can do whatever you want, but if you want
Thank
to,
you. Right. So that's my holidays that I established,
yeah,
not
do
not
you want
established by the calendar. Not established by the calendar. Thank you. So I
Well,
still
you can
stand
have
by my
whatever
guns.
holidays you want to celebrate on your own by yourself, but if you want to associate with any other people or come together, then you're gonna have to pick either a lunar or a solar system
Not necessarily. Not
to
necessarily. I
align
don't do
with.
the. I don't do the
Yeah,
Father's Day.
literally
I don't do the
necessarily.
Mother's Day. I don't do the Black Fridays.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
do
yeah,
the
that doesn't matter.
Cyber Mondays.
That doesn't
I
matter,
don't do
dude.
Christmas. I don't do Boxing
Yeah, that
Day.
doesn't matter.
I
I'm
don't
talking about
do. I don't
holidays
do all
as a
those shit.
concept.
I don't do fireworks day. I don't do any of that shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm talking about
So
holidays
I'm
as a
already living.
concept, not the
I'm
ones we've
already
been
living
force
my way
fed.
already. I'm already living
One at
that
a
way. We've
fucking
been that for
one at a
over
time.
30 years now. Not a new thing. 60. I'm 61 now, so I've been doing that a long time. And so I'm speaking with a loud voice. You don't seem to realize. When I say to you, you don't need the calendar, you don't need the calendar. You only need it
If you
if you
want
want to be in a slave
holidays,
system.
if you want to celebrate holidays at all, you're gonna have to associate with either a lunar or solar
Not
calendar.
necessarily. Not
Yeah,
necessarily.
necessarily. Yeah,
Not
necessarily.
necessarily.
Yeah,
No, not
literally
necessarily.
necessarily.
No. It's not
Then what are
necessary.
you?
It's not.
Then
It's
what are you
not. You can
basing it off
celebrate
of?
a holiday whenever you choose to if you are in a
Guys,
position to do that
Jim,
when you're working for
Jim,
yourself.
Jim, can you guys please try to do this one at a time?
Yeah, I can do
Is
it
that
one at
is
a
that
time.
is that
Quite easy.
possible? Can
Yeah,
you
that's possible.
provide Jim?
Hold the
Jim,
fuck up. Hold the fuck up. One at a fucking time. Jesus fucking Christ. Or else
yeah, I just said that. I just said that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, I'll repeat
So
myself
basically,
for
I'll carry on
the
from what
eighth
they've put
time.
down, and that is
All right, you go
you
ahead,
don't
man.
need a calendar. You can do it on your own. God didn't build this earth with a calendar in mind.
Well, there you could say there's a 13 lunar cycle calendar, which would be, the term we use is a year, or you could have a 365-day solar calendar, which we could call a year. Either whether you want to have a 383-day year or a 365-day year, doesn't matter how many days you want to categorize under the term of a year. There's going to be something called an annual holiday. And if you want to have an annual holiday, it's going to have to
That
associate
would
with
be in the
either a
slavery
lunar.
system you're living in, though,
Excuse
yeah?
me, and shut the fuck up for a sec. If you
Yeah,
want to have an
you keep
annual
bringing it up.
holiday, as holidays are normally considered to be based upon, you're going to have to associate with either a lunar or a solar system.
You don't need a calendar to do that. You can choose
Okay,
that
then
anytime you like.
explain the third option then.
You just don't need a calendar.
Yeah.
That's my
What's
point.
the
You don't need a
alternative?
calendar. Throw that shit. If you want to live free of this system, then you don't need the calendar. You operate under your time. You create your own
I'm
established
done.
calendar for yourself. Because if you're a farmer, but you don't want to follow the system, you want to follow the sun and the moon and earth cycle, then you throw away the fucking calendar and you do it for yourself. It's quite easily. And you celebrate the holidays when you want to celebrate the holidays. You are still living. You're extricating yourself from a slavery devaluating system.
Okay, we just have our holidays at random then.
Yeah, yes, that's possible, of course. Why not?
Okay, let's all do that, but no one will have
Why
any
not? What's the
idea.
problem with that?
We'll have to send out we'll have to send out a Twitter post with a 10-day warning. Hey guys, Christmas is in 10 days. Says who? Says
It
me. I
depends
guess
on the
says
individual.
me.
A lot of people.
I don't do the Christmas because Christmas is a fallacy fucking day. That's what
Let's
I
not
mean. You're
base our
still,
holidays off
you've
of
Hang
got
on,
your
guys.
head
Western
right up
Hello,
up the
cycle.
hello,
fucking powers that
guys.
shouldn't be's ass. Your head
Jin,
is stuck up their ass,
Jin.
covered in shit. You can't think straight.
Somebody was
Come
trying to
on,
get
man.
in. Was that you, Pumpkin? Were you trying to get in?
Sorry, Pumpkin.
Oh yeah. Don't worry about me.
My apologies. Didn't hear you there.
It's fine.
All I was saying is that the guy's talking purely system, slavery system, and I'm saying if you want to be free of all this shit, dispense with the calendar, create your own, and live your life. Because the life you're talking about is set, and it's a slavery devaluating system, and the calendar is part of that. Okay, it's not real. Christmas is not a real fucking day, really. So I don't want to be part of that, do I? I don't want to be part of that, and I stopped being
Enough of
part of
you and
that
me,
more than
Jin.
35 years ago. More than that, yeah, ages ago. Stop the Christmas.
Enough of you and me, Jin.
Well, you know what I mean, anyway.
I
You know what I mean.
I think it's part of a sun worshiping system. You're right. I do think that people have turned it into something better than that. But if you think that celebrating it on a different time would purify it, then by all means.
Yeah. It's quite easy to exist without this Gregorian calendar. We can actually exist
Well,
without it and
we
exist
need
better.
replacement.
Yeah, that's my point. Point is everyone's
Yeah, I'll repeat the controversial standpoint that I want to express and say that I have no problem associating the calendar with strictly the sun, and I know that it shafts the moon cycles and that months have nothing to do with the actual phases of the moon, even though the namesake shares, a likeness to each other. And so, fuck the definition of months and its etymology. Fuck the moon. I have no problem living my life in association calendrically with just focusing on the cycles of the sun, because I think that that is the more reliable thing to base the association of holidays with in assortment with the seasons and the weather with. And I'm good with doing that. No problem at all.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
think it's
good.
a
I'm good
slave
with doing
system.
that as well.
I think it's just paying attention to the solstices, the equinoxes, the sun, and the seasons, and I'll take 5 out of 6 associated things with the days of the year rather than trying to do some sort of retarded thing in association with the moon.
I heard that the moon goes crazy, right? You can't really use it for that. But I heard that it's the constellations that denotate the month, not the moon.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, and I
And
mean
that's
not exactly, because the zodiac wants to pretend this game where every zodiac fits within a 30-degree section of the ecliptic. But the thing is, Virgo is 45 degrees wide, Scorpio is only 15. It's a make-believe idea that each zodiac gets its own 12-sectioned piece of the sky when they really don't share any sort of sectionality in an equal sense. They're all different degrees of of the 360.
Would it
and
depend on
God
where you
didn't
are
make the
on Earth, like your latitude? Did you?
Yeah, I was going to say God didn't create the zodiac either. That's a man-made thing. You see, that's what you got to try and separate what is natural from what is
Yeah, what's
man-made,
natural is
and then
equinox, the
you'll get
solstices,
somewhere.
and the seasons.
Yeah,
What?
natural season.
And the current calendar does that perfectly. Couldn't be improved upon. It's literally as good as it gets.
It's
I don't know
close.
why
The
you guys got a
Gregorian
problem with the
calendar is
calendar
as
we
good as
got.
it gets.
It's
I
as good as it
disagree.
gets.
No, that's if you only care about the sun.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to pick a side. You can worship the moon or the sun, and as long as you're going to pick the sun, we have the best system in place when it comes to picking the sun over the moon.
Exactly, because it's a sun worshipping calendar.
And I'm fine with that.
You should worship
Do you
God,
worship the
and
sun?
God created the sun and the moon. So you worship
Well,
God if you're going to worship anything. You
Mm-hmm.
worship the Creator.
when it comes to designing a calendar, I'd like to have it focused on the cycle of the sun, because the only other option is basing it off the moon, and the moon has no respect to seasons or equinoxes or solstices. And so, to be in respect of seasons, equinoxes, solstices, and the sun, I pick the 4 out of 5 instead of the 1 out of 5 system.
Yeah, I would say that the sun is the leader, really, because it's triggers the seasons, as you've said. It's the daylight, and it moves faster than the moon on its orbit above our head. You see, so you've got to have two separate. If you're going to follow the moon, the lunar, it's okay, but the sun is the one for me, and then the moon as well. Either one, but we don't really need the Georgian calendar like steadfast. We can't survive without it. That's what you sound. You sound like we cannot survive without it. That's what you're sounding like. And I'm trying to say to you that God didn't create this calendar nonsense. Created the earth for us to live on. And if you observe it correctly and you make your notes for yourself, you can survive. Okay, but we're in a
If
slavery
we
system, and that's
if
what
we
the
abandon it,
current
we'd
calendar
end
is
up
a slavery system calendar. That's what I'm saying.
if we ever abandon the Gregorian calendar, we'd only end up reinventing it because it is the perfected, best as possible system to base a calendar system in respect to the seasons, the solstice, and the equinoxes, and the solar cycles.
Right. And I'd agree with you there, but we'd lose all the stupid holidays that come with it. That's what I'm saying. And then you create your own holidays without the
No, the
Christmas
holiday.
and the Fathers and the Mothers Day and all that shit going on, where you're
Those are
losing your mind.
fine.
Your Cyber
Those are fine
Sunday,
too.
Black Friday, Red Tuesday.
You can choose to honor whatever holidays you want. It's not about the calendar. It's just about whatever importance you place on Labor Day, Arbor Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day. You can move
No,
those around.
I actually have religious holidays that that my holy book tells me that it's impossible to observe correctly without correcting the calendar. So I am
Yeah,
extremely interested in correcting the calendar to be a lunar solar calendar.
Right. That's why you need to create your own calendar. You see, you need to extricate yourself from this Bulgarian
that
one, create your one so that you can celebrate your holiday properly as you want.
that correction you're talking about of a lunar solar calendar can't be done on a yearly basis. You're going to have to make exceptions. You're going to have to celebrate things on different days of a particular month if you want it to be in a certain alignment. And it's going to have a 19, or if you choose to abandon leap years, a 33-year cycle of disjointing, season, or not seasons, but like lunar phases to days of the year. And you're fine to do that. It's a little complicated when you try to involve a lunar solar calendar. And I mean, I just really can't stand people thinking that they have some sort of idea that's better than the one we have, because there isn't one. I need everyone to get over it.
No, there is a better way.
The calendar we have is as good as it gets when it comes to respecting the sun. And then if you want to like pay special attention to the moon, do it separately. Okay, do it separately.
What if a month goes on for the whole phase of the moon, but it only starts whenever it starts in the certain like zodiac, right? So if one's shorter, then it only has a certain like span to do it.
Yeah, then it's going to be out of sync until a 33-year cycle puts it back in place.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, okay, so you're going to have to adjust every year on a 33-year cycle, and then you'll only be
Or a
correct in
19-year
your
cycle,
holiday
rather.
placement every 33 years,
Yeah,
and you'll have
it
to use
specifically
leap.
said that the intercalary
You'll have to use leap years and leap days and leap weeks and all sorts of adjustments.
Listen, it said the intercalary days were messing it up.
Well, that's necessary if you want to have a lunar solar calendar. That's the one that requires the most amount of leap years and leap days and adjustments. The sun and the moon don't line up. Do you guys not understand that? The sun and the moon, they don't line up.
I do understand that. I understand that fully. I understand that, but that's why I said two calendars. You're going to either operate by the moon or the sun, and I think the sun is the best one. There you go. It's obvious, isn't it? It moves the fastest. And then you've got the lunar.
I'm interested in knowing how the clock above us works. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I understand how the clock above us works, and it has a 33.1258 repeating number ongoing decimal placement association that can never be sorted out in one particular perfect system that can be easily understood. It'll always require maintenance. It'll always require adjustments. It'll always require leap days. The sun, like I said, guys, do you not understand? The sun and the moon are perfectly designed to never be cohesively in tandem with each other. There's no such thing as a lunar solar calendar that works in any simple way. There's always going to be need adjustments every single day, every single week, every single month, every single year. So why not just favor one? It's how we operate, and it's the best way that can be done.
There has to be a simple way to do it because everyone used to do
No,
it.
there doesn't have to be, and there isn't.
There does.
No, there can't and there isn't.
There has to be, and there is.
There isn't and it can't be done. What don't you understand about it? Look at the
If
numbers.
if
They're
people used
decimals
to do
on
it,
to
then we
the
can do it too.
fourth place.
How do you know what they did? I mean, it's been like I've been having a hard time looking at it. I'm surprised you have such a hard stance on something that no one even talks about.
Oh, I talk about it. I look into it. I engage myself with people who love this subject.
To discourage
I
them.
just I just know that so many truthers have been sold on calendar systems in this bullshit manner that they think that some sort of Hebrew system, sort of Chinese lunar solar calendar is the way to go. But no one seems to understand that there is no cohesive, holistic system that incorporates the moon and the sun into one calendar system. It doesn't work unless you want to make adjustments every single week. So focus on one instead of trying to combine them together. It's far less work, or better yet, have two separate
You would
calendars.
have to adjust every single week.
Yeah,
You'd have to adjust.
have two separate calendars. It's the only way. Stop trying
Yeah,
to make it
you could
one
have a civil
system.
calendar
Just
and a religious
operate
calendar.
upon two systems.
Yeah, can I say something real quick on the subject of calendars? So I'm just gonna really quickly, real quick, just talk about the Gregorian versus the Julian calendar. Not any other calendar. So yeah, basically the Julian calendar is 365 days with a leap year every 4 years, whereas the Gregorian calendar is 365 a leap year every 4 years, and then another leap day every 133 years. And
So
basically,
right.
Gregorian
Wait,
calendar.
so
Wait, bro, wait, I'm not done yet. I'm so close. I'm so close to being done, sir.
Yeah.
And then you go after 133 basically years. The sun is off by a day. The Julian calendar doesn't account for it. So the Julian calendar is something like 13 days behind our current Gregorian calendar because the Gregorian calendar was, I think, invented in the 1500s, something like that. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
I was just going to ask which calendar perfectly goes with the sun and moon's activity in the sky.
You can't do both at the same time. The Gregorian calendar is as good as it gets in practical terms for following the sun. And if you give a shit about basing your Muslim holidays, not that you're Muslim, based on lunar cycles, you're going to have to follow two separate calendars at the same time. Now, it's not going to fit into one cohesive system. If you want to, all that matters is if you want to associate holidays with the calendar. Now, if you want to associate holidays with the moon, it can't be done in association with the Gregorian calendar.
What kind of holidays are you talking about?
Well, people like to give a name to each full moon. The harvest moon, the hunter moon, right? Stuff like that. And I don't know the Muslim terms, but they have a lunar cycle, but they're going to end up celebrating Christmas in the summer season because the moon cycle is either 354 days
They follow the lunar cycle.
or 383 days for 13. But neither 12 or 13 full moon cycles fit into the 365 day solar cycle. They don't line up. They're two different systems. And if you want to associate a holiday with either one, it's not going to fit with the other. Christmas is either going to be in the winter according to the sun, or if you want to follow the moon cycle, Christmas is going to be different by 20 days every year. So go ahead and follow the moon cycle and celebrate Christmas in spring, and then later in spring, and then summer, and it eventually it'll cycle back. Like I said, every 33 years, it'll get back to the original season and time of year that it was according to the sun eventually. But like I said, they don't fit together. There is no perfect lunar solar calendar. You have to pick one or the other, or you can invent a complex system of adjusting for leap weeks, months, years, days, hours, seconds, if you want to keep them on track with each other. But something's got to give. There is no perfect system associating the two with each other, holistically. So why not pick the sun?
I
Because 4 out of 5 time nodes fits with the sun, and only one fits with the moon. So pick the sun. It's the obvious choice.
Yeah, well, the reason it doesn't work is because that's a calendar that has thrown out the sun entirely. Like, one, you have a solar calendar, one, you have a lunar calendar. You're right. Those two, they don't fit together. But used to, everybody had them fit together and it wasn't confusing for people. Okay, that was how everybody just did it. And you can see throughout history, people had all these different devices. They had pyramids, arches, all these different devices like Stonehenge, all these things to detect things like the spring equinox and the fall equinox, because those are things that would start and end a year. To my understanding, you could figure out like a civil calendar for every year. And as far as religious holidays go, you could use those like 3 days around whatever, civil date that we projected it would be, and wait and observe. Well, you'd really only have to observe the moon probably once, or I guess 4 times a year, because there's 4 holy months.
Have you guys considered that the pyramids seem to be placed in the ring of fire? And since pyramid energy actually creates levitation, that they probably are actually holding up those stars and planets and sun and moon.
Well, you're not about to just say that and get away freely, because that was some crazy stuff that maybe 5% of the room even knows what you're saying. So, how do the pyramids hold up the stars in the sky?
Well, we know that large degrees of electromagnetism creates literally magnetism or repulsion to an object. And since we live not on a globe, there's no, to our understanding, there may actually be no outer space. These things do have to be held up. There's no string holding them in place per se. So they have to be levitating from some force. And then if you look at the pyramids, there are pyramids placed all around the world. And on a globe, they look sporadically placed. But on a flat map, they actually are a ring. And then we always hear in the mainstream about the Ring of Fire, which is, essentially where the sun is most condensed in the world. And then it was just because she brought up a very good point about how, they're lined up with stars and what have you. And it's just a hypothesis of mine that they are included in the reason for the levitation of the sun and moon, and likely the levitation of the stars, which I believe are just radios, like radio toroids. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, I guess. And also pyramids have been proven to create levitation when it's a large pyramid. Obviously, these are the largest pyramids in the world. So, and they also do generate electricity anyway because there are salt baths underneath, and we know that salt baths are literally batteries, right? We have salt water and batteries. And so the pyramids would have been charging these salt baths because, again, pyramids just generate electromagnetic energy on their own. You kind of you put it all together and they're lined up. It's
I'm sorry. You think it was proven?
Pyramids do provably produce electromagnetic energy. Yes.
Can you prove
Let's just say it straightforward, like a statement. there's underground tributary rivers that charge pyramids that somehow create the stars in the sky that travel away from them, but somehow still make them appear. I mean, stars don't stars may be above a pyramid, but they don't stay there. They're on a circuit, So, like, how do you say this straightforwardly? Like
Because
the under,
you
you know.
you can create a motor by placing a magnetic object ahead of the object so that it's drawn to keep moving forward, which will create a perpetual motion system. So yeah, that's a good point, and that's how you would do that. You create a perpetual motion system by placing magnets ahead of it. So basically you create a path with other magnets. So once the magnet reaches that magnet, it's already been drawn towards the next one. And there's actually demonstrations of generators made through just the use of magnets and copper wire and what have you. But yeah.
Yeah, none of this makes any sense.
Yeah, I was about to
And
say,
I
I got
definitely
copper
not.
wire, I don't see it.
I love this area of conversation where we're talking about pyramids as devices and stuff like that. But what you said so far is just the stars are caused by the pyramids, and
No, I didn't say that. That's taken completely wrong. That's
okay, my
absolutely not what
bad.
I'm suggesting.
I didn't get
That's all
much
right.
more of it from it than that though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, stars do produce a measurable radio signal, so what we're told they are is debatable. And it should be debatable anyway. But no, the pyramids producing electromagnetic energy is true. Salt, water producing electromagnetic energy is true. And then there's also like symbols. Okay, so this isn't for everyone. You would have to study a lot of symbology and like a lot of how they tell us things through symbology.
I never enjoy being told that you're not going to understand me unless you put several years into research. It's like, oh, geez,
Well,
okay,
I'm
not
not gonna lie
interested.
to you. Okay, well, I was about to explain that one of the symbols traditionally used in ancient Egypt was the scarab beetle. Not commonly known, however, is that the scarab beetle wings can levitate. And so you can place a magnet by them, and they will actually levitate. They'll literally levitate in the air. And there's videos on YouTube, so you can verify this. You can buy scarab beetle wings too. They're not too expensive. The shells, anyway. The wings underneath flap underneath and produce static against the hair. The very fine, almost invisible hairs on the beetle. The static energy then opposes the magnetism of the shell, which causes the scarab beetle to levitate. And so the reason they put this everywhere, in my opinion, was to demonstrate the truth in plain sight that this world is operating with electromagnetism.
So, I'm a man of practical means. I work with machines all the time. All of it is basically using electronics, i.e., wires, and a lot of different oil and fucking combustion. Now, with your perpetual motion machine, if you know how to make it, why wouldn't you make one?
Because the type of materials I need are quite expensive, and I have other priorities right now. My priority actually has been financially to invest in my house track, which is completely off grid now, and I'm not regretting that decision whatsoever. But I definitely have the means to be able to create this kind of stuff, and I do have some magnets and what have you. I just haven't had the time to actually do it. And plus, I've been learning more about solar since my main operating system in my truck is solar. So
Maybe
priorities,
pick a different
Well, I got
hobby.
solar at my house too. Solar is very useful. What kind of materials? Like, what exactly is the design of your perpetual motion machine, or is that your secret?
And maybe come a little closer to the mic, Noah. Just saying.
You can actually just you could just do some research on magnetic generators. It's not my design. Like I haven't come up with this. That would be like me. Like Like I know of a
Well,
Faraday disc. Because, what?
wait, but I work with generators. I know how generators work, and all of them are magnetic. All of them
Okay.
use magnet,
Hold on.
right?
Great.
You pour
Yeah.
right, because like when you pour the fuel in, you start up the engine turns the turbine, which is a bunch of magnets around a wire, which induces a current in the wire itself, right? So all generators are magnetic in nature, just by what a generator is.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
The Quran says civilizations far more established than us have passed away in the land.
Do you think they made the pyramids with levitation? Like, did they Did they magnetically levitate all the stone and rocks to actually make them?
Well, I mean, they obviously knew about levitation, so I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but I wasn't there, so I couldn't claim anything like that. Who even
Here's
knows
the
if this
goal.
isn't been purposely? I mean, the whole Egyptian pyramid type thing could have been 3D printed, and like we're just living in a really technologically reduced society, which we could argue we are anyway because of hidden technology, which has been around for centuries. So, you know, there's lots of different possibilities. Couldn't possibly say.
The unfortunate Goldilocks zone that it seems like reality places in over and over again is that the pyramids, or the Great Pyramid, is just big enough to blow our minds and say, huh, how could it be done by humans, but also the same exact height that we could say, I could see humans doing that somehow. Not that I totally understand it. Now, if they were 1,000 times taller, we'd all be undeniably sure. We'd be like, okay, not possible, no way, right?
Fundy,
But go ahead.
they are not the biggest pyramids. There are many pyramids much larger than the Giza Plateau pyramids.
Sure, there's the Mexican one that that one I haven't researched into enough. What other ones are you talking about?
There's pyramids all across Eastern Europe, all up in Turkey, all throughout the Middle East. There's pyramids in Africa, obviously in Egypt. There's pyramids in Central America, pyramids in South America, pyramids all the way in China and in Japan. And there are many pyramids known that you can go look up, that are much bigger than the Giza, the Great Pyramids of Giza.
Fascinating. You're not going to find a Wikipedia page on those, of course, though, huh? Pyramids larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. I don't think I'm going to get many results. I have heard of the one in Mexico that I don't really understand its construction, because it seems to be surrounded by flat land and it sticks out like a sore thumb. But maybe it's just a terraformed hill that's larger. I don't know.
A step. That's what they call it. The terraformed hills like they have down there in South America.
I'm really not as far as I've been told, the Great Pyramid of Giza was the largest man-made structure up until the 1930s when the Sears Tower was built. But maybe you could show me some ones that just debunk that that official record.
Well, who knows what used to be taller than that though. Plus, yeah, let's see. Let's look it up, I guess. We're all good our fingertips, right?
As far as the ones in China, I think there's plenty of pyramids in China that are not spoken about, not on official records. Pyramids they've let be covered by foliage and not recognized in official documentation. I think because I think China would like to hide the true history of their country, what's gone on in that area of the world. I think they have a sort of agenda and a sort of history that they'd like to be for the people there to be convinced of, or they're gonna hide certain historical artifacts or constructions that would debunk the official history they teach their citizens.
Yeah, so the ones in Mexico are bigger than the Great Pyramids of Giza, and I know the ones in Turkey are bigger than the Great Pyramids of Giza, and I think there is another one in Africa that is somewhere in Africa somewhere but that one's actually a little more interesting because it's actually made of small, like very small bricks, which is bigger than the Pyramids of Giza, and then I think they speculate that Gobekli Tepe or whatever to be fucking massive, like damn near the size of a small mountain. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'm driving right now, so I can't really fucking do more for you, Fundy. But those are the 3 leads I would say you should go into.
That makes sense because
Heard
they're
loud
in
and
a
clear.
dome, so you'd have varying degrees of levitation required.
No need to underestimate mechanical advantage and human ingenuity. It's funny that it's always to the size that it's plausible humans built them. As funny as it sounds, it really is always that Goldilocks zone where it's like, did hardworking people accomplish this, or was there some sort of magical, mystical, technologically advanced alien, whatever other option responsible for the construction? You never know, because it's always on that borderline area.
What if they were made by giants?
Yeah, sure. Like I said, borderline area. Was it made by hardworking people? Was it made more easily by giants, aliens, levitation? Did they pour the concrete, geopolymers? Who fucking knows? It's in that area where no one can make a convincing argument. Show me the person who can make a convincing argument that they understand how the greatest pyramid of Giza was built. I'm not going to buy their story because no one has anything that holds water. It could be any option. No one fucking knows. Giants, Nephilim, hardworking individuals, alchemists, levitation, sound technology. We all got nothing. We all understand that none of us got shit on the pyramid, right? How many years have people been looking into it? What's the most convincing argument? Well, it's tied 5 ways, isn't it?
Bottom line, you're not going to get blocks to stay perfect like that without some kind of like mortar or something. You know,
Well,
like
also
you can't
the
really get
me-
them to stay perfectly legit like that, just next to each other, one up to the other, up to the other. It's really hard to do.
Oh yeah,
Because
and
Go ahead.
the shafts are symmetrical in the stone placement. I mean, that's
So I'm
so
saying if
much.
you're gonna make a really nice wall of stone and such, you're gonna have to use a little bit of mortar, a little bit of this, a little bit of there, right? There's gonna be some edges you shave off. There's gonna be a lot of things that you do. These are the same size stones, tons of them, like right next to each other. You know, you couldn't fit a piece of paper in between. You couldn't fit atoms of a piece of paper in between. Like I don't know how that's done.
Yeah, 7,000 ton or 7,000 pound granite slabs, 300 feet in the air. No
Yeah,
way we
I don't know
could
how you're doing
fall.
all that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. None of us got shit. Don't kid yourselves, guys. No matter what you heard on YouTube or any book, like I said, it's been boiled down to 5 most
How many?
plausible ideas, and none of them hold water because the reason there's 5 is because all the other 4 have great counterpoints to make against one another.
How
We
many
don't know.
pounds did you say that? How many pounds did you say that brick was?
7,000 pound granite slabs.
I mean, that's not terribly much, dude.
Yeah, like
We work with
I said.
we work with a hammering drill at my workplace, dude. It's like 3,500 pounds, dude, and we get that shit moved around with fucking. We have like 2,000 pound pipes that we can move around with sticks and leverage. So,
Sure.
I mean, 7,000 is a lot, but it's not an inconceivable amount. Like, say you had a lot of wood, you could even put the wood underneath it and then pour water and then have it float up. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways you could transport it. It does show advanced engineering techniques, obviously, but I don't think you need to have to invoke some magical whatever to really explain it. It seems within the bounds of. I mean, bro, all it's doing is moving rocks. Are you gonna get outsmarted by a rock? You know?
That's what that was my point, man. The Great Pyramid is on the cusp between super hardworking, mechanically advantaged, taking advantage of, individuals, well organized, well trained, skilled laborers, or I don't know, geopolymer, concrete pores, alien sonar, levitation. Like I said, none of the ideas hold water completely because when you study enough, you understand that it is a mystery because no one's idea makes complete sense. Say there's a ramp, right? One of the ideas of getting it up so high was they built a ramp. Well, the ramp would have to be like 1,000 times longer and larger than the pyramid itself. And if it was that well built, it'd still be there because it'd be impossible to take down once it was created. Because you could only, humans can only drag such a heavy weight. With up a certain incline of degree.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
like, how'd they get the top ones up there, man? All that heaviness up way the fuck up there? I don't know how you're doing that.
no one knows, but it's just on the cusp of the likelihood of it could be something we don't understand or hardworking individuals. But the problem is the official story says it was built in 20 years.
Well,
And
okay,
that's the
so
part where
it's
we know it's
probably
all bullshit.
it's technically physically possible to imagine what would be
Yeah.
needed to do it, but that's not to say we do know how it was done.
Yeah. And there's no signs that what it would actually take to do it with human labor. There's no evidence that that actually happened. All we know is that here it is there, and humans could build it, but it could never have happened the way they tell it to us as.
Well, and then
So
they'd say,
no one
and you'd be like,
knows.
well, nobody can do anything like that again. And someone's going to go, well, why would we ever try to build anything like the pyramids? We don't even know what the fuck they were for in the first place.
Exactly.
Why would we do it again?
It's for a
Yeah.
calendar.
It almost seems like they were built or they exist just to fuck with us. It almost really seems that way.
Well, that's what it
Same
does,
with the
doesn't it?
sun and the
Regardless
moon,
if
man.
regardless of if that was the plan, that's what it does, eh?
Yeah, exactly. That's what the sky does as well. The sky, whether it was designed to or not, to me it comes across as perfectly orientated to literally fuck with everyone, to give you no clear exact answers where both sides are arguable. It
Willie,
almost seems
what
like
is up with you tonight? What is up with you tonight, dude? You're like
Hey,
just
what's up?
thrashing
What's
on
up?
the universe here. What's up? You're just
Well,
like
I mean,
thrashing on everything. You're like everything's terrible. It's all fucked up. Like, are you on one? Or what's kind of popping?
I mean, this is where I always come from. I've said this time and time again.
I've never heard you be so negative for such a long stretch of time.
Well, it's not negative. It's
Like, are
just
you are you like trolling, or are you being serious?
do I sound like I'm trolling, man? Come on.
Kind of, yeah. It's like it's not like your normal self. It does seem kind of like an act or something.
Well, I'm not trolling, man. I don't know. Maybe you aren't around sometimes where I express my truest thoughts. But let me ask you, this is Gio, right? That's you? I'm not looking at my screen, but I recognize your voice, right? So let me ask you a question, man. Have you ever looked into like the evolution and development of philosophy and understood that someone, Plato starts it out, and then someone makes a counterpoint to him with really good points that debunks half of what he says, but half of what he said stands true. But then the next philosopher, famous philosopher, comes along and debunks that critic with saying that half of his points are incorrect, and then he has more to add to it. And the whole development of philosophy is just a bunch of people saying things that seem correct, but half of what they say is incorrect. And the whole school of philosophy seems to be one never ending ladder that just gets taller and taller that will never be settled. And you realize that philosophy is a bunch of people seeking answers that will never be found. And you get famous. If you want to be a famous philosopher, be as one-sided as possible and hammer down on that one side as strong as you can, knowing that someone's going to come along and point out the flaws in your argument. But it doesn't matter. Just pick a side and argue it as strong as you can, knowing that you're honestly half wrong, but as long as you're half right, you'll get famous. Just make the case better than anyone else ever did before.
Well, you know what's really wrong with philosophy is that they separate it from theosophy, right? So you stop like thinking about how the world works in terms of God and say, oh, well, that's theology. We're not talking about that. We're talking about philosophy. So really, all of philosophy is just godless.
Philosophy is just trusting a bunch of men to give you the truth, and all they do is talk. Why would you? First off, why would you trust a man to give you the truth? And second off, if you were to trust a man to give you the truth, would it be a guy who only his experience is just talking? You'd want a man who's been on adventures, done different jobs, known a lot of people. You don't want just some guy who surmises about shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, says things for a living, exactly.
Yeah, but all there is out there is guys or girls talking. This is all we have to work with. You understand? I mean, you got yourself, your experience, whatever, but if you're looking outward for wisdom or advice or wise words, all you have to receive is the words of other people, right? And that will only ever give you, as far as we've seen, one half of an argument, or one-sided argument, and then whatever argument anyone makes, there's gonna be the opponent or the critic who points out the flaws in it, because there's not a single person who's ever summarized their worldview in a way that is inarguable. And then they make the retort and they have good points, and then the story goes on and on and on.
Well,
Can it be refined down?
even if they
Sorry, go
do,
ahead.
the chances it'll be perceived that way are not nearly as high. Not that high,
Yeah, I just think reality is set up in a way that try all you want, get closer, but never quite there. Show me the person who ever got there, Everyone's trying, and that's probably the point of it all, because I mean, the universe would just end if anyone ever got there to the final destination while alive. I think it's set up in a way to make that an impossibility.
Well, the Quran says the purpose of life is to see who is the best in conduct. So it's not that you can't become. Wow! Oh my goodness! Hold on, guys.
Well, that sounds like some shit I would say. It's like a game of Temple Run, if you ever heard of that game. There's no end. It goes on as long as you can make it. You can't ever beat it. It's just a matter of seeing how far you can get. And the high score and the rankings and the world leaderboard is just a matter of who got the furthest. Not that there's an actual end you could ever get to.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly.
Best in conduct.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the place you're going?
Huh?
Yeah, that's the whole point of life. There is no actual place any of us are heading towards. It's just who can get the furthest.
No, Fundy, you said
Doomer.
you said Fundy, no one's ever got there, but what is there? What do you mean by that?
It's an idea we all share that doesn't actually exist.
Well, don't talk about an afterlife or heaven that you don't know anything about. You have no idea what happens.
No,
You may be
I'm only talking.
feeling
I'm
bad.
not talking about afterlife. I'm only talking about ideas. I'm only talking about an idea. We all have, you know, as long as you're born in a similar time span. I think it stretches back. I don't know. I think my mindset relates to people for a long time throughout history and in different countries. But we all share these transcendental goals and ideals that we all aim towards, even though they don't exist. We're all trying to get to the same place, but some of us acknowledge that, you know, you're trying to get there even though that place doesn't exist. And if that place didn't exist, I mean, reality would even make sense. It kind of takes the transcendental to lead the way, to be that light at the end of the tunnel in an infinitely long tunnel that we're all, you know, heading towards the exit of. If anyone ever got there, it's game over. And then we'd all, you know, the universe would stop existing.
What about the goal being just to get back to the source, where you started, right back?
Okay, so you get there, right? You get there. That's game over for existence.
Why for all of existence? Why would it have to be game over? It would just be game beginning. It would just be another beginning, another rejoicing, and then another journey begins.
Well, that's where logic takes you. If you got there, what's left to do? Just reset the game. Oh, I beat Mario 64. I collected all 120 stars. Now there's nothing to do besides delete my save file and delete all my progress and do it all over again for experience sake.
Problem is, life isn't a game.
Except, what about if the world seed used is like a really pleasant one in the next life?
Oh, you're talking about like leveling up, like we're in Mario World 1, Level 1, and if we beat this one, we all get to go to World 1, Level 2? That sounds nice. That sounds nice. Maybe you do that as an individual. Maybe we all have to do that as collective. I don't know. But then again, that's very similar to a reset. It's like, oh, you conquered this one. Time to, you graduated junior high. Time to move on to high school, I guess.
You don't have to be
We
reborn.
graduate high school. Time to go on to college. Graduate college. Time to go into the working world of the, society.
Yeah, we totally get it. We've got it when she said it the first time.
Okay, thanks, man. I'll stop then.
I'm just letting you know you're dooming and monologuing, dude.
Okay. Should I just pass them, just shut up for now? I'm happy to.
Oh.
All right, take it away, guys. Take it away, guys.
So, the other person said that there was a issue, or one of the other girls said that it's to be the best. Who's the best in conduct? But if that were true, I can't really naturally believe that, because if that were true, it would mean that there's only one. The best means there's only one in all. Is it each generation? Is it every living person currently right now? Is it only one of all of humanity? Like, what do you mean by who's the best conduct?
It's funny, I didn't think of it that way, but I can think of a time it mentioned that in the end the people be brought forth in groups, and then like the worst of them will be questioned and all that kind of thing. So I guess whatever group you're part of.
That's kind of arbitrary. But yeah, I just
I
wanted to
can't
go
tell you. That's all I can conjecture. I can't like.
when you stop talking and someone else starts talking, you don't go through them the moment they're in the middle of their sentence. Real quick, the problem with all this like philosophizing and shit is most of this is you guys are like basing it off of like reincarnation and all that shit when really like there's no fucking evidence for that. From what we
Well,
see,
honestly, dude, you're being pretty rude because I was asking her the question.
all right,
I was
real
asking
quick,
her the question.
real quick.
Yeah, real quick, you'll interrupt.
No, you interrupted. I was talking.
No, you interrupted her because the question was for her, not you.
Oh,
You said, and you can try to run mouth all day long or whatever, but I was asking her the question.
Dude, you guys, go one at a
Fucking
time.
asshole, man.
Yeah, it's one at a time, dude. She spoke, finished, and then I started up again, and both
No,
of
she
you are kind
didn't finish. She tried to speak, and then you kept on going.
did finish. She did finish, and
So,
then I started.
we're
And
not
then
letting
halfway through my shit, she interrupted me, and then she deferred. And I
Whatever,
kept
dude. Just
going.
go. You got the stage. Just go.
Okay. Yeah, there's no evidence for reincarnation from what we can see from all of our observations. It seems we only have one life. That's all I had to say.
Right.
Well, I mean, Ian Stevenson's work with reincarnation, where he studied children that had these memories spontaneously, there's some absolutely incredible, direct empirical observations. And, like, for example, just one quick story that, like, these children, like, they remember where they lived, and they literally take, like, in this case, Ian Stevenson, who is a researcher, he will meet with them, and the child will take them to another house where, like, in another city where they said they lived a life. And in this one I just heard, because it was in this presentation I was watching just yesterday on Ian Stevenson's work, and basically Ian Stevenson, yeah. So basically, just I'm trying to tell the story super quickly, but basically this child, and there's like thousands of these cases. This is just one of many, but this just stuck out to me. So okay, so this child group, was he basically took them, the researcher and the team, as it were, to a whole nother city and a whole nother house, like in a neighborhood. The child knew where it was, knew exactly which house it was. They get to the house, they knock on the door, the woman there, and basically the woman had just lost her husband, like a year or two before. The husband had died, and this child, well, it was more than a year or two. I think it was a couple more years than that, because obviously the child was also grown as well. But I think, what was the? Okay, sorry, there was some 2-year part of it. Anyways, but and so this child was talking with her. Oh yeah, I know where the 2 years comes in. Anyways, and she. Okay, so the child recognized her as his wife, and the woman saw the child as her husband, and they were crying, and they were talking. They knew information about each other. The child knew all this information, and then the woman said that they had never been able to find the will that the husband had written. Like, where did you leave the will? And this child walked over to a floorboard in the floor, opened up the floorboard, and under the floorboard was the will, like hidden in the house. Just unbelievable level of memory, access. So I'm just saying, you're saying there's no evidence for it. That's just one of thousands upon thousands of absolutely incredible, almost incomprehensible types of stories where these children have incredibly detailed memories of their past lives, and where it correlates with things in the physical world like that.
Hey Gio, were you talking? Hey Gio, were you talking about the child that like he used to be an air fighter or a plane fighter or whatever? Because that's the one I saw. Did you ever see that one?
Yeah, I do. I think, yeah, I remember seeing that one too.
That's the one I thought you were talking about, because I remember he goes to his old house, and then he talks about there's a painting in the attic, and there's no way this kid would have known about this painting. So the woman that lived in the house, like, she broke down. She was like, "Oh my God, it's you," because like there's just no way that I guess this kid used to like draw. He used to draw in school all the time, dog fights, like with crayon or whatever, with pencil. And then he used to say, like, I used to be I was in a war. I used to be a fighter. And then it all started coming out. Like he went to the old address. He knew where the house was. He knew exactly, and like he knew like that name was like who that guy was. Like how the hell, like stuff like that is pretty amazing, pretty questioning. That's for sure.
The sucker born every day.
I know. It was just that there's like a huge religion that believes in that would benefit from people believing that stuff. So you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt too.
Oh, I mean, these kids were not. It's not necessarily a religious thing. I mean, these are. I mean, there are certain spiritual and religious systems that have reincarnation as part of their understanding of things. But
crux of it.
Yeah, that kid I was talking about had nothing to do with religion at all. Had nothing to do with religion. It was just the fact that he would draw these memories, and he always used to say that he was somebody else, and he had these past memories somehow. And when
But
he
how
went
do
to
you
that
know that
house,
really happened?
what was that?
So, but how do you know that really happened?
It was a documentary. They actually documented it.
Documentaries aren't that trustworthy.
Well, I mean, if we could be, you're right. We could be skeptics about everything at that point. Well, because guess what? I wasn't around 300 years ago, and I don't know anybody that was. So were we here 300 years ago? I mean, we could be that skeptic about it. What if the whole entire world was created only 200 years ago, and we would? I don't know nobody from that time that's alive that could share that story. So you could look at it that way too, dude. You could be a
Bro, I
skeptic.
still think everybody in the world is a robot except for me. So whatever.
Another famous one is that this child had remembered this life, and once again, like they went to the house to where he grew up and so on. And they in that family they had lost a child. The child had passed away. I think it was like 12 or 13-year-old child that had passed away. And now in this life, this child was like, 5 years old, the one that was the reincarnated one. And they had the company or the family ran like a bottle pop, like a pop bottle kind of business, like not a big one, but like just out of their dwelling, as it were. And they had this like machine that would bottle like soda basically. And it was kind of an older machine and everything. And sometimes the bottle caps would get stuck. They get lodged in it. And there's a very specific way that you have to like put your hand in and twist a certain way to like get the cap unstuck. It's very hard to do. Like it's not something that a kid would just know how to do. And when they were there visiting there, the bottle cap got stuck, and this kid who was, like the one who had the memories of being the reincarnated version of the kid who had died, knew he was able to do it. He was able to put his hand right in the soda machine and like twist it in just the right way to unlodge it. So that's another one that's pretty interesting. Like how in any way, like what other way could that even be explained? Like maybe just in his genetics, or I guess you could maybe make some kind of maybe like through the gene. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty remarkable like, in terms of having that kind of access to information like that.
Well, yeah, through a hoax, through someone who knows what they're doing, who teaches the kid. You see, I'm just going to reiterate the Goldilocks zone of all subjects like this. We're dealing with kids here, so let's all just understand it's always kids, isn't it? Okay, show me the 30-year-old who, you can't because there isn't one. Yeah,
no,
I don't know if you guys understand.
There's many, dude. You can't just doom us here, bro. It's really not a good vibe.
Okay. But before you say that I'm saying something unrealistic, you got the 50-year-old who goes, not a child, not a toddler. You got the documentary on the 50-year-old who goes to someone's backyard and digs up a buried treasure chest that he left in his
Let's
past
just
life.
cut to the chase, dude. Do you think there's any progress left to be made?
I mean, there's thousands upon thousands of people of all ages around the world that have had past life memory recall in
Why are we talking about kids all the time?
Various different contexts. So the thing with the children, Ian Stevenson is who I mentioned, and he specifically has written several volumes of work on this, documented all of it in detail, and has studied and worked with and documented thousands of cases of children. The thing that's interesting about children, between about age 3 and 8, there tends to be a period at which they tend to have often very vivid recall of these previous life memories. But in general, there's a phenomenon to once they kind of reach puberty, sometimes those memories fade or they're not as accessible. Now, adults can also access the memories through various techniques and methods, and there's many ranges with that as well. But in specific, what Ian Stevenson was working with was seeing this phenomenon of children around age 3 to 8, as it were, where they just spontaneously are having these memories. It's like they have this recall, they have this connection to the previous life, in those younger years, because obviously like our memories are different that time. There's more of it's a formative period, and so on. So that's why I mentioned
one day I
that.
woke up, I was really good in bed. What happened there?
It was a fluke. Go back to sleep. We'll try again.
Oh man, it's still going on. What's the deal?
Hey, maybe you're just giving this gift all of a sudden.
I'm
I will
just-
say this.
it-
I will say this.
kinda.
There are a lot of stories and documented, and there's experts on this that they look into these stories, and there's other things that are even way farther out, crazier. Like, I remember the unclassification or declassification, of reports and files from the U.S. Army, to where they were using these psychic abilities, if you will, and they were successful to some degree, and stuff like that is remote viewing and things like that. Those things you just can't really explain them. No science can really truly explain it, but it is a reality because it did happen. The government even spent a lot of money looking into it, and it wasn't a whole
What do you
operation.
think about that Montauk project? Remote viewing, getting some shit done.
Is that the same one I'm talking about? I don't know. Was it declassified? I just remember watching this thing about a declassified remote viewing project that we used to have, which they had some success, very, very specific success.
Yeah, there's a Montauk chair. It was called the Montauk Project. There was a Montauk chair that they would put these people who supposedly had remote viewing capabilities, put it in the chair, and they would be able to fucking go places and do things.
I think they made like a Black Mirror episode about that, to be honest.
Probably.
I remember something like that. To where they sit in this chair and then like it feeds them all the. I remember something like that. It was an old episode. But oh no, wait, no, they made a whole entire like kids series about it, where these kids get taken to this place, and this evil dude who was like a brother of the good guy or whatever, and they found out that he was using like kids to channel in this energy to speak to everybody through this system in this chair. Anyways,
Well, yeah, and then you go to The Shining, right? The Shining is the little boy who's got the ability to shine. Right.
I don't remember that, to be honest.
It's like empath. It's like finding people who are empaths, calling it like this crazy thing. It turned it into a horror movie. It's a weird thing, but it's an ability to glow to someone else, like you connect on a different level and you shine to each other. But yeah, anyway.
Interesting. Well, all I know is that there's a lot of stuff that no science is ever going to be able to explain. Some of these really crazy stories that, they say they're true. I guess.
You'll never know.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
Ever.
It's not me. I'm not the one that, I'm not the one that had those past experiences, but others have. I don't know why we have to just doubt them though, or have to like hand wave them. I think there's some proof in it. If our own government was looking into it, why would it hold no weight, have no bearing if it wasn't true? If the government's putting millions of dollars into these projects to find out,
because they want to just group all the crazies on this little corner of the internet.
Yeah, but
makes sense.
we've all had personal experiences, at least I assume so, that are a little too good to be true. Some might call it shallow, but I go on my lunch break and I flip on a YouTube video. It's the history of Nickelodeon, and I go inside. After watching on my break, I watch a 30-minute documentary on my lunch break about the history of Nickelodeon, and then I go in and a new guy gets hired, right? And I say, "Oh, hey, what's up? What's your name?" And he says, "I say, what's your name? Nice to meet you." New guy at work.
Nick.
He says, "Oh, I'm James Nichols." And I say, "Oh God!" I said, "God, no, I don't." Express myself out loud.
Right away, you're just like, "God damn it!" He's like, "What?"
In my mind, I'm like, "Oh yeah." Right after I watched the documentary on Nickelodeon, I meet a guy with the last name Nichols, and I say, you know what, and this happens all the time to people like me, and I gotta
It's
think,
funny.
the world has a bit of like a rhythm, a rhyme, a poetry to it, and it's not just simply cause and effect, right? There's some sort of,
I'll tell you
I don't know.
something. My wife is too good to be true. That's for sure. So I'm gonna go join her in bed. Love you guys. Take
There you
care.
All right, have a good one.
go.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
we've all had
Days.
these experiences, so I'm all about the world being more than most people think it is, but I don't know. Tonight I feel like I've incurred some sort of un unjustified, I don't or unacceptance to the criticism I've expressed to some outlandish ideas. Now I keep everything on the table, but I don't see what the problem is in calling out some bullshit where I see it.
Well, I think there's some truth in what you're saying in regards to like how things just kind of connect on this weird unseen channel. There's times when, how many times, I mean, I'm sure all of us have experienced this, where you haven't even thought about somebody for years. You haven't seen them since high school, and out of nowhere, you get a flashing memory, and you're like, "Oh shit! I wonder whatever happened to Nick." And then all of a
And then they
sudden,
call you.
and then you see Nick at the store. You see Nick somewhere, yeah, and
Sure.
or they call you. Like that does fucking happen, dude. Like that's
Happens
not
all the time to people, yeah.
right, right. So and things like that, I don't think we can just turn a blind eye to. There's got to be some, whether it's through the ether, or whether there's some unforeseen,
Right.
channeling going on. Maybe you're kind of like along those lines of you manifest things, right? Like you think of
I
it,
think there's something to that. I
right?
think there's really something to that, but that doesn't mean I need to accept every outlandish idea I hear, you know?
Oh yeah, no, I get that. I get
I,
that.
I feel like someone called me a doomer for critiquing some ideas expressed tonight. And it's like, yeah, those are the ones that I particularly have serious doubts in. Not that I think that every outlandish idea is off the table, because I think that there are mysterious things at play. There's just some things that I think are bullshit, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also don't believe in reincarnation. I think that people are trying to tell people that. I think it's covering up for Judgment Day because we're not going to get multiple chances on how well we do on Earth. You get one
How do we know that though?
because we're
Not
told
not
so.
not not saying everybody
And
experiences reincarnation, but who's to say that the day that you die, and then the creator of all that is just says, I'm going to give you another run at it. Like who's to say that that doesn't happen? Like I mean, we can't, what's that? I
the
cannot
Quran says
confirm
it's
nor deny it.
the Quran says that's not going to happen, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Well,
Well, live your life by a book if you want. We can all accept that, right? We can all accept
yeah,
someone picking their holy text if that's what you want to do.
It's
right,
just I
right.
used to live in like this transcendental world too, and I feel like I was like kind of liberated from that in a way, just because it feels like everything does have a clear answer. I have a clear understanding of my world, my history, what's going on. Like,
It's really funny that you would say limiting your philosophy and your worldview to a specific text is freeing in any way. That to me that sounds limiting.
well, you see this when you recognize the truth, it frees you, it sets you free. And I've come to see, like, just like recognizing flat Earth, some people would be like, oh, agreeing to be a flat earther, that would be limiting. Like, not at all. It's freeing. I know
Yeah,
the
I
truth
would say
now.
it is.
You know,
Right.
to me, it was always confusing what was really going on because you get one picture painted from like the Bible, especially the Old Testament, and then for some reason now everything is just kind of like, oh yeah, well we're on a spinning ball and now we're just gonna keep on living till forever, and that's just the way things are. Like I don't know, I don't buy that. And the more I've been reading the Quran, the more I've been able to piece together the story. And whenever I tell other Muslims this, they're like, yeah, duh. But it kind of blew my mind. So, first of all, there's okay, so there's 3 stages of humanity. First stage, everyone lives around 1,000 years, and that lasted up until the people of Noah. The people of Noah destroyed. Then a long line of prophets bringing the truth to different civilizations after they've come to rise. And if and almost usually when the society denied it, the society was destroyed until Moses. Moses was the final prophet to bring full-on destruction, smiting. And since then, we've had the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. And that's the seal of the prophets. And so from now on, it's just going to be waiting until the final day, until Judgment Day, basically. And we're just like Satan is out there deceiving left, right, center, like he always has, from above, beneath. And he has had all of time to figure, or all of human time to figure out how best to do that. So that's why we're in the current state that we're in. And understanding that gives me peace, knowing that God is using Satan and all these things for his own purposes to put us under the trial. That gives me peace.
Let me ask you a
Understanding
question.
what I'm doing with my life gives me peace. Yes?
So, your whole time frame, I'm not saying I disagree with it, but your whole time frame of like human existence and stuff, like, however far you want to take it back, maybe Adam and Eve, whatever, could I ask you real quick, just like, 9,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 13.8 billion years ago, existence begins, right? Right? Like creation. What's your opinion on that?
No, I don't know when all of
But it
the
doesn't
creation
matter.
of Earth
Yeah,
happened,
doesn't
but
matter. Like, is there any sort of number that could possibly be put on it? Like this amount of years ago, existence began existing.
I have a reasonable guess as to when humans started existing. I don't know about the world. Or it could have been from the beginning of the world. I don't know. Before the Gregorian and Julian calendars came around, everyone around was using Ennemundi calendars, years since creation. And they're using this on every continent, right? And they were different calendars, but they were actually approximately the same. And that would put us in like the year 59 something.
15. What do you mean 59 something?
59
Like
BC.
5,950 or
BC.
something like that.
5900 BC. Okay.
BC.
No, not
Okay.
BC. Since creation, AM, Annamundi, instead of
What is?
Anno
Can you translate that?
year since creation, or year of creation. Like, Anno Domini is year of our Lord.
Yeah.
So Anno Mundi is year of the world.
Okay. Can you translate that to BC AD?
No, it's AM. It's a different type of calendar.
Yeah, yeah. Can you translate it to how people would normally refer to it in a calendrical sense? Like you think the universe began, however you want to call it, AM or whatever. What would it
Mhm.
translate to BC?
I don't really like doing that because, quite frankly, I don't trust.
Just do it. It
I
doesn't
don't
matter, Just what does it
because
translate
I
to?
feel like anything before they transitioned to the Gregorian calendar, we don't know, like, really how much any of those things line up.
But you do, but you do understand though how they created a timeline though, right? For BC, they went through lineage, so they went through like specifically one thing that I do like about the Bible is its historical, I guess, accuracy. So like if you go to the time that this king was in power, and there's a calendar to that, And then if you just kind of keep going back, and then this person begot this person, begot this person, like you can get a general idea of how old the earth is. That's why people say, oh, if you're a Bible believer, then you believe that the world is only, like 6 to 8,000 years old or whatever it may be. We're in 2023 now, but if you go back with like through lineage all the way up to Adam and Eve, and they have the years in the scriptures of how old Adam was, how old Cain was, how old Seth was, how old down to getting down to Enoch and then Noah, and then you have all these like this lineage, so you can kind of backtrack it because they say what their age is in the scriptures. But with that being said, it's interesting to me that even in the first book in Genesis, how it talks about it wasn't until after the great flood when God said like how he says my spirit shall not abide in man forever, and he made his years to be only 120 after that point. So then everybody just kind of kept that lineage. There was no more 940 years old or
Yeah,
732 years.
after Noah, yeah.
Right. So, and here's another thing too. It's interesting to me because, like, let's think like scientifically. It's interesting that it wasn't until he opened up the floodgates of heaven for the waters to come down from above that actually kicked into gear this aging process to where you can no longer live that long. So like I used to think like, man, maybe that's part of our what's it called, entropy. Maybe that's when that started, when the cells started, because the gates were open and it allowed certain whether it be radiation or whatever come into our world, and then it started putting a time on the world as opposed to just living forever or up to 1,000 years, like you said. I just find that very, very interesting. Kind of like they go hand in hand.
So I think that would translate to around, it says 3930 BC, if you just subtracted 5950 from 2023.
So one interesting to me, whether it's the Big Bang or whether it's the Bible, it seems that both would kind of call it like the one attempt that has ever been made. If you know what I mean. Like there was a beginning, this is how things are going, it'll have an end. Like this is the one thing that's taking place, has ever taken place, is not a before, and I don't know, there's just something so funny to me about it. Like this is the one attempt, like it's all like it all comes down to this. Like God, like God didn't create humans before Adam and Eve. He created Adam and Eve, and then like this is the continuance after that point. That was the beginning. It led to this. It'll get to its final destination or whatever. And there's just something so funny about this being the only shot in this one time frame. It almost seems to me like God would give this a shot and then it would reach its end and then he just do it all over again. Because I mean, why not, right? Like begin something, end something, see how it goes, and then repeat the process. Give it a little tweak or something.
Well, Fundy, there is a debate even amongst scholars, because there are scriptures that there's some things that don't line up. For instance, like Adam and Eve being, the first, put in the garden, but then it talks about in other places, in the Torah, that there are people outside and away. Remember when he marks Cain so that nobody else will kill him. But it's like, what do you mean nobody else? There's only 3 people on earth at this point. How does that make sense? So there is a debate even amongst scholars, and they think that the story of Adam and Eve is like that's just like one chapter of a many chaptered book, let's say, because and one story of a many storied book, because there could have been other you know creation, if you will,
Yeah.
outside of the Garden of Eden. So I'm
The
just
That's one of
jinn.
the that's one of the big questions,
Yes,
right?
Satan
Like
was one of the previous creations.
the origin of humanity is one of those big questions where you can go to the Bible, but even that leaves you with some questions at the end of the day.
Right.
The
Humans,
Quran
where we
answered
come
no
from?
questions. So
Because here we
Satan
are.
in the Quran, Satan is actually one of the previous creation, like one of the best of previous creation. So there's a race called the Jann, and Satan and those who followed him were transformed into the jinn. And those are people who live among us and are invisible to us, and they see us where we can not see them. And they have different abilities from how we have them. And frankly, Satan thinks that their race is so much more superior to ours than that he refused to bow down to us, thus causing everything you see before you now.
And
So
Enoch, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying they may be physically superior. He says that they're made out of fire while we're made out of mud.
And I just
Well,
want to throw this out too. Enoch also spoke about the jinn in the sense of he was saying that they're the ones that taught man like war, taught woman makeup, all these things that were, like maybe going against the creator, in a
Cultural.
yeah, in a what's the word when you're defiant? And like in a defiant way, like out of spite, like, oh, we're gonna corrupt your creation. So it's those fallen angels that, as Enoch wrote about them, that they are the ones that taught man even technology and tools and how to do this and how to do that. It was by these fallen angels that taught man these great accomplishments of how to do this and how to do that, the knowledge. But I don't know. I wasn't
Yeah,
around back
I
then.
mean, they're from a previous creation, and
Right
they
on.
see themselves as gods, and they think that we should be worshiping them. So they pop up from time to time.
But have you guys ever noticed that any idea you've ever been told about, any idea you've ever thought up on your own, ultimately holds no water and doesn't make ultimate sense? Like, nothing pans out. Like, come on, guys. You ever notice that? Any idea you've ever heard or thought about, there doesn't seem to be any answer any of us can settle upon. That's the reason we're talking about it right now. That all of all of these concepts, no one knows, and it doesn't even seem possible to ever figure out the answer to our questions.
I
I know.
I don't know. I feel like I
Not
have
really.
answers. I gotta say, like, I'm here because I love talking about God and also flat Earth, and I just, that's what I do. It's not because I haven't figured it out yet. Quite the
Well,
contrary.
okay. Well, let me ask you a question.
That's true.
Do you think that logic is on your side?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that if I ask logical, rational questions to your belief, that you'll have the answers for me to my question? As long as I'm being fair and logical, you think that you'll have it to the very end to
If we
satisfy?
could, I mean, the best place to ask would be the Quran, and I'm not a perfect student of it, but I would certainly do my best if you had questions for me.
Okay,
What about the Quran?
I mean, what's I know this is a humongous question, but like, what's your general worldview?
My general worldview, wow, that is
I
open-ended.
know I know that's a humongous question, but maybe you could touch upon
It's loaded.
uh yeah, it's
I feel like I
yeah,
already
you're
described
right.
it. Like, from
It's
my
it's so
understanding,
loaded.
What are the main questions a human asks when they have free time? You know, not about trivial shit, about like the biggest questions a human asks themselves, right? Where am I?
They should
Why
ask,
am I here?
what is reality?
What is reality? Did it start? Will there be
No,
an end? Is there a
no,
purpose?
not leading questions to it. Just what is reality? That's all they need to ask. Like the rest will come in the right way.
Okay, well, let's like I said, I wonder if logic can really be applied to anyone's answers. So, logic, I know this is so low, but start wherever you want. You know, logically explain what is reality.
Well,
If
God
that
is
that was your
reality.
choice, right? All
Yeah,
right, that
God is
is
reality.
that is not that's kind of not acceptable, right?
Why is
Unless
that not
you have a
acceptable? Can you tell
what is
me
reality?
from what anything could be possibly made besides the only thing in existence?
Whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm just talking about your first response. What is reality? God is reality. You're gonna need to elaborate on that because that is not like something that offers any sort of. It doesn't offer anything to anyone. You like what is reality? Gurgleblatt is reality. That's just replacing one word with another.
You know, well, to me, it's funny because that was kind of like my journey, right? I like kind of left being a believer, but then I thought, well, I don't know that there's no God. I just have to know that I don't know whether there's a God, you know? And so I just had to ask what reality was. I just asked reality what reality was, you know? And like over time, I like started to understand more and more stuff as I
And the
started like,
devil convinced you of a lie.
no,
Here's the
no,
thing.
no, dude. No, no,
Well,
no, no. The
no.
more I looked into dimensions and stuff, the more it became undeniable that there is only one being who could be called a god. That God sustains all existence. Without him witnessing everything, there is no thing. God is without time, existing within and without all time, all existence. He has perfect awareness of everything, all power over everything. There is nothing to call God but God. That's what I
Would
learned.
you
Yeah,
The
you
devil didn't
ascribe
tell me
gender
a
to it.
lie. God
would you
told me
say
the
you're
truth.
relying on would you say you're relying on colloquialisms to say he and him when you're describing God? Is that like something you want to stand by, or is that just like a manner of speech associated with English?
It's only because to say they, them is too impersonal, I think.
So why do you choose he, him? Just because you're an English speaker?
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? What pronoun is there for God?
Well, here's my opinion, and I don't want to stop you, but don't even try to talk about God because you're honestly doing a disjustice even attempting to. It's something for you to feel in your heart and not insult, not to do insulting by even addressing. But if you think it's actually appropriate to address that subject, go for it. You know, I honestly I feel like I'm doing a disservice by even using the word God, but like my God, ooh, oh fuck, I messed up already, but my God, fuck me. Um, don't even like don't, right? Like
Well,
you know, that's
well,
my
Fundil,
well,
opinion.
Fundil,
well,
are you sad?
Like
Like,
sad?
never mind.
Like emotionally?
well, well, funny. Just to kind of elaborate on what maybe both of you guys were trying to get across in regards to why God is a he and a him. I think that there is an understanding that
We
you know when
bullshit
you look
ourselves?
when you look into these ancient texts and you look into the word saying let us make man in our image, and then I mean, what does image mean to you? So does it mean just by character? Does it mean by physical traits? Does it mean by uh
Likeness.
the likeness of? So like if you have made a man
Okay.
and you were making it
A human?
in our image, then it would be safe to maybe assume that then it's a Godhead. It's a father. It's the creator would then have been a father to
Yeah, seems
creation.
Okay, no. I think
seems entirely one-sided to me.
the from the first time I read the Quran, I had gathered that like the reason why you say he instead of she is because to say she is more so than he, implying that God is some sort of human. Like God is not any sort of human like being. You know, it's
You
not like, oh,
Muslim?
men were made in God's image and women were an afterthought. Like, no,
Are
humans
you a
were not made,
Muslim?
like God does not look like us. Like, not in my opinion. I should say things I don't know strictly about God, but I mean, I certainly don't
Right.
think that's the
Yo,
case.
can I say something real quick on this? So we're talking about a singular object, right? So with a singular object, you could only use he, she, or it. Now, you wouldn't refer to God as an it because he's more than an object. Just like you wouldn't refer to a person. You wouldn't refer to a person as an it, right? Because they're a person, right? You wouldn't refer to God as an it because he's not a rock on the ground. He's a living being. So right off the bat, it is out of the way. So now we have he and she. Now the only difference between a he and a she is that a she can get impregnated and bring forth fucking child into the world. God doesn't get pregnant. Therefore, the final pronoun of the English language that we could use or ascribe to God in the singular form would be he. And that's it.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, that also implies like pregnation if he were male. You know, the thing is that male and female are separation, a division. You know, we're made from a single soul and divided. Like God is not divided. God has no partners.
Well, it does. Well, I mean, in the scriptures, it does speak about the seven spirits that make up God, and one of them is like multiple times always referred to as a her, and that is wisdom. Wisdom's always been a female. It's always had this female persona. So if God is made up of these seven spirits that it speaks about, and one of them's continuously through the prophets as well, they speak to wisdom as being a her. Well, then God can be both male and female. In the sense of these are just the characteristics of God. But it makes sense in the sense that only a creator making something in its image, in his image, his and hers, and theirs. Now we can say there because even Elohim being plural, it is known as the mighty ones. So the mighty ones created this creation in a collective thought, conscience, and agreement. So I think it goes more along those lines to where, not to say that God is one or the other. Obviously, God is spirit. God is love. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can go down the path with, but
All right,
I
here's where I'm coming from. Here's where I'm coming from. English, just language in general, is designed to deal with addressing aspects of reality. And one thing I've noticed is that, and this is only my opinion, but one thing I think I've noticed is that reality as a whole doesn't have to follow the same rules as any particular component of reality. Whether this thing is male, female, receiver, giver, left, right, above, or below. You know, things in reality, components of reality, have associations with each other within reality, and they follow these paradigms and associations and relationships and regulations. And one way I'd try to make an argument to express my opinion, just my opinion, along the lines of reality as a whole doesn't have to follow the same rules as components of reality, is that you can't build a perpetual motion device. You can't, right? I mean, as long as the laws of physics are something to be held to, you can't build a perpetual motion device.
that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, well let's just humor me and say that I, no one in the future, no one in the past is ever going to build a perfect perpetual motion device.
No.
If you, hold on,
Go ahead.
hold on. And if you want to say we can, geez, Nobel Prize waiting for you. I'll just go with the colloquial understanding, the common understanding that uh, no one can ever build a perpetual motion device within reality, but
That's fair to say.
I would describe reality itself as a perpetual motion device because I don't think that there's some sort of steam engine that someone is shoveling coal into in heaven to keep reality going. So I would call reality as a whole a perpetual motion device.
Absolutely, and that's why I said that you can't say that nothing is perpetual because
No, I didn't say that, man. I chose my words carefully, man.
Right,
Listen,
right.
I
That's why I
said
agree with you. That's why I agree with you.
the components of reality obey rules, while reality as a whole doesn't follow that same set of rules. And so I'd say, there can't be a perpetual motion device within reality, yet reality itself is a perpetual motion device.
Then you
And
just double talk because then that is the perpetual motion. Okay,
not
just real quick,
not
Hold
double
on, funny,
talking.
funny. Just real quick. This is why I disagree with you on your first statement, but then agree with you after because you kept talking, and then I'm like,
You have
okay,
to
yeah,
build
now you're back
you have
on
to
track
build a
because
reality.
we can say that man in our time, even in modern science, we are still struggling to ever build anything that's perpetual motion that will last forever. But it's safe to say that the oceans having currents and moving, the wind blowing, the system of weather, that is a perpetual system, and it's not going to stop until God seizes it to stop. But this is what I'm saying, like perpetual motion as an idea that we can't create that. I agree with you. You're right. We can't do it. But the Almighty has, because we live in a reality where there are perpetuated motions all around us. When you wake up, the fact that you're still breathing is based upon a perpetual motion creation to where you are
Okay.
still able to do that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So that's why I'm making the point that language is somehow limited in the same way that mechanical devices in reality is limited, and the closest there's like three words we have to come close to referring to this thing that isn't just a part. We have the word the all, we have the universe, and we have reality. These are the three closest words we have to divinity: the all, reality, and the universe, right? And even those definitions fall short of being synonymous with what we refer to as God. God has a definition that can't be put into words: the unspeakable, the unquantifiable, the unqualifiable. And that's
Right.
why I just come to you guys over and over again. I say, you want to talk about God? Don't. Okay? You want to talk about God? Don't. Stop it. Okay? All of you, stop it. Okay? Don't even try. It's fun. I love it too. So, I mean, if we are going to, yeah, it's fun, but don't get ahead of yourselves. Because if you're going to take this conversation seriously, like it's actually going to surmount to something, like, oh, yeah, we defined God. You're stupid. No, you didn't. You can't. Don't even try. If you want to entertain this conversation, just know that you're just circle jerking each other and having fun and playing around, because language can't even approach what we're trying to get to.
I agree that we can't we our we don't have the capacity in our minds to understand
That
just
means
how
every
amazing
description.
just how amazing the creator
Yeah.
is and
That
all of
means
its
every
wonder.
description.
But
That means every
no,
description people give
I
is
get that.
false.
I
God is
get that.
good all the time. No. God. Oh,
I
God.
get what you're
God is
saying, but
perfect.
to say
No.
hold on. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, that doesn't mean we stop talking about it. Because let's say, Fundy, we
Sure, let's
took your
have fun.
advice. Let's say we took your advice and nobody talked about God anymore. Then how does the next generation know about the creator that created everything that is? We
No,
only talk about God in
you
the
just were
sense
the
of
you just used the word creator. You
I agree with
gave,
that. I agree with
and so
that.
you fucked up already.
I agree. I agree with that. It's the creator. By the way, God is a title. That's not who. That's not even. That's just
Yeah,
that. If
we're
anything,
already
that's a
fucking
slap.
up.
If anything, that's a slap in the face because God is. I mean, all the
Don't even
false
label him,
gods are
man.
called gods. It's not. It's like a. That's like, it's. I get what you're saying. Just let's put it this way. I get what you're saying, but I don't think that means we should stop talking about the creator.
Let's have fun. Yeah, let's have fun. Let's just let's play our games within the mindset that we know that it's like a Temple Run. We're all trying to get to the end of Temple Run, but hey, oh, it just continues. The longer we play, we don't actually get closer to ending because there isn't one. We're just playing a game that can't be won, it can only be played. We're
Well, you know what?
talking about something that can only be spoken about, never understood.
You know the best part though, Fundy, is when you stop trying. You just do. You just live. You just what your end. Only the creator knows your end. But just do it. Just enjoy your time here on this, planar Earth, and enjoy it. That's all it is. There's no trying to get to the next level, like because guess what, you can die tonight and that ends your game, and someone else is
Sure.
going to go another level beyond you because they made it to the next day. So it's not Temple Run is not about the end like you're saying. It's about enjoying the time playing it while
It's
you're
experience. Yeah,
right.
it's an
Exactly.
experience, man.
Exactly.
And that's what we can we can talk about our experiences. We can learn and hear about other people's experiences. And that is our limitation, and it's something to acknowledge and accept. But there's also something that is something there's something we can all feel that can't be expressed. And it sucks that we can't, because we all got that connection. I think we all got that connection to something that is like Voldemort, he who shall not be named. Like it's great, and I wouldn't have it on any other way. Honestly, that's what makes life worth living.
Well, I will say this too. I will say this, Fundy. Oh wait, someone's talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're you're kind of breaking up, whoever that is. Your connection's horrible if you're trying to talk to the room. I don't know if you're hot micing
I
or
think he's
just.
Yeah, nobody's talking. He's hot micing.
Elasma. You're hot micing.
So I will say this.
Hold
I
on.
think it's muted.
I'll move him.
All right. So I will say this, Fundy. In the big scheme of it all, we have we're like you said, right? We have this connections. Obviously, there's something that draws everybody to a server on Discord to talk about these things for whatever reason that may be. But it does remind me of, imagine the words in this book are true, and it says that he casts his spirit out and he calls his people to him. So now, and who knows what road he takes for you to get to that point, but everyone is coming as a collective conscience to come speak about these things, even those that don't believe, quote unquote, but they too also are drawn. So there's something tugging at their heart because they also might be part of that chosen, quote unquote, because guess what, there are some people that will never want to get involved in these situations or conversations or groups or think tanks or whatever you want to call it, because they're not even called to find out this truth, whatever that truth may be. Whether it's because we've been lied to, whether it's because there is a creator, and whether it's because we're trying to point out how the science that we know in today's world is like, it's not 100% proof. It's not, that's not the truth. there's a greater truth, and that truth is that the Creator has made us and has called us. And he says, those who know my voice, that they'll hear it and they'll come. And I think maybe that's that great connection that you're talking about. How we all do still come, whether you even believe it or not, but you're still coming. So something's tugging at people's hearts, no matter how you look at it, because they still come.
Well, I'd say, there's nothing else left to do besides that. So do it. But everyone in your strong opinionated ways, including myself, even saying what I'm saying, right? So it's almost a paradox. Stop being so one-sided. I'd say,
Well, the truth is one-sided, though. I don't know what you mean by that.
hold on. I'd say, stop being so one-sided. Be honest and say, I'm here to share my thoughts.
Right.
Don't claim your thoughts are above others. Say, I come here to share my thoughts. Don't ever, hold yours above anyone else's. And
But
at the end of the day, I think all any of us can do is go with our gut. As strange as that sounds, yeah, sure, talk about it, debate, logic, right? But just get over yourselves. Understand that everyone at the end of the day, at most, can only go with their gut. So just cut it out, everybody.
well,
And
for instance, Fundy. What along the lines of what you're talking about, okay? There is. I have to disagree with you with a little bit, because there is a point to where, yes, my opinions and thoughts, quote unquote, are above someone else's opinions and thoughts if those opinions thoughts are lies and my opinions thoughts are the truth. So for instance, I was in Jam Panda server a couple nights ago, and I was like blasted, bro. But everything they were saying to me, all I was doing was just saying, because they're like, oh, so the world's flat because you believe it to be flat. I said, no, it's not a ball spinning through space, because that is the truth. And I don't have to defend it. That's just what the truth is. But Jem and his cronies were getting mad at me because I wouldn't budge from that truth, because the truth is the truth. And I told them, I said, I don't have to argue with you that my grass is green when you're trying to tell me that it's orange. I don't have to argue that. I know in my heart of hearts, with my eyes, with my mind, God's given me a spirit to see, to have discernment. There are this knowledge and understanding that supersedes a lie and a story and a falsehood and an opinion and an assumption. So I do agree with you with some parts, but not entirely, because there is also that factor.
all right, so if we're gonna entertain science at all, just on that one statement of, the grass is green, you're as aware of it as I am, that, as far as science would tell you, the grass is reflecting every other color besides green, and you're picking up on an absence of reflectivity, that green is everything that it isn't, and what a mind fuck that is, right? That even when you say, oh, my grass is green, and then someone can come to tell you with plenty of research behind it, actually, yeah, your grass is green to you, but in reality it's every other wavelength besides green, and you're picking up on what it absorbs and what it doesn't reflect back to you. And then here comes the conversation about light. Here comes the conversation about reality. And it doesn't end. There is no clear answer. No one knows who's right. And this world isn't a world of certainty. It's a world of argumentation where both sides can make their point. Because, of course, the grass is green, okay? It's green. I see green. You see green. But the other side who wants to debate us has a very valid position to stand on. And it's like, fuck, I guess everything is both correct answers that disagree with each other. And that is literally every case and every situation. As messed up as it seems, we're not in some sort of simple world. is this place heaven? No, this place isn't heaven. Is this place hell? No, this isn't hell. Is this place a mixture of heaven and hell? Well, that's the best way I know how to describe it. This place is half hell, half heaven, and to fluctuating degrees on a constant, assortment.
Well, there are
And
other arguments that I think also come into play here. Not just the grass is green, but and I think that goes maybe deeper into like just logically, when we talk about water sticking to a spinning ball and just things like that are that's a new religion. That's a new belief system, because for you to truly believe that water is being held by gravity and sticking to a ball, yet it's so strong and powerful, it can hold trillions of pounds of weight, in all directions, but at the same time, birds and balloons and little dust particles can escape its grasp. Like this is what I mean by there's reality, and then there's an argued reality, and then in that argued reality is a fictional reality. That's what we're arguing, a fictional reality. But if we just were to take a step back and say, no, well, let's just focus on a reality, and everything else you say beyond that is a lie or a falsehood, should I say? Because I think a lie is a strong word. It's a falsehood, and then that's how we can at least sift the wheat, if you will, the wheat with the tare, because at the end of the day, Fundy, you are not going to change somebody's mind. It's the spirit that's going to change someone's mind. You're not going to do it. You may plant the seed, and another person may water that seed, but it's the spirit that's going to grow that seed into it actually becoming an understanding. Some discernment will come in, logic will kick in. I mean, just as all of us that have come to this point, somewhere down the road, something got turned on in our brains, and we finally wait, what? Like it clicked, and then here we are.
let me ask you a question. Do you? I mean, let me ask you two questions. Do you feel a strong divide between you and some of the Globers you argue with on a daily basis? You do, right? I mean,
of course,
these people, they're so different. They can't see some simple things that you see, and
right.
they probably say the same. And the second question is, the oldest trick in the book when it comes to manipulation is divide and conquer, right?
Right.
And so, do how soon do you think that the cosmological debate will be settled, or how long do you think this dividing, because it's obvious, right? Like, we are involved, whether we're correct or not. I mean, I'm on your side, right? Flat Earth. But do you not recognize yourself in a situation of one of the most potent divisions possible? And if it's something that can't be settled, are we in the middle of or like in a range dichotomy? I don't know if I said that right, but you know what I mean? Like, are we involved in someone else's game? Is reality itself set up to divide people? Like, I'm just saying, like, here's the strangest thing I've ever said. I've said it a few times. Reality itself might be playing a divide and conquer game. Not just people amongst other people, controllers amongst sheeple or whoever they want to divide. My opinion when it comes to my whole philosophy of reality is that the whole thing is a bit of a setup. And I know, oh man, how fucked up is that, right? Where it's like, oh, there's nothing to truly rely on. But shit, dude, I'm just saying that we might need to escape. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you find yourselves in a divide and conquer scenario, that's something you want to remove yourself from. And the most not intriguing, the most gripping, right? The most gripping scenario is where you find something to be so true where you're not willing to budge 1 inch because you've seen everything you need to stand firm where you're at. And but think about the consequences to stand firm where you're at. What could be more compelling to divide you against another? If someone wanted to divide and conquer to a group of people, to divide them and conquer them, they'd give each side the most compelling evidence they could to both sides equally. I don't know. I kind of see that going on. I kind of see the Glovers being given everything they need to stand firmly on their side, and the Flat Earth is also being given an equal amount of evidence to stand on their side. And I'm not sure it's ever going to be settled. And maybe this is something for us to move past and almost ignore. Like Flat Earth is something to graduate from. Not even Flat Earth, but just cosmology. But it's like, how could we ignore trying to put our best efforts into discovering the truth about the nature of reality? But is there something more important we should be paying attention to? Because I'm a little afraid, I'm a little afraid that this will go on till the end of days and be utilized by higher powers to take advantage of human nature and keep us all from being on Team Human. I don't know. Maybe
well,
reality is a bit of a setup.
Well, it's one thing, Fundy, to have a difference of opinion, and then to have a clear understanding that what we have.
We don't though. We
No, but
don't
we
though.
but we do though. But we do with discernment.
No,
We do. That's what
we
I'm saying.
don't we don't understand
No,
the sky. We don't understand the sky.
well, you can point out specific things that we don't, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that us as individuals and individually, we all have a sense of understanding as to what has been revealed to us. When the truth has been revealed to you, for you to even escape the falsehoods that have been pounded in your brain since you were born, then that is something I'm saying to run on. And I get what you're saying, but that's not going to change the fact, like, just because a baller, right, is going to say, "Oh man, you don't know what you're talking about. We know that it's a ball. We've done all the math and science, and we have 100 years. We have pictures and photos." But that's not going to change the fact that a guy has a flat tire and I pull over. I'm like, "Before I help you with this tire, do you believe the world's flat or not?" And he's like, "No." "Oh, I can't help you." That's the human aspect that you're probably talking about, because that can't separate us. Because no matter what you believe in, we still need to be good stewards and good humans on this earth to help one another in times of need, regardless of your belief, quote unquote. But beyond that, when we're coming to these servers to discuss these topics that have been going around and around and around and around, all we're doing is just having a difference of opinion because of what's been revealed to us individually. And
But
and
but
and some and
when are
the
we
thing
gonna move past
is
opinion
that
though,
we
right?
were all once ballers. We all once believed that. And those that have broken free from those chains of falsehoods are now trying to share with those that are still stuck in chains and say, "Hey, we have been lied to. That isn't what it is. 100%. That isn't what it is, because it's not making sense logically." And with logic, we can use that's probably our best argument, using logic. But then they want to be like, "Oh no, we have to use math. I'm going to use math for my reason and understanding." But we know that where that takes us. We know that that's a slippery slope to go down. But they have to use that. They have to go down that, because
I see an
math allows them
equal.
wiggle room. It allows them to just put a wedge where there's gaps, because there's no logic in that. But they use math as a crutch to try to help them explain their falsehood and keep them in those chains, in that I want to say doctrine of demons that's taken away from the creation that God has given to us to begin with. But that's all I'm saying.
I see it. I see it equal both ways. You know, like I've researched flat Earth enough to be like, God damn, flat Earth, you got points. You got firm ground to stand upon. And then you hear the Globers and you say, you know, what are they basing their ideas on? They got let's give credit where credit is due. They have some things to stand upon. Now, not everything they claim. We've debunked so much, right? But as you know, you're with me in researching flat Earth. That so many of the things that you thought were valid points ended up being debunked. And here we are continuously having this debate back and forth, and it's like, well, I got this point and you can't debunk it. And they say, well, I got this point, you can't debunk it. It's like, well, goddamn, are we on a reality fucking prank show or something? Because this has gone on far too long. I mean, just agree with me on this one point. Forget everything I've said. This whole debate, this whole this whole battle, right? It's gone on far too long. Isn't it kind of strange how long it's going on? It's a little weird, isn't it? Flat Earth would have everything it needed if it could only go explore freely the world, right? But the world's set up so that you can't freely explore the Earth, right? And will we ever fucking be unshackled from the restraints that the UN or whoever the treaties put on us? I don't know. Will we? It'll take to that point. Like, when will this be settled? Aren't you a little sick of how long it's going on?
Well, the only thing that keeps it going, Fundy, is the fact that because there's validity to it. Because if there was no validity to the Earth not being a ball, it would have been squashed a long time ago. It would have ended a
both
long time
sides.
ago. It
Yeah,
would have been shut down, right? Like a long, long time ago. The only thing
look,
that keeps
I'm
it
sick of it.
going, the only thing that keeps it going as an argument is because there's still those that won't believe in the truth. Maybe for multiple reasons. Maybe because they haven't been called to it, or maybe they're just not ready for it. Maybe they're not ready for it. And in that truth, many people have come to see that light, right? A lot of people. I mean, I showed you last time, over 73 million human beings in 8 countries believe that the world isn't a ball. And they want to try to say like, oh, these ballers think only like 100 people believe in flat Earth, only because there's only like that many people in a Discord server talking about it at one time. But they don't realize there's hundreds of millions probably by this time, especially because they haven't done that poll since 2016 for some of the countries, and they didn't even poll every country. So there is truth, in the truth itself. It's just who's going to choose to believe it or not. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I really hope so, but the way that my curiosity will be quenched, where my anxiety is settled, right, is when the debate ends. Will it end? And because I
Can't
listen to
end.
both.
Not now.
l-
It can't
l-
because the adversary is still at
It
large.
can't.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
that's the
For
issue.
now. For
The
now, it can't.
debate won't end, then that seems like I'm involved in some sort of setup. I'm involved in a debate that won't conclude. Oh, fuck that. That sounds like a fruitless endeavor.
It won't conclude in your lifetime. That's for sure.
Well, whose lifetime will it? How many generations? It's
Not
kind
till
of.
the end. Not till the end.
I'm just saying, in almost all debates that I engage in, God, meaning of life, beginning of the universe, creation of humans, cosmology, literally any philosophical concept, I find myself wedged between two sides that have equally valid arguments, and I feel like like I said this before, seems like reality is a bit of a setup, man, on almost all the deepest subjects. Sure, that the practical day-to-day situations, yeah, the sky is blue, the rock is hard, whatever, but I mean, why are all these debates still going on? Can things be settled on the deepest levels? It seems that they can't.
You know when it's settled, Fundy? You know it's settled? Here, let me tell you when it's settled. It's when somebody finally comes to realize the truth. And then it's settled. In your heart it gets settled. Not
Even
as a
personally
whole.
settle it.
Not as a whole, because there are still people that are lost, let's say. They still believe the falsehoods. But it settles when within your heart it just something just turns on and it clicks, and then it makes sense, and then you're like, oh man, maybe this whole time I've been believing these lies. But too much truth can hit someone's heart and mind, and then they realize it. Not everybody though, not all of them. There's a lot of guys that will never
That's how it
change.
felt. That's how it felt for a long time for me. But then the longer you involve yourself in the deepest of conversations, and the more you hear, you say, what is really going on? And will someone just end it? You know, will someone just end this? Because I'm kind of sick of it going back and forth over the same things, and doesn't seem to be getting anywhere.
Yeah, no, well, but it does though, believe it or not, because the moment that you came to recognize the truth, and then realize it's not this ball spinning in an infinite vacuum in this universe that's trillions of miles of light years across from one another. When you finally came to that point, that's when it ended for you. But there's someone else, there's another fundamental that's growing up right now that believes in lies, and eventually they're going to snap out of it the same way you did, the same way I did, the same way Gio did, the same way anybody else that believes that we have been lied to, and then can understand, and they receive the truth, and then that becomes this new revelation, if you will, like, wow, okay, now I know the truth, and let's move forward from there. But then we come
Yeah.
here every day to talk about that with those that are still new.
Have you ever heard of a false dichotomy?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only way we're going to be certain that we're not caught up in a false dichotomy is if the debate is settled, because who's to say it isn't flat or round or a third option? And I know how crazy that sounds, because I know the proofs, I know the evidence, I know the arguments.
Yeah.
I'm well versed on all this, and still, of course, I can't make heads or tails of
That's
the sky.
good. But that's good though, Funny, and I'll tell you why. Because even in the scriptures, it says, and this is why I stand on, I don't even like the word flat earther. Because flat earther, it's saying that you actually know what it is. But there is a certain thing about that word. It's all it is just saying it's not a ball spinning in space. That's all that means. But in the scriptures, it says that no man will ever know the heights, the widths, and the depths. And the day that happens, he will pull man from Israel. But in the context of it, Israel just meant the world. He'll pull man from the world, because if once you can figure that out, and this is why I say we can't, because God said himself, the Creator said himself, that we will never know the heights, the depths, or the lengths. That's why I love the poetry in the book of Job. He says,
Yeah. Cool.
were you there to set the deeps of the water, put the bars and the gates that hold them for their currents? Like, it's poetic, doesn't mean there's literal bars and gates, but it's trying to tell you, like, you do not know, we do not know the way the oceans truly work. We have an understanding of how currents work, and we can put our boats on them and travel faster east or west, one direction or another. We know the air currents in the sky, where we could put planes on those paths and we could fly faster and with less resistance. But we truly don't understand the absolute of it, and that's a
So
good
here's
thing.
so here's where I'm left, right? The globe model in its entirety doesn't make logical sense, but also the flat Earth can't make one complete model, and I don't blame it for that. But we
And we
can't make
never
one.
should, and we never should, because it's been written that we will never be able to. We
And so
won't.
and so it's like fuck, right? It's like, okay, well, am I involved in some sort of never-ending debate, and should I just back out of it? Because where's it getting if I acknowledge that it's a false dichotomy?
You know,
Sounds like something I should. Go ahead.
I once brought up this question to a baller, right? I was talking about SoFi Stadium, okay? If you were only able to explore a kitchen that's being built for the stadium, can you tell me the entire footprint of the stadium by only being able to see just the kitchen? No, you can't. That's illogical. But a baller actually said, "Oh yeah, we could mathematically equate." And oh my gosh, the amount of like the audacity this guy thinks that he can map out the entire engineered, construction of this building on blueprints by just seeing one room is ridiculous. So I'm saying this, like,
Sure.
it might be more than what man has ever explored. It might go way beyond that ice wall. There might be many other lands, and who knows how far it goes. It does say that the angels will call man from the four corners of the earth. Like it's going to call everybody. Who's to say that 1,000 years ago, a complete society traveled way beyond the ice, and they're settled over there. They're living their own world, doing their own thing. They're not even involved with our continents and our world systems, because they're doing their own thing way beyond far. We don't know that. We don't know that because we can't even explore that. No different than I can't tell you, the bathroom dimensions on the east side of the stadium when all I can see is the west side of the stadium. And that's just a fact.
I'm ready to explore, man. I'm ready to explore. Like, screw all this. Like, it's such an insult to our humanity that there's somewhere we would like to go that is restricted. It's like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like that is like, and that's what makes me a flat earther, right? You're gonna tell me that I'm not allowed to live my life freely, adventurous upon within the realm I
The
exist, like
confines,
that.
yeah.
It's a birthright.
Right.
It's a birthright to any creature that you're allowed to go wherever you can muster the effort to manage to travel to, you know.
Mhm.
And that's why I'm on the conspiracy theorist side. That's why I'm a flat earther, because listen, as cliche, I'm borrowing a cliche, if you got nothing to hide, you got nothing to worry about, right? But you gotta,
Right.
for some reason they're hiding a lot, and it's like, oh, okay, that means you got something to worry about, because it's not personal. It's just human nature, and it's disgusting, and it's just time something is done about it. You know what I mean? Like, I know it takes collectivism, effort, teamwork, but you ever just come here and argue the same point against someone, like literally the same person who you taught the same lesson to last Thursday, and you're like, God damn, I got to go over this again with you. I know you.
Right.
And it's like, we know that we're doing it in good spirit for the ideal of educating fellow man or whatever. But no, honestly, what are we doing? There's obviously like bigger fish to fry, and there's this huge firewall preventing us from living our lives as we wish to. And I'm just a little disgusted by it, because I don't know if these things can be settled, but I really don't appreciate anyone preventing me from doing all I can to find the truth that I seek. And
Mhm.
it's very frustrating. I'm sure you feel the same frustration. The people, I don't know why I waste my time arguing with them, but the people who would insist that I shouldn't be allowed to seek for the truth, those are the ones that I detest. And I don't understand how anyone couldn't be on the side of truth. Whether you're skeptical of whatever opinion, I just think there should be a more collective effort, glober, flat earther alike, to just, can we stop this bickering? Can we just do what needs to be done? to finalize this conclusion, you know. And that's it. I said my piece, you know.
Right. I mean, I do think there's a lot of truth in scriptures when they talk about people being blind. Um, you know, and I know it speaks about it in a spiritual sense, but I do also think that it also relates to our reality. When you're blind to reality, and it's almost like, imagine a horse in a parade. They put blinders on it, so all it sees is the road ahead of them, and it's not distracted by the people that are around it or the events around it. So imagine a baller is just, they have blinders on, so they're only going to see that one argument, and they believe that argument. But once the blinders are removed, you're now able to see more, and then that can help with somebody coming to a conclusion, within their own mind frame, and you'll have this like epiphany, like, oh shoot, like I was wrong. This isn't just a tunnel vision road I'm on. There's all these streets all around me, and this is the logic that we have come across to realize why things aren't adding up, because the blinders have been removed spiritually in order for us to then realize, like, there's more than just what we've been said and taught to believe in as fact, as proof. Like, they'll tell you dinosaurs exist as a fact, right? But if you look into it, you'll realize, man, boy, did we get the hood pulled over our eyes on that, because it's total nonsense. Now, that's not to say that there's not behemoths. There's not to say that there's not land creatures that are very large. Back in the day, come on, there was giants back in the day. So I don't know. We just where do we stand at this point? You either have a blinder on or you don't. And it's those that have the blinders removed, not only spiritually but even like literally sometimes, and then that way your mind can finally realize and see, just as you have claimed, that the earth isn't a ball, because you also have had those blinders pulled off of your eyes, which have allowed you to see the truth and to receive the truth. You know what I mean? Like, you in our old wineskins, we couldn't handle the new wine. In a spiritual lesson on that, that's going, like, spiritually, but it also goes with knowledge itself. If you're still holding on to this old falsehood, then how can you receive the truth? If you yourself aren't a renewed mind, a renewed spirit, to be able to see these truths and understand the logic, and have the knowledge of these truths to make sense outside of the falsehood. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, man, and we put our best foot forward on that endeavor every day. I'm sure you and I. And really, before I go to bed here, I guess my final summarization statement here would just be, or concluding statement would just be, I'm ready to acknowledge what I'm absolutely ready to acknowledge what mysteries can't be solved, but I'm equally ready to put to bed what can be settled. You know,
Right.
that's all. I'm ready to settle what can be put to bed, and I'm ready to acknowledge what mysteries will never be, solved. I just would like to draw a line between the two and categorize the questions humans have into two distinct categories, and, play my part in sorting, things out onto their proper sides of what can be settled and acknowledging what can't be. Because I know we all have questions that we'll never have the answers to, but some questions can be answered, you know? And
Right.
if anyone wants to stand in an earnest person's attempt to do so, then these are people that should be collectively dealt with and pushed aside, you know? Like, no, you're not going to stand in the way of people figuring out the things that we all, that we all question. That's all. and it's a it's just such a, I don't know, it's just so inhumane for anyone to take that position of like don't worry about it, right? If someone is dead, don't worry about it. You know, screw you, I'm gonna worry about it.
That answers your own question of why that argument continues. Because you're right. We say no, screw you. We're going to continue talking about this. We're gonna still continue to spread this truth and try to get through to the minds that still believe the falsehoods, and that's what it comes down to.
Good talk. I'm gonna head off to bed. Good night,
All
man.
right, man.
Nice
Have a
to
good
talk.
night, man. Good talking to you.
You definitely lifted my spirits on a few things that troubled me. So I appreciate your words, man.
Hey, man. Well, then I'll just give that glory to God of the Most High, man. That don't. Thank you, but I'll give that to the Spirit, so that way it eases your soul tonight. You have a good night, man. Gio, you still there? It's going to get really silent if people stop talking. Oh, I guess Gio went to sleep. Or is busy. Anybody else here? I guess I could jump over to Gems and cause some, some riff. Yeah, kind of died here. All right, I'll see y'all. Oh man, I realized my mic was off. Did you guys hear me talking? Anybody else here? Anybody? Oh no, okay, I was right. Everyone's gone. All right. Good night, everybody.
Oh, that room is dead, huh?